Chapter 8. The Wedding. Chapter text. Harry was still looking rather troubled by the contents of Dumbledore's will, and Sirius was loath to start another chapter with him, so uneasy. "Do you think I'm underdressed for the occasion?" he asked loudly, gazing down at his well-worn robes. "I've still got a tux I could slip in, just to commemorate such an ostentatious happening in Bill and Fleur's life." Harry stopped picking at his lip and started chuckling at him just like Sirius had hoped. He even got slowly out of his seat, now nodding to himself he'd do just that, before Remus wrenched him back down and grumbled at him to get a move on. "Sounds flawless to me," James agreed. "I don't know," Lily frowned with unease. "That's like saying any redhead could go around claiming to be a Weasley. They're a large family, but someone's bound to get suspicious if he just hangs around Ron and Hermione the whole time like usual." "You're being paranoid, Lils," Sirius rolled his eyes. "They're at that wedding for Bill and Fleur. No one's going to look twice at another guest." She sighed, but hoped they were right. "Brings me back to a few years ago," Remus snickered. "Remus," Lily couldn't help but scold. "You were a prefect your last 3 years of school. Don't tell me you indulged in this." "I needed it." He went wide-eyed in the absolute picture of innocence. "For medicinal purposes." His friends snickered like idiots, but Lily suddenly realized just why he would need such a thing, even if it was a bit expensive. She just shook her head and chuckled at him as well. "It sounds beautiful," Lily crooned. "Not as beautiful as ours," James quickly said. "Yes, dear, the replica of the Whomping Willow was particularly memorable," Lily chuckled. "It whacked people and everything," Sirius smirked. "We're nothing if not thorough," Remus agreed. "She'll love that, I'm sure," Sirius snorted. Harry gave an obligatory laugh, but couldn't find it in him to think this as funny as he usually would. "I'm sure Bill would like all of his family to be there," James sighed. Not that he had any particular sympathy for Percy. The Pratt had chosen his own path and could come back any time. He was confident his family would take him back with open arms. "He'll have them educated in no time," Sirius smirked. "George opened himself up for those jokes," James grinned. "Yeah, he started the whole thing with his idricious first words upon waking up," Remus added. "You can't mispronounce a word to make the joke fit, Moony. That's cheating," Sirius scolded. Remus cleared his throat and said innocently, "Oh, Lily, who won bragging rights again, to decide what is and isn't funny around here?" "I hate you so much," Sirius snapped, whacking him with the book on the shoulder hard. Remus didn't look like he regretted a single thing. "I'll bet it took him an hour to perfectly figure out how to say, 'Allow me to assist you,'" James chuckled. "I'm sure it'll be worth it when he adds in some other lewd comments he learned in French," Lily giggled. "Moony's back," Sirius cheered instantly. "Are you going to bloody mention that every time I pop up?" Remus scowled. "Yes." Sirius looked to him like he was daft for even thinking the question. "You'd think she'd turn into a redhead." Sirius rolled his eyes. "Okay, this is getting weird." James shifted uncomfortably in his seat as he openly watched Moony with deep worry. "Is anyone else starting to get worried she love-potioned Remus into marrying her or something?" Lily asked, twisting her hair with worry. "I don't think he's bloody smiled once any time the two have been mentioned in ages. Tonks wouldn't do that." Harry flared up in anger. He watched the lot of them still looking uneasy, and Remus more than any of them, so he tried his best to say, I feel like I find out what's going on between you," and he broke off with a frustrated shake of his head. "All right, Harry," Remus quickly agreed, the others already knowing they wouldn't have pushed him farther. "I'm sure whatever this is, it'll all blow over." Harry nodded his agreement, but he didn't look any more soothed than them. There was definitely something about these two that was bothering his mind. "Decorative help, I'm sure," Remus tried for an easy enough smile again. "The problem was fixed as soon as it happened, I'm sure," Sirius said smoothly. "No wedding goes off without a few hiccups," Lily agreed. "This has been the only one mentioned, so it sounds like a breeze." "Fleur's lucky," James sighed, recalling a loose rabbit and a flock of doves at his own that was not so easy to sweep away. "How do you not instantly introduce yourself to such a man?" Remus looked a little dazed at such a vivid description. "The better question is, who invited this one, Bill or Fleur? I feel like there's a story involved," James snorted. "My money's on Bill, who knows what or who he really found in those ancient tomes," Sirius smirked. "Ah," they all uttered in understanding. This made total sense now. "This does not surprise me," Lily nodded without a hint of a joke. I really want to meet this fellow if this is where Luna gets her personality from, Sirius said eagerly. I don't think anyone calls them that, Remus muttered. Well, they will now, Sirius said with determination. A gift to all who enter, I'm sure, James laughed. Lily muttered in confusion. Had the polyjuice wore off already? James asked in concern. Nope. Harry popped the P for emphasis, his face as blank with shock as it had been then. Did she hear someone else calling you? Sirius tried, but Harry shook his head again. Okay. Remus drew the word out with a flummoxed expression. Whatever Luna took before coming clearly is far more useful than those band members. I'll take some of that, so long as it's not the cat litter, Sirius agreed. I'm worried she just guessed, like I was saying, Lily muttered. Luna was much more bright than people gave her credit for, and this really wasn't hard to put together. It was supposed to be Barney, Sirius corrected with amusement. Merlin, Harry, are you trying to be bad at this on purpose? People already get your real name mixed up with those titles. James gave an exaggerated pout. Now you can't even get a fake name right. Maybe it's a good thing we never stuck with giving him a nickname. He clearly couldn't keep it straight, Remus said deadpan. Harry fought back the urge to curse all three of them at once. He'd been caught off guard, and they'd missed the point. Well, this gave no one any answer at all. Guess we'll just have to chalk it up to Luna being Luna Lovegood. Lily shrugged. Can we adopt her? James pleaded. We're not kidnapping children, James, Lily denied. Foster her. Surely her dad gets busy, James insisted. I'll settle for babysitting on the weekends, but I want this one. She's not a puppy. Lily smacked his knee while fighting back her own smile. Well then, when we have a girl, I want to name her Luna Lily. Hopefully some of her fantasticness will rub off in her name, James decided. Harry burst out laughing, while Remus and Sirius exchanged obvious looks. Is there something you two need to tell us? Remus asked politely. You two have been going on about this a bit more than usual lately, Sirius agreed. Lily flushed, glared at James for being the reason this was constantly brought up, and said with all the innocence in the world, Whatever do you mean? Never mind the fact that she was 3 days late and had told James. Especially considering what was going on for the foreseeable future, it was best not to jump the wand on this news. Ooh, the two rolled their eyes while James fought back a pleased smile. Harry had wanted to join in, even as his mind boggled at the idea of siblings, but there was something terribly distracting about it all. Babies, though, what connection could he possibly have to that? Will you ever stop hopping on that? James busted out laughing. I hope you go to her wedding one day and there's vegetation everywhere, Sirius insisted. I'm sure she'd love to have it right in the Weasleys' garden, Remus snickered. She says that with such pride. Lily cocked her head in confusion. Gummies aren't venomous or anything, Remus shrugged, so this could just be something her father taught her. This'll be interesting, Sirius said eagerly. He was not disappointed. Isn't that what everyone does at a wedding? Sirius nodded along. The only magic they have is to pester gardeners to death, Lily sighed. They repel every ward you can imagine. Xenophilius seems to think otherwise, James shrugged. Don't worry, love, I'll still get you that Jarve so they'll never be a bother to you. And miss out on the urges of gifts being bit by them, Sirius exclaimed. Prongs, I'm ashamed of you. You burst into Mermish and opera without them just fine. Remus rolled his eyes. All 5 of them couldn't help making a face for that. Gnome saliva was likely not a drink to catch on, no matter its purported abilities. Standing out, good gesture, and making a statement, Sirius looked as if he were taking advice for the rest of his life. Merlin helped the next wedding he attends, Lily said the ceiling. He wasn't that bad at ours, James said fairly. I was the one who put him in charge of the food, Lily said. Saved ourselves a world of trouble, considering the most outrageous thing he did was put animal crackers in every bag. You wanted to give him license for the music. He talked me into it during the bachelor party, James said with a hint of remorse. Mooney, I'm starting to get the impression they don't like me around, Sirius pouted. On the contrary, dear Padfoot, Remus smirked. They can't stop talking about how you were the life of the party at their wedding. Damn straight, Sirius concluded. Someone please tell me that's her patroness, James yelped at once. I'll never be able to get the image out of my head anyway, so yes, Sirius agreed. Clearly, she didn't see Bill and Charlie before Marley got a hold of them, Lily snorted. All 5 of them burst out laughing hard for that. See, Ron can get your name right, Sirius needlessly reminded Harry. He'd better. He spends more time introducing Harry than Harry, who tries to pretend he's some nobody, James reminded. Are you lot quite done? Harry sighed. Not even close, Remus promised. She's a Weasley, Lily needlessly pointed out. James politely shushed her and stage whispered, That's not the point, dear. The feeling's not mutual, Harry muttered, considering all he'd heard about this one. Is that a compliment, or? Harry trailed off in confusion. It's a statement I agree with, James smirked. This one's a riot. I'm quite disappointed we never got her commentary on our wedding, James smirked. I think we had plenty to be getting on with from Petunia's letter, Lily muttered bitterly. Her sister had not only refused to allow her to be a bridesmaid, but not bothered to attend her own wedding. If there had been any doubt before it had been gone that day of any relationship between the two. Ah, yes, I remember. It was vivid, James said through clenched teeth. It wasn't unheard of for a bride to cry on their wedding, but not for this reason. Certainly made me regret not doing something at hers. Best decision I ever made was having you as my +1 to that place. It was as dreadful as a funeral, Lily shrugged without remorse. So, apart from you accidentally setting their cake on fire, I think it all balanced out. Merlin, what did she do to him the whole time? Remus asked in concern. Insisted on a whole tour of the place, with bonus commentary on every guest twice, Harry said, with remembered dread for Ron recounting it all. Now, who would be offended by such a thing? James balked. People who need more dung bums in their life, Sirius smirked. Priorities, Remus snorted. I'm sure that was their plan all along, Sirius said. Marking true love at its finest, Lily giggled. It's one of the many reasons I fell for you, dear, James agreed. No one else in that school could hurl an endless amount of insults. Surely, I told myself, she'd run out eventually. She still hasn't, Sirius buted in with a contagious smile. Lilacs purple, right? Sirius couldn't help but pause to double-check. Yes, Padfoot, Remus rolled his eyes. I was just checking, he defended. Didn't want to mess up the visual that could have been pink after all, would have clashed with Ron's hair. He finished with a visible shudder. Judging from what we've heard, that was almost a compliment, James snorted. Least now we have a visual on Ron's real type, Sirius snickered. I do love these conversations, where you can instantly know the gist from the one statement, Remus beamed. That's awful, Lily yelped. I think she might have been joking, Sirius offered half-heartedly. Trying to keep things normal, I get that, James shrugged with an awkward look on his face. Why do I recognize his name? Sirius muttered. He knew it had come up in some relation to his. Oh, yeah, he brightened with a snap of his fingers, then put on a mock sorrowful expression. A tragedy I truly regret, but they all have to go sometime. I swear the Reaper would make better company than you, Remus rolled his eyes. Nonsense, he'd have lopped all of your heads off by now, Sirius sniffed. You lot should really be thanking me much more for how often I tolerate you. You tolerate us? James asked like Sirius had just spoken Mermish. You're welcome, Sirius concluded with a smirk before continuing, as was everyone present in here. Imagine what he would have done for his own wedding. Sirius had to wipe a tear away before he could look back at the words. I'm sure he treasures that, Lily managed around another wave of laughter. Crumb, James asked in surprise. How many other victors have we heard of? Remus snorted. I still don't have a good answer for that one, Sirius grumbled his misfortune. Harry's heart plummeted right out of him as he suddenly wondered if Fleur would have invited Cedric. All the champions present once more. Really, I might have enjoyed that show, Sirius pouted. What do you think would have happened? Remus asked curiously. Don't know, Sirius admitted, but those two aren't 14 anymore, and I'm guessing Ron would come up with something to show up Crumb. I don't even think the two are official yet, Lily disagreed. This could be the thing to make it official, though, Sirius sighed with regret he was missing out on the show. That's fair, James said with a little sigh. I guess it's a good thing the Falmouth Falcons didn't attend like I sent them a letter 3 years in advance to do. They might have showed me up. Lily opened, then closed her mouth, shaking her head and muttering that of course he'd done this before they'd even officially been together. What a thing to put on the tombstone, Sirius chuckled. Right up there with, murdered by groom for trying to invite insane in the toad brain. Remus rolled his eyes. They were an up-and-coming hit. It's not their fault they had a tendency to cause wart outbreaks, Sirius pouted. I think that was their entire goal, but thankfully Lily remains a voice of reason, James shrugged. I've never heard such sacrilege. Sirius grumbled, continuing not very quietly under his breath how his mate had gone soft. Was purple a theme for this wedding, or is this coincidence? Sirius asked. I'm going with theme, purple and gold. Harry shrugged. He hadn't paid it much mind. Oh, isn't that charming? I wonder at the enchantment for that, Lily smiled. Ha, credit for having multiple talents, James muttered randomly. In all celebration there is life and death, Lily quoted a favorite book of hers, one of the first she'd ever read in the wizarding world. Can't be intentional, I'm sure. Remus rolled his eyes. Exactly how low cut, Harry? Sirius asked pointedly. Harry said nothing, his gaze was unfocused, and he seemed a long ways off. Harry struggled for a moment to swallow, to imagine the life he'd left behind in this way. Had he, Ron, and Hermione managed to find any Horcruxes? Were they simply cut off from the world, maybe even each other, with nothing but the mission in sight? The idea was so dismal he almost couldn't breathe for a moment, then his eyes caught on his ring again. He couldn't fathom why he'd be wearing such a thing if that were true. Harry! He was jolted back to his dad speaking loudly in his ear. Weddings are supposed to be happy occasions. Now stop dwelling on your love life and help me make fun of Sirius. He's the only one who doesn't have one after all. Sirius visibly pouted. I could get married to anyone I want to right now. I choose otherwise. Ooh, you keep telling yourself that, James snorted. I never got the point of someone named William going by Bill, Sirius muttered, mostly for himself. Wouldn't they just go by Will? Odd traditions, like naming purebloods after stars, Remus pointed out. Sirius made a face at him and quickly dropped the subject. It all sounds so beautiful. Lily beamed for the pair while she kept having flashbacks to her own, right after they'd been inducted into the Order. It was their last day to truly live before they turned and faced the war. All seems to be going seamlessly, James congratulated. Harry frowned and muttered to himself, hand creeping to his wand without any idea why. His family was all still laughing and joking with each other about weddings and didn't even notice. I can't imagine such a wish, Sirius snorted. Surely he wants to hear every lovely detail she can provide. As much as I'd love to hear from your mother, James crinkled his nose. Prongs, don't speak about Euphemia like that. Our mum would be so disappointed in you, Sirius scolded with a completely straight face. James put his hands up in surrender and peaceably apologized. Why does that happen so often? Lily huffed. Wonder where Ginny is, James said suggestively, causing Harry to visibly blush. This should be interesting, Remus smirked. Here I thought Hermione had better aim, Lily giggled. I wish, Harry huffed, rubbing his shin. Damn, I really wanted to hear that, Sirius pouted. Harry couldn't help but smile pleasantly at all the happiness surrounding the air. This was a much better memory than the Yule Ball had ever offered him of so many dancing and laughing people. She'll start a new dance routine in no time, Remus said with certainty. Can you bring her along on this mission? James turned to Harry and pleaded. Ginny could make some good too. Oh, even Neville. He proved himself more than capable. How about Harry forced a laugh, though he knew his dad wasn't kidding, and turned pleading eyes on Sirius. He watched sadly for a moment before saving him and reading on loudly. Ron's really grown up, hasn't he? Lily smiled to herself, thinking of the rotten first year who'd driven a girl to tears for his careless words. If only that had happened 3 years ago, Sirius rolled his eyes. Those two could have saved themselves a world of problems. All things in time, Remus shrugged. I don't think Ron even would have admitted he'd like to have danced with Hermione until after she pointed it out to him, at which point he would have denied on principle. I still don't think all lav-lav was necessary, Harry muttered. The best answer any of us have gotten, James snorted. Look who got his name right, Sirius applauded. Like anyone's going to remember in 5 seconds, Harry huffed. Hope he doesn't give his presents away again, or Luna will be out of a job, Remus chuckled. That's a bit harsh, James snorted. Who hates the color yellow that much? Oh, they all muttered, but couldn't think back to what Harry had said. It hadn't been very descriptive. You guys don't recognize it? Harry asked eagerly. No, Lily admitted, sorry, love. Grindelwald had a sign, Sirius asked in surprise. I've never heard of such a thing, James agreed with a very confused expression. I wonder why Crumb does, Remus demanded. My history of magic is eluding me, Lily admitted with a shrug. Where did he originally base his power out of? Bulgaria, maybe. Or maybe Crumb's a fan, Sirius joked. Whoa, James muttered quietly. Can you imagine such a thing? Lily paled in shock. If Voldemort had done something like that to the school, that couldn't be erased. Slytherin did, but at least he didn't put it on display, Remus said in disgust. Rightly so, Sirius scowled. He knew he would have joined in. None of this is linking back to the Lovegoods, though, Lily insisted. I can't imagine they're actually supporting Grindelwald. Maybe Xenophilius thinks it means something else, Harry offered. Yeah, after everything we've heard, that does make sense, Remus winced. Still, I wish he'd think before he did something like that. You'd be surprised what can be taken as innocent and quickly made hurtful. He couldn't help but stop for a moment with a grimace, and Harry winced internally for how often he would have heard one too many jokes in a school corridor he'd be forced not to react to. Crumbs proving this point. You're doing as well as anyone, James offered. He couldn't say much else either. I thought she was dancing, Sirius said innocently. Poor dear can't have a moment of peace. Considering this conversation, that's almost fair, Remus smiled. Oh hey, looks like you put that one together, James cheered. Like a day after you guys got it in 5 minutes, Harry huffed. We're finding all this out in days, not years apart, Sirius reminded with a shrug. Plus, we already recognized Gregorovich's name, Remus said fairly. It's who you know, not what you know, Lily giggled. That's why it's called a fan magazine, Sirius declared with innocence. I'm sure some fan just assumed as such and spread the story, and soon enough it was as true as any fact. Think I could spread the rumor Hickory is Crookshanks? Harry asked with a laugh as he watched the cat hop up onto the fireplace mantel. Are you saying my cat has a squashed face? Lily pouted. No, but they're both scarily smart, Harry shrugged. I'd buy it, Sirius smirked. I've seen your mad cat run into quite a few walls face first after some speck of dust or another. Lily huffed and got up to fetch her cat, who squirmed right back out of her arms and pranced from the room, causing all the boys to laugh harder and her to simply sigh. Not lately, James shivered at the idea of the man's current circumstances. I find that very hard to believe, Sirius huffed. Everyone likes to say they're the best at what they do, but as mythical itself as Wandlore is, I don't think there is a true expert. That's clearly not going to stop Voldemort from trying, Remus sighed, hoping this Gregorovitch could run fast. Does his future husband count? Sirius asked. Sirius may be the brightest star in the sky, but not in this room, Remus hissed quietly at him, smacking the back of his head for emphasis as Harry winced. Sirius pouted, but recognized Harry still wasn't up for those jokes with his future so uncertain. Harry couldn't help a grudging laugh with everyone around him. Hyping yourself up there a bit. James couldn't help but tease. For all I know, it could be true, Harry said innocently. She could have hooked up with Neville on the train ride home. Nah, that's bound to be Luna. The two get along swimmingly, Sirius announced, and the look on his face made Harry wonder how much he meant that. Yes, he really did, Remus answered Harry's look. He spent quite a bit of time getting rid of girls he no longer wanted to date by setting them up with others. Juniper Carnell thanked me for setting her up with Presley Hannick. I think those two discovered some new species of pufferpods together, he smirked. Yes, and Lucy McAvoy still hasn't forgiven you for that date with Christopher Widdershins. Remus rolled his eyes, finishing with a stage whisper to Harry. Never go to a pub on a dare. It only ends in disaster. Especially the Hobgoblin pub, James agreed. That's a part of Hogsmeade I'm glad you hadn't found yet. What was he just implying about Luna? James huffed. I think they're a bit young for him anyways, Remus grumbled. Sirius opened, then closed his mouth, thinking better of that one for once. Lily scowled and grumbled a few things in protest, hoping Crumb would skiv off now. Priorities, James sighed. The trouble of your two best mates dating, Remus agreed quietly. He had plenty of memories because of this fact he could never look at again. Find it perfectly innocent for you to cut in, Sirius offered. I don't think Ram would feel the same when he finally looked away, Harry sighed, rubbing the back of his neck and honestly wishing he had seized this moment. That is true, Lily agreed. Muggles are missing out, James shrugged. I think I envy them that, Sirius huffed. Muggles are lucky they don't have to chase down a drink. Makes it more satisfying when you catch it, Remus chuckled. Sirius very obviously and needlessly Wolf whistled. Harry laughed anyways. Isn't this the same song about Odo dying? Harry asked, the memory of Slughorn singing it rather vivid. The very same, not a particularly good wedding number, Sirius agreed. But that was helping with your cover story, James protested. He thought I owed him money. Harry shrugged. Ah, never mind then. I avoid Sirius when he does that too, James chuckled. None of them really knew much about Doge. They recognized him, of course, but he wasn't a particularly frequent member of the Order. Most of them got the impression he was there as a friend to Dumbledore for sit-ins rather than contributing much at the meetings. This should be interesting. Sirius face palmed. It's agreed, Remus nodded along. We're never to share any secret with Harry. He's bloody awful at them. I've got some really bad news for you too then, James snorted while Harry rolled his eyes. He'd made a decision to trust someone so he could have an actual proper chat. Oh, well, Harry's not the only one on the list then, Lily chuckled. Or, Lily cooed sadly, she couldn't imagine outliving all of her friends. That would have been an interesting letter, Sirius muttered. Doesn't help the man doesn't count himself, Remus huffed. Most people aren't even sure he exists outside of rumors. Harry shifted uncomfortably at the idea of rumors about Dumbledore. He had a bad feeling that was going to happen a lot for quite some time. I prefer Beetle, James sneered. A descriptive one, though, Sirius offered. He was nicer than I would have been, Lily sniffed. I'm terrified of you two at war. Hermione scared me enough, James chuckled. What ones I have, Harry sighed. No, most people don't understand that, Remus told him simply. They'd rather just believe what they're told and not look farther. I can't say that's not better sometimes, Lily sighed, wrapping her arms around herself. The lies she'd lived through part of school had given her a few more years with her best friend before she'd been forced to see the truth. She still wasn't sure if those memories were worth keeping. Glory, this woman's awful, Lily yelped. Hard to believe she's a Weasley, James grumbled. Harry fought back the urge to remind them Marley used to as well, but couldn't quite suppress an eye roll at his parents. He didn't disagree with them. We're well aware, Sirius grumbled. It had clearly been on Harry's mind more than he was letting on. Make a break for it while you can, Harry, Remus Stage whispered. The spry little flamingo here will only make things worse, Sirius agreed. It's not helping your cover she doesn't recognize you. James happily changed the subject. Harry grumbled at them to stop with that. He had more important things to pay attention to right now. Excuse me, Remus spluttered in shocked disgust. I'm not the one making things up here, Moony, I promise you that, Sirius scowled down at the print. Honestly, the things people could say about one another, that wasn't a joke, that was heartless nonsense. At least Muriel continuing to call him that is helping his cover, Lily offered weakly, but she was glad she was ignored, that wasn't helping now. I still can't get past she managed all this after he died, James seethed. So clearly this source isn't reliable. Otherwise they'd have said all this when Dumbledore could argue his side. I'd certainly believe him over any of these others, Remus snapped. Elphia's was actually Dumbledore's friend. Lily bit down on her lip hard to stop herself, pointing out friends didn't always have the clear picture. Evidence was all over this future. No one bothered wasting breath anymore on this gag. Sirius was too invested in this. Rubbish. Absolutely smouldering and reeking. Dung, Remus was saying none too quietly. Sirius was going on around him anyways. He agreed with Moony, but still couldn't shake off this idea in his head he and Dumbledore could be sharing a certain burden of ignoring what went on in a house to save yourself. He'd left Regulus to a gruesome fate when he'd gone off with prongs. Had something similar happened to Dumbledore? It would explain why the Potters had never mentioned such siblings of Dumbledore in any factual kind of way. Clearly, we can't trust a word of this Lancelot, then, if he'll spill things of the strictest confidence, James spat. I can imagine, Lily sighed as she brushed at her hair. Doge was trying his best, but there was only so much one could do when there were two sides to a story. Dumbledore's friend would keep trying to have his side heard, and ignored as the rest of the world swallowed the gossip. James and Lily fought back a wretched look, but couldn't quite hide the sudden fear in their eyes. They had never been able to answer themselves how Dumbledore had left Harry with them with any kind of consciousnesses, had never checked on their son and seen what he was forced to live with and made another decision. Was this finally the reason? He'd overlooked it once before, so what was once more? They exchanged a broken look and were quite glad to keep these thoughts to themselves. Saying them aloud would make it far too real. Sirius couldn't help but stutter on that for a moment, clamping his teeth hard together to stop himself saying he could believe it of some. His own mother, for example, would likely have drowned any child of hers that dared to be a squib. Remus looked very much the same, more diminished than he had even right before the full moon. What he wouldn't give to not have to think of any of this, his own doubts and suspicions of Dumbledore being piled atop this new mess. He didn't know what to cling to any more, even as he tried to convince himself it didn't matter, any of it. The man he knew had still existed at some time, had allowed him of all creatures to attend school. It shouldn't matter what led to that man. Guilt manifests in many forms for many reasons, Remus said calmly enough, and Harry nodded in agreement, thankful at least someone was trying to keep an outside perspective. He wished he could be as much. All of this was making his head swim, the truth of it all overlapping with such an immeasurable migraine for the knowledge he couldn't put together yet. Of course you will, James said coldly. For all Muriel knew, she was dumping all this on a kid who had just lost their headmaster and a dear friend of his. The woman most certainly did not have a willing audience, but she just kept going. Why would you assume it's her? Lily asked in as normal a tone as she was capable of right now. Bathilda's not an uncommon name. It was on my mind, watching Hermione go through those books, Harry shrugged in answer. Never knew that, James muttered in surprise. Wouldn't have made me want to read the stupid book more, so I still don't care, Sirius huffed. Ooh, I wouldn't say that, Lily whispered. Dumbledore's foray into memories last year had made it quite clear what the mind can hold on to. She demanded to see this source herself before she believed it, but if some close personal friend of Dumbledore's parents had witnessed all this, it would be far more proof than an outsider friend of Albus like Doge. It only took a moment for them to remember why this would be so impactful to Harry, their final resting place. All five of them sank back into their seats with only silence to accompany this news. They'd had plenty to say about this future, but nothing good about this. Actually, that sort of makes sense, James quietly reasoned. When Dumbledore asks us to go into hiding, he'd want us to go to a place he knows. Maybe even his old house, Lily asked awkwardly. I could almost imagine agreeing we'd be. He trailed off, no one needing him to finish. The desperation was already a presence in their every word lately, to save their son from what was soon to happen. If they'd never had forewarning of this, but just had the news dumped on them in a year's time, Voldemort was coming for them, for their son. They'd have taken whatever help Dumbledore offered with open arms. Not something I'd want to share, really, Sirius whispered. He'd imagined being angry at this quite easily, if Dumbledore had just slipped that into conversation to Harry. While his godson deserved to know everything there was on James and Lily, it should come from a place of love and understanding, not commiseration. Harry shook all over, clutching his head and begging these thoughts to leave him be. He came back too with his mother and father still here for him now, and he'd cling to this as long as he could. I can't blame him, Harry, Remus finally managed in defense. It's not a history one would be proud of, certainly to go bragging about, let alone. He gestured needlessly to his parents. If Harry expected Dumbledore to say this, that was like he was asking his old headmaster to share every little anecdote of everything James and Lily had ever done. It wasn't Dumbledore's place, but then they'd all been wondering for quite some time just what place Dumbledore did have in Harry's life. It wasn't unreasonable for the boy to want to clutch to this sudden connection. He had so few. Harry didn't respond. He was so lost in his thoughts, he couldn't imagine what would pull him from them any time soon. It took Sirius a moment to realize what he'd just read. He had to shake his head around for a moment and readjust. That had been some pretty heavy accusations about the Dumbledore name, and now Hermione had popped back up to speak of laughing and dancing again. Even he couldn't manage such an abrupt mood shift. All the interesting things happening around you can't bother to take note of. James tried his hardest to laugh off, to pout at his son and grumble at him for not enjoying himself more while he had the chance. Harry didn't even notice. Didn't even realize he hadn't been named in attendance. Remus tried to awkwardly laugh off, but he'd hardly the breath to spare. No one could imagine what such a personal message could be interrupting now. They certainly wouldn't have guessed that. HP, hope you guys enjoyed. This is the last enjoyable chapter, or well, most of it was. Now it's all downhill from here. Okay, but does anyone else picture Remus as a stoner from time to time? Because if anyone needs a way to unwind and get the munchies, it's this guy. Lily's not pregnant, by the way. The timeline doesn't work. But I keep making jokes like this because I've heard some rumors about her supposedly being so when she died. JK has neither confirmed nor denied this, but I love the idea, so I keep hinting at it. Chapter 9. A Place to Hide. Chapter text. Harry snatched the book away from Sirius so fast he may have left marks on his fingers. Adrenaline had been dumped into his system without warning. It was all he could do not to draw his wand and stun the nearest person. He had to be doing something, though he didn't really consider himself lucky this was his solution. There were no words of caution, no drops of wisdom, no explanation for what they'd heard. The future as they knew it finally seemed to have collapsed with that one sentence. For a second, Lily wondered if it was her. She certainly felt like it, the horror of Kingsley's words still ringing in her head. She never even heard his voice, but that somehow made it worse, like a horrible, tuneless scream over and over. No, James managed the broken whisper of a word. So much destruction and chaos breaking out on this most remarkable day. He nearly collapsed at the idea of it all, even as he still had his hand tight around his wand for a fight he had no power over. Harry wondered if he was going to be sick, his mind flashing through so many colors, sounds, searching desperately for his friend. For once his vivid red hair didn't even stand out, but he knew he could not leave without him, no matter what. Right, yeah, at least someone's keeping their head, Sirius whispered hoarsely, wishing more every second his life hadn't been wasted away, that he could be there for his friend and godson in that moment. Both of them had reliable ones to watch their back, but it still wasn't him. Harry finally managed to catch a breath again, but it was one full of regret. He knew deep down he had to leave. He was more a danger to those around him than if he'd stayed to help, but no matter how forcefully he told himself this, it didn't hide his shame of running, leaving everyone behind to deal with a mess he'd been the cause of. Voldemort won't know what hit him. His father's voice cut right through every self-doubt. Harry caught his eye, still begging for assurance he knew they couldn't give. Right. Sirius quickly jumped in to agree. Fleur alone is going to make everyone, without an invitation, wish they were never born. Harry managed a nod in understanding, of agreement. He tried to take solace in the fact that he felt this to be true. No one had suffered permanently from this. But he could never forget he'd ruined another day for someone else. That's not an awful idea, Lily slowly agreed. No one will think to look for you in the Muggle world any time soon. Wish she hadn't picked somewhere so crowded, though, Remus shivered. The less eyes on them, the better, especially as much as the three of them are going to be sticking out. I can't fault her for that at a time like this, Lily disagreed, just grateful Hermione had gotten them out of there. Who knows what those boys would have done? Though she still half wished they hadn't left at all, the fate of those now a mystery. She couldn't believe it was for long or she'd go mad. Surely Ron would have some way to check in on his family. Damn! James burst in frustration, sharing Harry's sentiment. She what? Remus blinked slowly in confusion, going over it in his mind and unsure what he'd missed. She did say she'd been all packed up for days, Lily said slowly. She must have it all on her, perhaps an invisible bag she's been keeping stored on her person. Sirius offered. Harry, I'm surprised you haven't learned by now, James managed a half-decent chuckle. You shouldn't judge magic by what you can just see. Right, especially when it comes to Hermione, Harry smiled. Ah, the four around Harry said in understanding. Harry just looked bemused now, as usual in the face of Hermione's brilliance. He didn't really need to ask for more details on this, he'd pieced it together. Priorities, Sirius snorted. Isn't the Polyjuice potion still in effect? Lily asked in surprise. Better safe than sorry for him to stay out of sight, James reminded wearily. Lily couldn't disagree with that. We were already well aware of this, Sirius grinned. Nice to remind her every once in a while, though, Remus shrugged. I mean, maybe not, now that I'm under the cloak, Harry tried to protest in a soft mutter. It's too risky, Harry, Lily quickly corrected. You'd be putting Ron and Hermione in danger. They wouldn't be able to sneak off again with you. Right, he sighed, though this didn't help the stress building in him. He understood it and expected he hadn't argued with Hermione at the time for this very reason. See, even Ron agrees, James clapped Harry on the shoulder. You know, if he was worried about his family, he wouldn't wait for Hermione's say-so to be heading back. Yeah, Harry managed with a bit more calm, but the fear still present in him wouldn't fully leave. He was already starting to wonder if he'd ever be able to dispel this feeling for quite some time. Ginny's as high up on my list as Fleur for people to avoid when angry, Sirius quickly stated. I still remember the Bat Boogie hex. Harry tried for a laugh he didn't feel, but it was worth it to see those around him trying to relax back into these new circumstances. It wasn't working very well, the last message still buzzing in their head like nothing they'd experienced before, and that was damn near as scary as escaping Voldemort again. He never would have thought he'd experience something in this second wave of the war they hadn't, but here it was hanging over them all. Ministry, as useless as it had seemed to Harry, had still been a presence. Some sort of median, like a line Voldemort couldn't cross until the end. Now that had vanished, and they didn't know where to go from there any more than Harry. If only they knew. Remus crinkled his nose at what Hermione could do to those idiots. She doesn't even need a wand. Sirius got an old look of savoring a pleasant memory. She can just slap them round the face. Hasn't done that to someone who deserves it in a while. They haven't done anything yet. Lily chuckled at the two, a genuine noise that Harry tried to use to keep breathing. I'd have let him, James huffed. He needs to blow off some steam. I'd have had all three of you on the one side. Remus shifted uncomfortably at the thought. Tight fit be damned, I'd feel better for it. Guess Hermione was more worried about looking casual, even if she was failing at it, Harry sighed. Harry groaned in pain, sinking into his seat, and suddenly looking as pale and miserable as if this were starting all over again. He didn't understand why at all, could give no answer to their worried expression. All he knew was this situation had just gone up tenfold. Harry's skin was twitching non-stop now. He looked like he was having a fit. His hand kept trying to drop the book and reach for his wand without his conscious thought, so forcing his hand back every few seconds was making reading this twice as difficult as usual. His parents were exchanging terrified glances for what was wrong with him, but he couldn't even stop to apologize. He had to find out himself. Why does that not surprise me? Lily pouted that she couldn't do the same any time soon. I'm so jealous, Sirius agreed. Thanks for the optimism as always, Ron. James could only manage through gritted teeth, well aware who would be one of the first in cuffs. Remus had last been told trying to help others. There was now no telling if he'd managed to get away, or worse. Let's hope they don't become regulars, Lily tried for a small smile. How much stuff does she have in there again? Remus happily changed the subject. Enough that I just summon whatever I needed out, Lily said in exasperation for the idea of digging around in an endless pile you couldn't even see. Wait, what? The four around Harry demanded in both fright and shock, but Harry seemed almost calm about the whole thing now. He'd finally gotten to the part that had been bothering him so much, and now he'd entered into the memory with the calm clarity of the heat of battle. Prioritizing. Sirius half gasped, half screamed. I hate that spell. Remus muttered to no one, rubbing his wrists at the mere thought of it, but not nearly distracted enough to take a breath away from the edge of his seat until Harry was out of this sudden fight. Is it over? Lily demanded in a surprisingly calm voice, her wand still held tight in her hand, even if her eyes were as wide as they could go in panic. Can't be. No way there would just be two of them if Voldemort knew where Harry was, James corrected. Harry couldn't help but flinch for some unknown reason and quickly spoke past this. No one else came storming in that second, so I'm just hoping we up and got out of there. That's somehow a worry and a comfort, Remus muttered. As many times as she's been in situations like this, I'd think she'd be used to it by now. But, Sirius agreed with his second point, it's nice to know none of them have grown complacent to this type of shit yet either. You did have other things on your mind that night, Lily said quietly. Harry didn't argue the point, his eyes still dark with that memory. I disagree, Sirius huffed. I like to keep track. I've told you not to go bragging about that hit list, Remus grumbled. Makes you actually look like a serial killer, Padfoot. That's not going to be helpful any time soon. Sirius decided against arguing the point for now, considering the fact Moony wasn't wrong. They must have somehow managed to follow you from the wedding, Remus offered at once. It was the only solution he'd come up with. How? Harry's overage now. Their magic wouldn't be traced more than anyone else's, James snapped. He hadn't meant to do it so harshly. Remus shifted defensively, but he couldn't be any calmer with the idea his son had jumped from one fire to the next without any warning. They were running through the crowd for a moment before then, Lily began to offer, before shaking her own head and correcting herself. But I don't know, the polyjuice hadn't worn off yet. You think maybe Hermione then, or the red-headed bloke with her? I think it's still somehow possible, Sirius uneasily agreed. Hopefully Hermione has some way to check, Harry finally said to put them back on focus. He could feel an answer on the cusp of his mind, but felt none of them were anywhere close to it, so he couldn't bear hearing any more speculation that was driving his mind crazy. Harry couldn't help but stop and look at all of them curiously, as if expecting them to give him an answer, but they all remained quiet and kept whatever thoughts they were having to themselves. He eyed Remus especially, but he kept his lips firmly pressed together. Harry couldn't help but stop again with a challenging expression in place now, and was surprised to see them smiling. The best damage done is when they don't even know what happened, James chuckled. Until it's too late, Sirius leered. However those Death Eaters had been sent there, they'd now go away empty-handed and useless. Clever, Remus met Harry's eyes and grinned. Under the circumstances, you made a very smart move. Harry smiled back and kept going with a hint of pride now. Not that he'd needed it, but it felt nice to have their approval now. He still couldn't shake the feeling it wouldn't last long. Didn't she use one on her parents to send them to Australia? Harry muttered in confusion. He'd been far too distracted to ask her at the time. She replaced those memories with new ones, Lily corrected. This is a much smaller scale, a different spell of just taking one small instance away. Thought that one was obvious. Harry couldn't help but snort for his friend. Maybe she liked the view. Lily couldn't help but mutter to herself. The boys around her ignored her. And where would that be? Sirius asked pleasantly. In his shoe, perhaps. Surely not up his sleeve. Oh, I know where, she said. He theatrically popped himself in the head. Up his. Thank you, Padfoot. Remus quickly shushed him and waved Harry on. They still would have had to find some way to get a hold of him to do it first. James tried to rebuttal. No Death Eater's been near him long enough to do it. Not even during that flight with Hagrid, Sirius agreed. I think they'd have noticed if something had been put on them at the wedding, Lily sighed. Remus didn't say it, but he knew he couldn't be the only one thinking it. There was yet another traitor in the Order. It was the only way to explain this. The only people who had been near enough to Harry for this to be true was only people that they trusted. He couldn't bring himself to say it, though. None of them could, so Harry continued with an even heavier weight upon him. Harry visibly swallowed with discomfort, some part of him afraid to learn this answer for fear of what else it would reveal of his future. He didn't know how many more betrayals he could take. That wouldn't solve anything, James quickly agreed. Yeah, how does you getting captured fix this problem, pup? Sirius demanded. Harry didn't argue the point. They already knew what he'd been thinking. Better him alone than with them, but they were all right, of course. If that were his plan, he would have just handed himself over to Voldemort long ago, rather than letting everyone around him keep helping him. How is that place in any way safe? Sirius demanded in disgust. It's still one of the most self-contained protected places I know, Harry said evasively, even as his stomach twisted with discomfort for the idea of the place again. Not now that Snape can go telling any Death Eater he likes about it already, Sirius snarled. It's a miracle he hadn't done it back when the Order was frequenting there. Mad I put protection up. I don't care if Moody's ghost is standing guard at the door. You don't need to go back there. Harry couldn't help but shrink away in fright, just a bit. Sirius had never shouted at him like that before. Sirius winced as he realized the same, took a deep breath, and offered a sincere apology, which Harry quickly accepted. Then awkward silence hung for a few moments as Harry dithered. If he kept going, he was worried. Sirius was just going to get even more upset at this course of action, but he didn't know what else to say. James finally quit just looking between the pair and decided to try mediating. Relax, Padfoot. It'll only be temporary until they figure out what just happened. Whatever, is at that place I'm sure won't be any worse than the last time they were there. Sirius didn't look particularly convinced. Last time Harry had been there, his little brother's initials hadn't been on some piece of Voldemort's soul. He didn't know how or why, but he did know he didn't want to hear any more about it, and his godson winding back up at that place was leaving the topic on his mind worse than ever. He couldn't bring himself to say any of that aloud, though. He still hardly knew what to make of it himself, so just gave a grudging nod, more for the realization he'd have to sit here and listen to it no matter what. James smacked him upside the head. Don't be stupid. If you do find out Snape's in there, you're going to run as fast and far as you can. If the jinxes didn't work, then Snape's waiting with a dozen other Death Eater for whichever Order member popped up there, and it's not going to be you. Harry rubbed at the spot, but didn't argue that point. He had faith Hermione would talk him out of that one at least. Then why don't you now? Lily insisted. I can't imagine this is the answer, or it would be an even worse problem the moment you were attacked. Yeah, other Death Eaters would definitely have shown up by now, even Voldemort himself, James insisted. Harry couldn't help but flinch again, and they thought they had made their point. Remus shifted with unease that at least the Death Eaters might recognize that noise and know something was afoot even sooner than they'd hoped. But with any luck, Harry was going to a place that couldn't be immediately followed, too. He was praying to anything Moody's charms would hold. I would have waited on that, Lily murmured quietly, one hand still clutching her wand tightly, the other she was repressing the urge to push over her mouth. She didn't know if she was fixing to scream or vomit, but there was some kind of stress building up in her she'd be forcibly releasing soon, and her son's getaway being open would have helped with that. So glad nobody ever bothered to move that, Sirius managed hoarsely, his own slew of memories spinning sickeningly through his mind, his little brother being featured in them more than his parents this time, and that was somehow worse. James opened his mouth to say something, but Harry hadn't noticed and continued. Yeah, that's what I was going to go with too, he muttered, still twirling his wand uneasily in hand. I'm all for you camping out there until you leave. Sirius nodded vigorously. Harry made an uneasy face at the word camping, wondering why even this rotting old house still felt more hospitable than that word. Always the brave one. James groaned, knowing he could never really hate his son for that, but not exactly always proud of it like now. What was the other real options, though? There weren't any, so he kept his mouth shut and waited with every muscle tensed. Could have been just a bit more unpleasant to him, but hopefully effective, Remus grumbled. Harry couldn't keep going, mouth hanging open, but a scream unable to escape in his shock. Eyes unfocused and clearly still seeing what none of them could, be tried to stutter. No, I didn't. His parents instantly jumped in to try and keep his attention. It took a bit of coaxing, but he didn't look like he was going to faint from the vision bestowed upon him anymore. Okay, Sirius, you were right, Harry groaned as he shook his head, still getting his bearings. I regret coming back here now. I'm always right. I thought you learned this by now, Sirius said good-naturedly, not at all happy Harry had to suffer through that, considering this hadn't even been on his radar of worries for this place. His friends were so distracted and honestly disturbed by what had just happened, they didn't even have it in them to poke fun at him before Harry tried to keep going. Nobody in here felt much better. Sirius was half convinced Voldemort would have died of fright seeing that thing up close. Anyone else just have a flashback? James sighed, for a moment all too easily recalling Sirius storming upstairs and having this same reaction. Not a good one, Sirius grimly agreed. Lily couldn't suppress a moan of pain, her eyes squeezing shut at such a callous way to put it. Harry murmured an apology while she fought back the feeling and sat back up just as quickly. She wouldn't keep letting this feeling overcome her. She'd buried away this friendship years ago. It was long past time for that final nail. I'm missing Crookshanks already, Sirius pouted. Harry watched those around him try for a light laugh at Ron's ignorance, Remus adding on, You two really needed that last year of school. Hermione could have graduated during her 5th year, though, he finished with a straight face. So, send Hermione off to do this on her own while we do homework. Yeah, brilliant idea, Professor, Harry snorted. Yeah, Harry's right, Sirius scowled at him. She'd spend all her time traveling around to different libraries looking for information rather than acting on any of it. Now they were all genuinely laughing again, most of the tension finally being eased back out of the room. I don't recommend naming it that, James said, with an awkward smirk for making light of this. Might confuse every other patch of dust in the house. None of the other specks of dust cause nightmares, so I'm okay with this one getting a special name, Remus shivered. Exactly. Lily was more than happy to go back to this target. There must be something we missed. It really wasn't that far away from Diagon Alley. Odds aren't too out there. Perhaps someone just recognized the witch and wizard about and sent the message along to the ministry, and the Death Eaters were the ones who went there, seeing as. She trailed off in despair for that reminder. Right, makes as much sense as anything, James soothed in agreement. Sirius was now convinced he was going to be sick. The last real memory Harry had of him was their parting words in the heat of battle, and before that another departure from this miserable house. Thanks to Voldemort, though, he had another, a false memory of him being tortured. Now it was happening again, and he couldn't stand the idea of Voldemort repeating the practice, trying to lure him out again. He tried to say something of this to Harry, not even sure what he was hoping would come of it, but his throat felt like it had swollen shut anyways, and he could hardly get a breath out, let alone anything else. No, 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 James began muttering incessantly under his breath. Real or not real, Harry would suffer for it, maybe even more than Ron. That's how it started last time, Remus said through gritted teeth. We all remember, Harry snapped, the unspoken words even louder. Before Voldemort had learned of the connection, before he'd used it to take away, but Sirius was right here, just fine. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. He kept reading loudly before anyone else could remind him of his past mistakes again. Aye, Harry, I think she's right this time, Lily said quietly, but calmly beside him. What? Harry couldn't help but instantly protest. I need to use whatever I can to take him down. If this is one of them, Lily shook her head sadly from side to side, but she had no energy left to argue with him about something else right now. She couldn't make this decision for him, but it was there in every uneasy twitch she would no longer approve of him doing this. Screw Dumbledore, he didn't even tell you what this was until it was too late. James scowled. You need to do this for yourself, Harry. I could use it to help, Harry insisted. What if he thinks about the Horcruxes, where they are or something, or about a real attack, or you'll end up exactly where you were last time, James said, with a completely haggard face, the last few nights of vivid nightmares coming to the forefront. Whatever rebuttal, Harry had died on his lips for such an expression he'd never have dreamed upon his dad. Whether it's real or not, Harry, I just hope you manage some way to do this without those. He looked like he was fighting back tears now, and Harry shriveled up with guilt causing this on them. What he wouldn't have given to hear his parents say this to him any time before. But then if that had been possible, none of this was likely to have ever existed. He turned almost shamefully back to the book with no answer for them, some grain of stubbornness still residing deep inside him, saying he would do whatever he needed to. Oh, right, under Voldemort's right-hand man. No wonder it was so utterly botched. Sirius recalled with so much sarcasm it seemed to hurt. So, you agree it's useless to try blocking this out? Harry asked in surprise of this alliance. Oh, Godric, no. I'm begging for this to never be mentioned again, let alone you trying it out. Sirius shivered in disgust. I'm just acknowledging what Hermione never would. You were never given a satisfying answer to this problem. Harry sighed, knowing he wasn't going to get a better answer. Harry had received many of the same sensations again while learning of these memories. He wished this wasn't one of them. The feeling rising slick and fast now, while he was trying to look confident he would not be so easily duped again, wasn't helping. Not that he had any delusions, he was fooling them anyways. He was quickly losing the will not to excuse himself to the bathroom, hands trembling along the pages at the recurring pain. Sirius visibly flinched, his mind suddenly panicky and flaring. If Harry sought out his name, he'd see what was right beside it, could put together an answer Sirius refused to believe was true. Harry hadn't even noticed. He was so focused on his past rather than them for once, determined he could get through this without inciting another fight. Oh, thank Merlin, Harry gasped in relief. At least that was something they could all agree on. Only Ginny. James half stuttered even as he really did smile. I'm worried for the twins. Can't have one of them getting caught with a Vila cousin at a time like this. Or poor new Mrs. Fleur Weasley, Sirius agreed with mock fright. Oh, the poor dear, probably weeping for her dress and party favors, after having killed every last one of those idiots for invading her day. Harry hitched a smile into place for them, just wishing he could end this now on a nice note. Instead of the horror, he could still feel waiting to pounce on him the moment he let his guard down. Harry couldn't help the same now, even if the pain was only in his memory and not really in his head. The book fell to the floor, and he clutched his skull in pain again. He fought his way back from it just as fast, gritting his teeth and feeling as if he were pushing a mountain away from him. But the promise of relief prevailed, and he found himself back in another time, but still a home. He couldn't bring himself to apologize for this, and no one looked as if they wanted to press him for the matter. There was no good answer for this torment he was still going through. Harry stopped there with an unreadable look on his face. It was certainly some level of pity for his once school rival, but mingled with the horror of everything else going on and his own pain mixed in. What had just been presented was beyond reproach to everyone. Yet another new level Voldemort had been shown capable of. Oh, so it's not just me. Sirius managed in a mostly raspy voice that still fought to sound casual. Good. I was worried I was going soft there for a moment. You padfoot. James shook his head at the very idea. No, trust me, this is just confirming my fear. I'm predicting Harry's to launch a rescue mission for Draco now to get him out of there. I'm half tempted to myself. Harry wasn't entirely sure if they were joking, but either way he couldn't be drawn into their conversation with this horror so fresh in his mind. I've finished, he whispered, hating how final that really felt. He knew he was a long way from being done with this tale, but something inside him had ended all right. The hate he'd once held for Malfoy was gone, to be replaced with something he could only hope one day he could share with everyone suffering with this war, another life. HP, another life, Akka. What was almost the name of this fic before I decided I liked the current one better. I went through a few things, including proper life. It was back then, and all lives end in beginnings. There was no point in sharing this. Chapter 10, Creature's Tale. Chapter text, Harry handed the book to Remus with a sense of dread. Having been forcibly removed from the burrow had made it even more real, no longer a construct in his mind, but his plans finally being forced into action. Not that he even really had a plan yet. Remus took the book with a gentle, reassuring smile at Harry. None of them had forgotten their argument, but they were well aware they couldn't force Harry into anything. All they could do was be there for him, and he was more than happy to help with that by taking his turn through this mess. James smiled with pride, knowing he'd have done the same for Lily in a heartbeat. Considering the important women in Ron's life, James was convinced he would have done this for his mother as well as his sister. Hermione was more than deserving of it. Lily smiled affectionately, but her worry still held they hadn't said anything official yet. She hoped this wasn't an ill omen of their fate together. It's not something you ever quite get used to, Remus agreed in sympathy. No matter how much you're included. Stop being such a downer, Moony. Sirius rolled his eyes. Aye, James' voice faded before he could even get started. He had a bag of mixed feelings for all this as well, but he had for much longer than Harry it seemed, days ago when he'd heard of his son's first year. He hadn't come to much of a conclusion himself, and there hadn't been much since to help, only hinder. He couldn't imagine advising Harry on something he couldn't figure out himself. Thanks for understanding. Harry still smiled at him. The look that passed between the two held more than if James had shared any of that aloud. Sirius shifted with guilt, as if Harry had lobbed that at him. His godson's current place in thinking of this wasn't helping. His mind tried to build a defense that he couldn't have done more to save Regulus than he did, but was that true? Had Dumbledore ever told himself the same? If Sirius had tried more to invest in his little brother's life, would he have still joined the Death Eaters and been just another casualty? He still had nothing but speculation on those initials and feared never getting a real answer. Lily looked her son in the eye and said with confidence, Now don't start that. He did care about you. He had a heart as big as Hagrid's. Has, she quickly corrected, going a little cross-eyed and dry-mouthed, but still continuing. I don't have the answers Dumbledore didn't give, but honestly, Harry, I know he cared about you. How could you not? Don't you remember why he didn't tell you about your connection to Voldemort for so long? He'd cared too much. The words echoed back in Harry's head now as he gazed around at them all. Worry and indecision was plain. They wanted to demand answers as much as him, possibly keep their distance a bit more now than they'd ever considered. But still, there was no true contempt like he was beginning to feel. He took a deep breath and tried his hardest to keep this feeling in him now, but it was already slipping away again as the memories pressed on. Or it was Creature returning and doing his usual job of making the place even more unlivable, Sirius muttered with disgust, still wishing more than anything he could drag Harry from that place. Harry snorted in surprised laughter, even as excitement flared in him for this discovery. Get lost on your way up there much. Ron had the same thing, and you didn't laugh at him for it, Sirius pouted. It's not like I put it there. I was well aware where my room was. It was the only sanctuary I had there some days. I'm just hoping he goes even further up. I want to see how you lovingly redecorated your parents' room. James didn't bother to suppress his glee at this, vividly remembering Buckbeak had spent a large amount of time in there, and it would be fun to take the mickey out of that some more. We have, James and Remus said together, Remus continuing, on separate occasions, but both were quite memorable. His twisted smile did not liken towards a good way. Mine was more for serious actions than anyone, though. James managed just a bit of laughter in remembrance. His parents were insisting he have a friend over for the holiday, keeping up appearances or something right. He offered. Oh yeah, it was my first summer back, and I was still, well, not exactly trying to make amends after all the howlers and nasty letters they'd sent at first for my placement, Sirius recalled with an unimpressed expression. But I was still trying to be civil at the time, believe it or not. Not, Lily snorted. She couldn't get him to be civil with people he did like, and his parents were notoriously not in that category. Sirius ignored her. And he was the most, well, only semi-decent, respectable friend I'd mentioned, Sirius finished with an eye roll. I swear they acted like I hadn't even said any other names, he finished with a grimace. Anyways, James continued loudly, it was a nice dinner party for about 5 minutes. We were caught sneaking upstairs and began some redecorating of his room. Prongs and I got pissed at Creature trying to turn tail and tattle on us, and may or may not have accidentally set that elf on fire. Not. Definitely an accident. James quickly defended the scandalized looks of his wife and child. Well, don't tell anyone else that. I still hold that as my third highest achievement, doing that under her nose, Sirius smirked. My first was getting out of that house for good, he finished to Harry. Second was getting into Gryffindor. Harry couldn't decide what expression he was supposed to be holding here, while Lily was grumbling to herself if she really wanted to hear more. Remus decided for them and cut in. Mine was an even shorter visit, and quiet ugly. I'm not even sure you should hear it. It's not like their opinion of Wahlberger can get any lower, Sirius snipped in disgust before again explaining. Tried to sneak Mooney in one night because I got bored, thought everyone was asleep. Was that little curd ruining my life again, waking up the house with someone not a pureblood being present? And then, his face grew steadily more red with anger. Dear old Mum recognized Mooney from his dad being in the news a few years back because his son got attacked by a werewolf. She put two and two together, and Remus tried to finish it off much more smoothly than had actually happened. A few curses were thrown around, and the two of us jumped into the fireplace and off to Prong's place. Didn't show my face there again until next summer, Sirius sneered, and it was my last. Harry felt close to horrified now. As many abysmal memories as he had at the Dursleys, very few had ever come to blows. Even the ones that had came from shock of his magic, he understood now what he hadn't in his younger years. He couldn't imagine Sirius' own parents intentionally throwing curses around, especially because of Remus. Adding Creature being the cause of clearly at least half his troubles in that house, and Harry wanted to hug his godfather rather than force him to continue hearing of this miserable house. Sirius went wide-eyed with exaggerated innocence, all the while boasting with pride for Harry getting the chance to see this. Whatever could you mean, pup? Has the impression of my family made you think such a thing? They're lucky he didn't burn the whole house down, on accident or on purpose, James snorted. To Sirius' surprise, Lily started giggling. She wasn't even trying to hide it. He preened with even further delight, while Harry's smile continued to grow at remembering all this. Sirius' smile dropped. His heart felt like it was going to sink right out of his chest. It's not as if he'd forgotten that picture. He couldn't ever. Yet he'd almost been hoping Harry's eyes would skip over it for everything else around. Remus and James knew at once what this was as well, and Harry and Lily could make a guess at all the suddenly glum faces. Harry flattened his hair and fidgeted a bit even as he smiled winningly at them now. Watching his dad was better than any picture he had of him, better than any dream he ever could have hoped for. Sirius, on the other hand, felt almost alien sometimes. He loved interacting with this almost carefree, vibrant godfather, but it still shook his mind at times to have the image crystal clear of what he'd become. He could never put that into words, and he didn't really want to anymore. The life Sirius had been forced to suffer was past now, and with any luck, he'd never have to go through it. Again. Sirius slumped heavily in his seat, sitting just a bit closer to Remus than was necessary. He needed whatever reminder he could, keeping his eyes on James, even as his best mate looked ready to be sick. It still hurt, no matter how many different ways they were forced to remember all those years they'd had together. They couldn't just erase them, pretend they'd never happened with him, but the sense of betrayal they all would carry for the rest of their lives almost made them wish they could. James squeezed his eyes tight shut, pinching the bridge of his nose as his glasses dug uncomfortably in. He tried, just for a moment, to erase that part of the picture from his mind, make it fade out, but he couldn't do it. Even now, he would not pretend to go back and change the best years of his youth around his friends, no matter how much he wished to somehow stop Peter from his treachery. He didn't care how much Sirius and Remus hated him for it. He could never forgive, but he could not forget. "Oh, no, you're pretty close," Remus went to reassure in a more raspy voice than usual. He tried to clear it, but that didn't help much. He still kept speaking like he was getting over a head cold. "We took that, it was suggested right after they found out. Well, he thought. Our former friend suggested it after we found out Remus was a werewolf, sort of a commemorable joke," James finally said in a flat, dead sort of voice. Sirius' face was as red as the Gryffindor colors he'd been proudly flying in his room. Remus could hardly stand another moment of lingering on this and tried to keep going around the tight ball in his throat. "Sorry, Harry," Sirius whispered. "I still have that one, though." Lily offered, her mind on their old scrapbook. "If you really still want it. I have better ones now," he answered with a smile at them all. Are we still thinking it was Creature?" Sirius asked with mock cheerfulness, more than happy for any change of subject. "I really can't imagine who else would be doing this," James agreed. Sirius couldn't help a fond chuckle of remembrance for that. Remus swore he regretted giving him that even years later, as it had been the start to his obsession with motorcycles, but Mooney still smiled at his own memory of the messy note he'd gotten in thanks for sending that. "Oh, must be a letter from me to you." James blinked in surprise before lighting with a smile. "We get to know about this early, how fun. Why's it there, though?" Sirius asked of no one. "You'd think something like that would be around our flat." "I maybe got a hold of it, showed it to you while we were there," Remus offered quietly. Sirius nodded absently for the idea while trying to fight off the urge to cry. This was all he'd have left of the family around him, to remind him they even existed after Azkaban would have tried to take it all away, an old note from his best mate. All five of them burst out laughing at the idea. Finally, this felt like something in their future they could look forward to, Harry's first birthday. Sirius was beaming already. The idea had been on his mind for ages, since he'd seen it being advertised. James couldn't have been happier if he'd tried. Remus paused with a funny look on his face. This wasn't feeling much like a letter from Prongs with that wording. But then he realized he was the only one who noticed. James blinked in surprise and cast his eyes to where that thing had once stood, but he'd already smashed it in this time, and they'd thrown it away rather than repair it. He shrugged without much more thought for it, while Harry got a creeping feeling up his spine for realizing the same. The irreversible idea things were already being changed was not one he wanted to think about right now. Remus stared at that for a moment, gaze flickering up to the others as his brain readjusted what he was reading. "Ha!" Sirius finally said, with a shrug, ignoring Lily's faint blush, as she'd only called him Padfoot once. Now she was addressing letters to him in this way. It likely didn't contain any secret to have the need to so. "Guess you take to calling me that regularly sometime soon. Should I be getting worried you two are going to start conspiring behind my back?" James Mark pouted. "Yes," the two answered in tandem, before breaking out with laughter. James and Remus were so taken by surprise, they took a moment to join in. By then all four were snickering away like idiots. Harry watched this near tears. Even in his wildest imagination, he couldn't have come up with the homey scene playing out before him, involving his family discussing something so carefree. He didn't know what magic had sent him here, but in this one moment, he knew he'd never regret it, no matter the consequences. Their smiles began flickering in confusion, mostly wondering for the first time why Sirius was being written this like he wasn't there, and then realizing this was exactly what Lily meant. Then more anxiousness. What was someone named Bathelder doing here? This was less than a year in their time, and already things would be changing. Remus had to clear his throat awkwardly before he stuttered over the next line. Well, there was their answer and confirmation. Sirius blanched in shock as he suddenly realized this meant he had successfully missed every single birthday of Harry's. James could only manage an awkward laugh as he tried to rouse some comfort out of that look. Well, at least you're consistent. You gave him his first broom and his best. Sirius nodded, but not as if he'd heard and agreed. James looked like he'd been kicked in the face now as realization slammed down on them all. He and Lily were already in hiding then. They seemed to have been moved to Godric's Hollow, and were at least going underground by next July's end. Dumbledore had taken his invisibility cloak by that time as well. Why? The question had bothered him greatly back during Harry's first year when this had all come up. He hadn't shown it to his order yet. Perhaps he had when Dumbledore revealed the gruesome news, and his old headmaster had taken it then. Lily was having to ask Sirius to come around, as if he were already trying to draw distance away from everyone. Lily wasn't feeling much better. They thought they would have until October of next year before this really came to fruition. Somehow 2 more months being shaved off their time was even more suffocating, the walls of this future closing around them all the faster. Sirius took an uneasy breath, then provided exactly what Lily had asked for. Well, of course it would cheer him up. The man can hardly live without me for longer than a day. You once spent an entire week camping outside the Ravenclaw dormitory to figure out their riddle, and I didn't even notice, James reminded. I wouldn't call it camping, Remus snorted. He kept having the house elves bring him food, and the Ravenclaws always waited until he left for the bathroom to get in. I think they enjoyed it, another level of difficulty putting them on a timer. We're dating Evans by then. I needed something to do with that free time, he pouted, before turning an accusing gaze on her. I told you monopolize him. Isn't it any consolation I'm all but begging for your endless wealth of humor soon? She returned sarcastically. No, he smirked as his real answer. Whatever good mood they'd tried to put themselves back together with vanished just as fast. Lily had only been a part of their lives for about 4 years now, in any integral way at least. They'd long since grown used to her presence after the first near inseparable months of their dating. But even after all this time, she'd never done something as casual as referring to them for the nicknames they'd given each other, let alone adopting her own version of them. Her dating James alone had been a very gradual and slow process. Accepting his friends had been an even more glacial proceeding. She'd long since let her guard down around them all, but there was something even more personal about the double-crossing to come when they realized for the first time how much Lily would really come to care for them. Maybe even more than she had for her own once best friend. Remus was nearly sick at having said that. How many others before James had that traitor gotten killed? Had he seemed down because it was his information already being passed along? They'd never really asked for more details on exactly how this had all begun. Remus didn't think he could live through it. No matter how much he was ashamed of himself for it, he couldn't let himself think about this now. They had to blink for a moment and come back to themselves, almost having forgotten for a moment this was from Harry looking back rather than a peek of them looking forward. What knowledge he'd gained of his family and his life had always come to him in broken bits and pieces. It felt like he'd never get the whole picture. Lily startled in surprise as she glanced at her son with a pleased little smile. She'd never realized such a thing. She suddenly wondered if, when he'd been learning his letters, Petunia had taken a hand in this and instructed him to do it in a way their mother had once taught them. She took his hand, the one with that ghastly scar Umbridge had forced in, and found some stupid sense of perverse pleasure there was no G in there to mark her now. "Oh, Harry," Lily sighed as she turned to brushing at his hair. "You're all the proof that's needed, silly." Harry just smiled at her with pure warmth, his hand going up to fumble for something around his neck that was no longer there. He wasn't sure if he could put into words the meaning this held for him, that he had something of his dad's and godfather's, now his mum as well. Lily's hand tightened painfully around Harry's as she sighed and tried to fight back tears. She could hear the tomcat now scraping around in his litter box in the back room. Little specks of litter would soon be spotted in his dark brown fur, and leaving a trail from that area she'd have to clean up. Soon he'd come along and find her when he wanted his chin scratched, and would yowl loud enough for the whole house to hear when he wanted his dinner. The idea of anything happening to her little Hickory, a dearly beloved present and pet from her husband, was yet another casualty she would do her damnedest to prevent. James made a huffy little noise of agreement. Add it to the list of things he wanted to demand with no way to get an answer. Seems possible, though what led to me revealing it right when my family would need it most is still beyond me, James groused. If that was how it had come to light, though, he couldn't even resent it, not that he ever really had to begin with. After all, it had fallen into the right hands in time, and the thing would not have saved his wife and child for all that they understood had happened on Halloween night, so he tried to push it all away. James flinched again as that knife in his back was dug in a little deeper, but Remus looked as if he could hardly keep breathing. This kept being forced in their face so repeatedly, and was thankful he didn't linger on it any more. Lily needlessly shrugged, not that anyone had thought she'd know. There was plenty she'd heard of Dumbledore now. She hadn't even thought of nearly a fortnight ago now. But it seemed there was even more to learn if any of what Skeeter had implied was even a little true. She'd certainly consider Bathilda more reliable than whatever Skeeter would soon be parodying of apparently the same stories. They all got a slightly jilted laugh out of those options. They seemed the kindest, after all the other nasty implications thrown about regarding some sister and parents that apparently the generation before them loved to gossip about. Lily smiled with pure love once more. As far as she was concerned, the important part of that had been saved at least. I can't imagine Creature taking it, Sirius scoffed in disgust. Who then? Remus looked genuinely confused at this puzzle. I don't know why the picture would have been torn. None of the other papers seemed to have much messed up. The books were said to have pages missing only because they were mishandled. You think the picture is what they were after? Lily asked blankly. It may contain whatever you were fixing to mention about Dumbledore, Remus agreed. I don't know. Can't imagine what. Like I said, it seems the only thing with actual harm done to it, he finished with just as much confusion. Honestly, I can't even say I care. James rolled his eyes. Like Lily said, the important part lasted. He grinned at Harry, imaging him slowly growing up and getting to watch as he should, the pure bliss he would soon be feeling getting to see his 1-year-old on his first broom. Glad Harry agrees. Remus chuckled. He nodded now to say as much, but for some reason, something in him was holding him back from doing so with any more conviction. That Remus was half right, he was sure, but he couldn't think why. What, is Hermione calling to check how you like your eggs? Sirius snorted. Oh, they all blinked in surprise to realize she'd actually been worried, and with good reason. They suddenly felt a little bad themselves, not warning Harry to give them some idea he hadn't just vanished like that could have seemed. The Marauders got a particular snicker out of that. Well, since Hermione didn't, Sirius cleared his throat and glared at Harry to say in what he clearly thought was Ron's voice, "You're a git." Thanks, Sirius, Harry chuckled. Where they were headed to next, possibly, Sirius offered uncomfortably, though he wouldn't find much. Yes, I'm so sure I roast her on this topic daily, James rolled his eyes. You mean grill, dear, Lily corrected. Well, you weren't being subtle, Remus tried to smirk, but it didn't come off right as this was presented again. He had to swallow uncomfortably before he could keep going. That doesn't mean it has to consume your life. Sirius blustered in frustration. At this rate, he'd take anything getting Harry out of this place. I'm not saying to treat these things like a holiday side project, but let Harry live a little during it. She's always had a bit of single-minded focus, Harry shrugged in defense, his feelings on Godric's hollow mixed, and all over the place, whenever he tried to think about it long so more than happy if it was put off. I would have waited until Ron was there so you wouldn't have to share that twice, James sighed. Lily tisked at Harry. That's not helping anyone. You may as well be honest with her and Ron. Harry still didn't say anything, and James snorted. Right, and I'm not the best chaser Hogwarts ever had. Come on, Harry, you really shouldn't deny these things. Harry got a small smile out of that at least, while Lily rolled her eyes and muttered about his fat head never really leaving him. Some truths don't do justice for the full story, Sirius muttered evasively. He couldn't believe he was defending Dumbledore of all people on this, but he didn't think the truth of the life he was brought up in reflected who he chose to be. Harry watched him, taking a moment to understand what Sirius meant before replying. I still think I should get to decide that for myself, not have others pick and choose parts of the story. He loved and respected his godfather, not in spite of his upbringing, but because of what he knew of it and how he'd become better for it. Harry hadn't been shy in shaming them when he'd seen a particular moment between them and Snape, but his godfather had grown from that. If something similar had happened in Dumbledore's past, he felt he had a right to know about it, considering he was on this path in large part with his old headmaster's hand. Sirius just nodded without further argument. He wanted answers from Dumbledore as well, but the kind related to prongs and what the man had to do with their future. He still wished Harry would quit trying to dredge up his past. That was done with, even in their time. Sirius twitched uneasily and sunk deeper into his seat, while Harry suddenly sat up very straight, his excitement rising for some unknown reason. Sirius laughed without humor as Harry compared the wrong black kid as the traitor to the family. Remus read past that without a second glance. He was well aware of Sirius' little brother's full name. Sirius had cursed it often enough in his youth, while sharing all of his feelings about the imperious little whelp, always doing what he was told. He didn't see it doing anyone any good to linger now, when Sirius had so many misgivings about him. They likely weren't going to get an answer to. Surely those initials were just a coincidence to be appearing in relation to a bit of Voldemort's soul. Lily ruffled her brow in confusion as she looked hard at the book and then around at all the boys, clearly missing something. Then Lily went very still, her eyes narrowing in on Sirius, and then she got to her feet to smack him upside the head. "Ouch! What was that for?" he demanded sullenly, as he knew full well. His earlier thoughts about not lingering on the past now sitting heavier than ever in his heart. "You knew this whole time and couldn't bother to tell us." "Rather you really, dear," James lightly defended. "He wasn't sure any more than us. We just happened to recognize those initials." She sniffed and grumbled a bit more as she shot him one more look before sinking back into her seat, still staring at him expectantly. "What do you want from me, woman?" he demanded, still exaggeratedly rubbing the spot. "I don't know more than you. Merlin, for all I know, Harry's wrong, and just made the same assumption I did." Lily did recall Sirius hadn't actually known Regulus had joined the Death Eaters, and died of it, until it had been said in the 5th book. She still recalled the look on his face when he'd heard the news, so relented, and waved Remus to continue for some real concrete answer. Lily shook her head and rolled her eyes. She hadn't a clue about this. "Yeah, that's a nice story," Sirius whispered softly. He just couldn't imagine it. The little squit that obediently and faithfully followed every one of Father's rules. The obnoxious good boy at all the parties Mother loved to praise. Regulus had once told Sirius he actually learned from his mistakes. With such a superior smile, Sirius had to be held back from punching him in the face by a once trusted friend. Now the one who had saved him from detention was the downfall of his future, and the kid brother he'd so hated may somehow be responsible for stopping Voldemort. If his head didn't explode soon, he'd have to do it manually just to relieve himself. "Well, that was probably alarming," Remus muttered absently. Sirius burst out hard with very surprised laughter. He wished that was the most of that house's troubles. "You basically just summarized our relationship in one sentence," Sirius told Harry deadpan. "Remember that going forward, yeah." He didn't want Harry to start getting false hopes. Regulus. Life had been worth something, he told himself firmly. Sirius swallowed painfully, but his cocky voice sounded more defensive as he snapped. "Well, one would hardly join up for many other reasons." "Sirius, no one is accusing you," Lily tried to kindly say, but he glared so furiously at her she quickly stopped, realizing her mistake after she caught James shaking his head at her. His friends had long since known not to bring Regulus up themselves. Even they weren't entirely sure of where Sirius stood with him. Some days he seemed to loathe his only brother as much as Snape, and some he went quiet and would hardly speak to anyone with such a remorseful air about him it was like he'd killed the lad himself. Sirius never seemed to have picked an answer himself. He still remembered the years before they went to school. His only companion in that house was his little brother. They'd laugh and play like he would in a few years' times with the marauders, sneaking about and telling jokes only the other got. Things had only changed after he'd come home from his first year of school. His brother had drawn distant and cold in front of their parents' disapproving speeches. But then he'd gone right back to normal when they were alone. He'd soon realized Regulus just wanted to please everyone, but that could never happen in the Black House, and apparently when he'd been put to the test and forced to pick a side, he'd chosen their parents over his brother. Sirius had always wondered if he could have done more to change that, but couldn't even begin to imagine what. The defiance that grew more flagrant the older he got only seemed to push the boy farther away from him. The room was quiet for so long Sirius had to shake himself out of his own thoughts and glared at Remus, the unspoken words to keep going as loud as what had just been circling through him. Remus didn't argue the point. Sirius didn't have to give anyone an explanation for this. "I never mentioned that," Sirius asked airily. Harry could hardly stand to see him faking so much to act normal, but he still played along. "Failed to mention anything except what you've heard will tell me," he finished lamely. "Ah," was the only response he could mutter. "It couldn't be this is what they were looking for," James said into the still awkward silence. "I still can't work together how Regulus would be smart enough, or stupid I should say, to get his hands on this thing, let alone hide it in the bloody house he lived in," Sirius said viciously. James raised his hands in surrender at once, clearly choosing not to say any more of this aloud. Internally, he was still trying to piece it all together, but couldn't imagine how an old baby picture of Harry's, a letter from Lily, and a locket were all in the same goal. That at least caused all five of them to chuckle again. "You lot seem oddly convinced this is it," Sirius said forcefully. He just wanted this conversation to end. "Have any of you even tried to find other alternatives?" "Hermione did," Harry reminded, not looking at Sirius so he wouldn't see the hope that was burning in him. They were on the right path with this one, he just knew it, but clearly his godfather didn't want to admit as such. "She didn't come up with anything, and this was as strong an idea as we'd had." "Sorry," he finished lamely. Sirius heaved out a sigh before telling him, "Don't apologize. I'm sorry I'm being such an oss about this. I just hate thinking of the little twat, and mixing him in this isn't helping at all." Harry understood that at least there were plenty of things from his past he didn't like having repeated. What did she realize? Remus ruffled his brows in confusion. Harry didn't have to cast his mind back far to collect the memory again, and his mouth visibly fell open. "That's it then." Lily's eyes nearly fell out of her head. "It was, right there, before we even realized. Merlin's socks. That's been staring at us in the face since, Harry even." James trailed off with such a bewildered look on his face Dumbledore could have been declared back from the dead. Remus just watched Sirius, who hadn't moved. He didn't know what to say, how to even begin processing this. This meant Regulus had done it, had defied someone, Voldemort of all people. He just stayed like that, frozen and unmoving as he tried to align this with the worthless blood of his he'd cast off. Mooney didn't know what to do. He looked to Prongs for an answer, who could only think to wave him on. Padfoot would have to come to terms with this somehow in his own head, and he was sure they'd know when he did. "Not exactly," Lily said. "Sirius likely banishes his rubbish like anyone. Wouldn't that be considered destroying the locket beyond magical repair? Sirius may have just accidentally done it." "I don't think so. It sounds too easy," James disagreed. "Probably if you tried to banish it, it may just reappear somewhere else, Merlin knows where. How would you even begin to track that down?" "Let's hope Creature nicked it then," Remus quickly agreed, still trying to watch Sirius out of the corner of his eye. His eyes were steadily growing wider, but still nothing he could gauge. Perfect mood to set for all this, James shivered. "What did he do with the blanket Hermione made him?" Lily asked weakly. "Never saw it. He might have burned it," Harry muttered distractedly, attention entirely focused on Remus. Sirius made a raspy sort of noise that was all too apparent to how he felt right now. A dead, useless thing who'd never done anyone any good. How had he let this happen, right under his nose, and never noticed? Why hadn't he kept closer tabs on the kid? He should have tried harder. Maybe none of this would have happened. Maybe. "I'd be more surprised if it had," James said venomously. Lily was nibbling on her lip with worry at the thought of him. She hadn't spared much since he was done following Draco around, but now she wondered. She'd always assumed it was Dumbledore's magic keeping him at the school, seeing as Harry had never ordered him not to leave it and spill the secrets he knew of the Order. Now that Dumbledore was dead, well, Snape had likely shared more than Creature ever could. But could it be possible he'd been in the service of someone else, and Harry hadn't even known? He certainly hadn't been keeping tabs on the elf. She tried to push away her worry his presence wouldn't harm her son as it once had his last master. All Creature had to do was answer a question, and he could go back away again. Surprised you never got around to that one, Remus muttered in disgust, still trying to engage Sirius. He had his face screwed up tight now, like he was struggling to remember something he'd never properly learned. It looked painful. Sirius ignored him more than ordered him about, Lily reminded, fighting back the urge to get up and hug him. He really looked like he needed a shoulder to cry on soon. The trouble was, he wasn't letting any of them see anything he needed. James had never forgotten this for one moment while that thing was present around Harry. It was all the sharper in his mind now as he wondered at the lone memory he had of watching Regulus interact with Creature. The contrast was again night and day. His best mate had never looked twice at the elf, while his little brother seemed to almost like the little being. Ugh! Lily snarled in frustration, slamming back in her seat with pure mutiny. Nothing in her son's life could ever be easy. Gone how? James quickly demanded. Gone, destroyed. Gone, shush. Remus snipped at the two, so he could get the answer already. Oh, was the only muttered surprise the four of them could manage, their minds floundering with this new information. That actually made the most sense yet. The old codger would nick anything with the barest of value, who knew what money could be gained from that picture and letter. Certainly, the locket would look nice enough he'd filch it without a second thought. This is getting obnoxious, Remus grumbled as he eyed that name. Now you have to go hunt down this fool and figure out what he did with it. Probably wound up back in Borgin and Burke's for a quick sell, and there's no telling where it went from there. That's assuming no one realized it was actually Slytherin's locket, and isn't being housed in Gringotts of all places under the tightest of security. Harry frowned at him with an odd look on his face, but Sirius interrupted anything else, his voice coming out scarily flat. Can't we just? I want to hear the rest of this first. Because there had to be more, if Creature really knew it. Remus quickly shut his trap, and just as quickly headed him and kept going for just that. One thing at a time, they'd get through this. All that Derby experience coming in much more handy than I'd have thought, James muttered, though the blasted thing poking its own eye out wouldn't stop it from spilling its guts on how else it had ruined Harry's life. Sirius tried to shake off the last of his shock, knock off the self-pitying mood for just a few seconds so he could hear whatever drivel this stupid elf coughed up. He could pay attention long enough for that. Lily watched as Sirius attempted to put that cocky grin in place, feigning his usual pride for being described like that, but she didn't need to be one of his best friends to see through it. She remembered back to how she'd felt, first hearing of how Petunia would one day treat her son. Something very similar was going through Sirius now, except in an entirely different way. The sibling they thought they knew no longer existed in mind, and he was having to adjust quickly to keep up. Sirius mouthed the word 16 to himself. It was even worse than he'd feared then. Regulus had never made it out of school. Unlike Sirius, who had run away from home when his parents tried to convince him to do the same, Regulus had fallen incompletely. He'd been given this revelation too many years too late already. Something died inside him that moment, something he now knew he couldn't get back. He kicked the little feeling that was already trying to stir within him, the hope he wouldn't let flare to life. So he'd survived a full year of unspeakable deeds in that service. None of this was explaining how he'd gotten mixed up in the plot of Voldemort's soul. The hell? James muttered in pure confusion. Elves do have their own magic, separate from ours, Lily offered slowly. Perhaps he was trying to find some way, even then, to make himself more powerful than normal wizards. I think he'd consider the magic he can do above anything of theirs, considering their magic's so deeply tied to wizard families. Voldemort would think himself better than that, Remus disagreed before acquitting, not that I have any better ideas, and quickly read on without serious prompting this time in hopes Creature would provide more. Oh, all five of them gasped as if they'd been socked in the gut. No, I still don't get it. Lily insisted even with this insight. Did he want someone to test it on? Why an elf? How did Creature even live through that? Dumbledore and Harry barely did. James blustered. Sirius silenced them again with a look, his face carrying a haunted expression none of them had ever seen. Sirius' mind had never left this story's ending. He was already guessing the conclusion being drawn. Remus was terrified of that look, of Sirius' feet beginning to twitch like he was about to make a break for it, so kept reading with an eerie calm, waiting for the rest to unfold and hoping Sirius was getting ahead of himself. Simple as that, eh? James whispered, which didn't at all cover the quiver in his voice. Is anyone else kicking themselves for not inviting Darby along, or is that just me? Remus swallowed uncomfortably. Harry gave Remus a nasty look for that, though unable to explain to himself why he wanted to keep Darby as far away from all talk of this as possible. That arrogant. Lily couldn't even keep going in despicable disbelief. They'd already been aware Voldemort's own downfall would be himself, but never something so obvious as this. No. Sirius said the one simple word in a flat, emotionless voice. He still couldn't put this together. Despite his answer being thrown in his face, he didn't understand. What had changed? Had Voldemort really went to tell Regulus his house? Elf wouldn't be coming back, and that was enough to break his faith in a master he'd been conditioned to love. None of this explained if he even understood what it was Voldemort had put in there, if Regulus had even grasped what that locket really was, or why he'd take it from under Voldemort's nose. He jumped to his feet without realizing he'd done it, prepared to hunt down his brother right now and demand answers from him before he went, and did this. Then he wavered dangerously on his feet. Nobody needed to even breathe the warning for him not to leave, as he vividly recalled the timeline for all this. No, Sirius whispered again, but this time in answer. Harry looked wildly at his gaunt godfather as the answer came to him, the memory floating back with all its green glory of how he'd been almost afraid to look Sirius in the face when it had been him and Dumbledore in there. Afraid to see his godfathers look alike in the fleshy faces around him, for Regulus had not ever left that cavern. Sirius fell back into his seat, feeling like some string had been cut. Oh, Padfoot, James whispered, but Sirius just shook his head, pulling his hand through his hair as he still tried to sort through his own thoughts. There were many things that had hurt worse. Everything those Dursleys had done to Harry, what his own dear friend had done to him and James, everything that had happened from that moment on until he died had been so painful he knew he could never look past it. This didn't hurt as bad as he'd cast off this long ago, or so he'd thought. It still hurt bad enough. It's not a competition, Pads, Remus offered gently, giving his shoulder a gentle shake. He did the right thing. Does the reason why have to matter? Sirius made some vague sort of motion of agreement, but he couldn't even see his family around him anymore. His mind still caught on that little 9-year-old waving him off for platform 9 3/4, and not moments later he'd met James. He'd never intentionally exchanged one brother for another that day, but right now it felt like he had. What sort of failure did that speak of? James spluttered for a moment in shock, maybe even a little suppressed amusement. He'd never heard of such a thing, and to this one of all elves. Here creature was, still managing to say all this while taking every chance to make it sound how wonderful Voldemort was, when he was the reason for all of this. Guess that last order wore off, Remus muttered quietly, but with so much less venom than Lily had heard in his voice mere moments ago. She looked all around and saw the softening, just a hint on all of her boys. No matter what they said to the contrary, like with Malfoy, they all saw the wounded soul before them being forced into their role in that moment. I can't believe a house elf's magic didn't work. Lily breathed in surprise, admitting now these things were more powerful than she'd imagined. Any of the family, Sirius repeated to himself, that blank look still giving all of them the creeps. Sirius, please, you're scaring us, Lily tried. Would you tell us what's going through your head? He swallowed, looked almost ashamed at his friends for finally trying to admit it out loud, but couldn't stop himself now that it was on the tip of his tongue. I just wanted to know why he hadn't come to me. Wouldn't he think, if he'd finally decided to go against Voldemort, I'd be the obvious one to ask? It sounded stupid to his own ears, pathetic even. He'd notoriously hated Regulus in school, but surely some part of his little brother had known all Sirius had been trying to do was make him see his actions. How would he? A nasty little voice pointed out. You certainly never bothered explaining that to him. Well, I mean, James blustered, but was at a complete loss how to help Sirius through this one. He kept himself far away from all of Sirius and Regulus confrontations. He could spill a mountain's worth of diatribe on the parents, but Regulus had always felt like another casualty of that insane bloodline. Sirius had been saved from it, and James had rather felt like he was stepping on his toes, offering to have anything to do with Regulus. So it felt even more awkward to try now when his best friend was so obviously struggling to speak of any of this. Well, he seemed determined to keep everyone out of it. Seems he got a stubborn streak. Merlin knows from where, Remus offered with just the hint of a playful joke at the end. Sirius didn't raise for it, and Remus turned back morosely to see if there were any more horrors left. James nearly ground his teeth into his skull as Harry voiced everything that was going through his mind. It didn't matter how much the elf cried for his disobeyed orders, his priorities came across pretty clear. Aye, that doesn't change, James blustered as Lily eyed him with an unhappy little frown. He still sold out Sirius for a pat on the head, if Bellatrix even managed that much. Nobody's asking you to forgive him, James, Lily sighed. I was just hoping you'd see it's not all black and white. Creature made a decision based on what he saw of the world, same as anyone. His view was just a bit more limited. James' mouth puckered with frustration, but he didn't have anything to lob back. The idea of what Darby did never even would have occurred to him before he heard of it to say Creature could have been the same. He'd never even questioned ourselves for any reason before Harry, or more accurately Hermione, brought all this up. They just existed, and now he was facing this uncomfortable truth with an ugly ending. Harry flushed with anger, but his was surprisingly the worst reaction. James and Remus locked their jaw to stop themselves screaming Sirius hadn't deserved anything that had happened to him. But for the first time they were forced to see their friend hadn't exactly helped his situation either. It wasn't a comfortable truth, and their chests were suddenly tight with pain. Sirius didn't have a reaction at all. He'd certainly regretted his death, being taken away from Harry when his godson had so needed him. He'd hated the elf and would never forgive him for being the cause of that. Now he was to learn Creature was even the cause of Regulus' death. Tried to be angry at that, searched for the fire to explode this stupid house elf had poked his nose around and led his little brother right to this. But he just kept coming back to the answer he was following orders, Regulus orders. He followed Sirius, unthought-out command, and led him to much the same doom. All he really felt at this new reflection was hollow. "Oh, I know that's not true," Sirius whispered, speaking to the carpet and still running his hand through his long hair. "I just never cared." Lily wrapped her arms around herself to stop from getting up and hugging some life back into him. He was starting to scare her, and she knew she wasn't the only one. The new tone was not lost on Remus. He tried hard to adapt, to read Creature's name without the same flaring hatred associating him with Sirius' death. It wasn't easy, but for the sake of not repeating mistakes, he tried. "It's not as if you were cursing at him before this," James muttered, but was slowly being forced to recognize the uneasy look flickering on Harry's face. He was actually trying to forgive the house elf. James wasn't as sure he had that in him, but at the same time, he didn't think he could ever hate something Harry could vouch for. He'd grown to even like Darby. Swallowing uncomfortably and still far more worried about Sirius than anything, he pushed this away to be examined later. Sirius looked at the book again, a sharp expression finally there again. They had no clue what he'd gotten from that acceptance. James wanted to ask, growing sick with unease he'd been so useless to Sirius through this, but Remus had shifted uncomfortably and muttered he was almost done, and when Sirius waved him on none of them could argue. Remus couldn't help it. He snorted with laughter and surprise at such a reaction. James was just boggled at yet another gesture of giving a house elf a gift. Lily smiled with pride Harry was finally trying to learn about this. Sirius looked more akin to watching James fell off his broom again, half concerned and half dying of laughter. "That's even more than me mum ever bothered," Sirius whispered with his head still cocked to the side. Whatever had hold of his mind still hadn't let go, and it looked almost painful for him to talk now. Remus quickly tried to finish already so they could get to the bottom of this. Why wouldn't he just wear it now? Lily muttered in confusion before James shushed her, his eyes still on Sirius. "Well, that was," James just trailed off uncomfortably, having no idea where to start. Yeah, it was," Sirius answered, still in a completely detached voice. I think I need to." He gestured vaguely at nothing, and then got up and left the room. James went after him at once. Remus hesitated, but chose to let the two be. He had even less experience with Sirius in this way than James. Whenever he got like this in school, He respectfully gave him his distance, like they did him when he wanted to be alone before his full moons. He fidgeted uncomfortably with the sleeve of his robes, the three sitting in awkward silence as they tried to think past all this. Nothing had really changed for them, not remarkably. Lily at least found a new struggle in pushing away the knowledge. Some Death Eaters had tried to break away from what they'd once loved, but she knew the one she was really thinking of was too far gone. Harry was still half filled with excitement to be one step closer to an answer, and irked it had been under his nose all along. How different things could have been if he'd given Creature the time of day. James came back a good 15 minutes later, alone. He shook his head and sighed. I think he needs a break. I didn't get much out of him. Come on, Harry, let's go have a look through the advertisements in the Daily Prophet. There's this Muggle-enhanced fire put outer Sirius has been eyeing. He'll go crazy if we get it for him. Lily trailed upstairs to go check on her infant, while Remus fidgeted restlessly for a few moments, torn between following James and heading up to the roof again to get some air from all this. He paced restlessly around the house for several moments undecided. Remus found him curled up under the bathroom sink. He'd always wanted to ask why that was serious, go to Spot whenever he wanted to be away from people, but considering the act of asking would literally ruin the point Sirius was under there for, Remus had never brought it up. This time shouldn't have been any different. Remus knew without a doubt that 2 weeks ago he would have turned away and left Sirius to his mind like he was so clearly wanting. But Remus couldn't do that anymore. Not after everything he learned he would do to Sirius, to Harry. Remus had to change now to stop that from happening, and if that meant overstepping a line he never had, then he'd most certainly start here. So he walked over to his side, sinking down on his level, and sat there, waiting quietly for what could have been hours until Sirius spoke first. Thought you were prongs again at first, except he comes in here, catches me, and keeps babbling until I crack and laugh. He'll be back any minute now to try again, maybe with a dung bomb this time. Remus almost reconsidered what he was doing, as clearly that hadn't worked this time, but for the first time realized Pettigrew would have seen this at some point as well. It burned like raw smoke, smothering him to realize what that rat would have done in this same instance. Was that what would have worked? It couldn't be helped now. Instead, he kept waiting silently for the real reason Sirius was seeking seclusion. If he wasn't talking to James about it, it must be something truly bad, so he'd wait as long as Sirius needed to say it. When Sirius did speak again, it was in such a hollow voice none would recognize it. I didn't manage to do anything right, did I? Remus' first instinct was to snap at him for being an idiot, correct him of course that wasn't true, but Sirius seemed to expect that, his shoulders already tensing and a set fighting look creeping into his eyes as grey met green. Remus at once knew that smacking him would get him nowhere, so still he kept his mouth shut, and actually waited for more. Sirius seemed to realize this at the same time Remus had decided it, so cautiously and with some small amounts of self-hatred leaving him, and yet coming back all at once, he whispered, Aye, it's my fault what happened to James, Lily, and Harry. Remus was already quite literally biting his tongue to tell him off for that alone, but when he drew blood to stop himself, and Sirius seemed to realize it, everything began pouring out of him, everything he'd been feeling since they heard from the third book, everything he thought he'd never get away with saying out loud because his friends would try to tell him otherwise, but he needed to say it. Then I go and die, and then it was my fault again, because I couldn't stow my arse and pried away for one bleeding second. No, I had to keep fighting her and get myself killed. Then, if you please, I go and find out that my baby brother, the little shit that I wanted nothing to do with because I was convinced he was as Voldemort happy as my parents, was part of Voldemort's downfall while I was rotting away in a prison cell, doing nothing but self-pity. I could have gotten out of there at any time I wanted, but I kept my sorry arse in there because I deserved it. But for what? The least criminal thing of letting myself do that is Harry being forced to live with those muggles where he was actually abused. What good have I ever done anybody? Remus couldn't have spoken by the time serious babbling had ended itself if he wanted to. His throat was too tight. Of course, he wanted to defend his best friend at every step of his crimes, but right now that's not what Sirius needed. Instead, he swallowed past a harsh lump that was making breathing rather difficult, and kept his eyes trained on his mate, who was forcing himself to keep going, to get it all out while he still had the chance, like the Reaper himself was going to appear the moment he ran out of knives to stab himself with. I couldn't do a damned thing for the Order, couldn't even convince Dumbledore to let me out of that godforsaken house after I managed to escape it. And again, that was my own fault, because I could have left. Could have gone on the run again, being afraid never stopped me before, so now Azkaban went and turned me into a coward. Died while the whole world still thought I was Voldemort's guy, something I tried to prove against my whole life, and look where it got me. That's what Remus had been waiting for his Sirius to show up, where he turned his sorrow into some manic anger, where he could finally start yelling it out. It wasn't really funny, but Remus didn't stop a smile anyways. "And what are you smiling about?" Sirius growled at him, though for the first time in ages there was color back in his skin, flushed with anger, sure, but still better than before. "Think it's funny that everyone's life went to shit all because of my screw-ups. Everything I ever tried to do gone in one night. Of course none of that was funny," he said the word like he would werewolf. "But I rather see you screaming your head off, at least that's familiar to me. Sirius, stop talking like you can't change any of this. It can't be true, I won't let this happen, but I'm going to need your help. So now, you're not going to let that rat ruin their lives, and that takes care of a large portion of it. And who says you can't still try to make it right with Regulus? So you were wrong before, man up and apologize." Sirius. Brain felt like it was splattering against the inside of his skull as he whispered. He might not be dead yet. Then Padfoot took action that determined little 13-year-old ready to take on the world as an illegal animagus to defend his loved one, as he lunged to his feet and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Creature." HP. I can hardly describe how excited I am to have finally been able to write out this chapter and the next. Hope you enjoyed as much as I loved doing it. I think this speaks volumes. The people who claim Snape was doing this just as much to protect Harry as to honor Lily, I ask you, wouldn't Snape have kept the whole picture then? It's so honorary of what Harry lost, what Snape unintentionally destroyed. Nope, took the half with Lily and that's it. That's all he cared about, not the part with the baby, the part that was actually making her smile and laugh in that photo. Food for thought. Chapter 11. The Bribe. Chapter text, there was a resounding crack, accompanied with several yelps of fear throughout the house. Sirius took no notice of any of it, his eyes already narrowed in on the shriveled house elf in front of him. His first instinct seemed to win out, as his foot swung forward and he tried to connect it with one of the reasons he'd lost his life. The elf seemed to be expecting this, though, and ducked on instinct. Sirius nearly overbalanced, and his head would have crashed into the toilet bowl if Remus hadn't caught him. By then, the other three tried to force their way in to see what was happening, and James didn't look any more pleased to see that thing than his master. Harry thought the elf looked just slightly healthier than he'd ever seen him, still old with puffs of whiter hair and a loin cloth like towel around his waist. But there was something different in his stooped features of how he carried himself, even around someone he so clearly hated. This was a creature still spending his years with a family he loved and respected, not the twisted version Harry would meet in 15 years. "Sirius, what is he doing here?" Lily demanded before James could start strangling the elf. Creature's low, croaky voice managed to swim above all as he started calling each of them very explicit things mixed in with, "Creature does not want to be here. Creature was summoned, no matter how much he did not want to come. Creature." "Shut up." Sirius cut him off with pure hatred vibrating through his throat. Creature's face worked furiously, but then his jaw did indeed stop despite his visible protests. Sirius took in a deep breath, clearly unaware of everything else around him, as he spoke with an old familiarity, like he'd had to give this order before. "I'm going to ask you a question, and you are going to answer it as truthfully to your knowledge. You will not speak unless you are answering that question. That is an order." It was genuinely hard to tell who held the most hatred in their shared gaze, but the magic compelled the elf to obey, so there was no response. For just a moment, Sirius' face flickered with regret. He glanced at Harry with an almost apologetic look, worked his jaw furiously for several moments before asking in a slightly calmer voice, "When's the last time you saw Regulus?" James stiffened and looked like he was fixing to move to Sirius, sighed in comfort as he understood, but Creature was in the way. Sirius did not look ready to take any pandering at the moment anyways as he snapped, "Answer me." If looks could kill, the elf would have his master on the floor, but the answer came out as crisply as his old throat could. Creature saw Master Regulus 2 years ago. Sirius' hope was already starting to wobble and fail, sensing where this was going as he would expect the beloved son to check on his parents more often than that, but still persisted. "Has he come to speak to you about Voldemort?" Completely ignoring his elf's wobbled squeak of protest at using the Dark Lord's name. "Spoken to you about any tasks he's been given." Creature seemed more likely to chew his tongue off before answering, but then Sirius gave another barking command for it to be done, and he snapped, "Yes." Sirius sagged, sitting back down on the porcelain and running his hand down his face as he genuinely could not believe his luck. He hadn't even caught this in time. He should have known. Creature had said it himself in the future. Regulus was 16 when he entered, and 17 when this happened. Regulus would have been 19 by now. It had been a false hope from the beginning. His whole life was starting to feel like that. Remus caught his shoulder, nails digging into the flesh as he tried to think of something to say, but no words seemed able to get through. Creature had just confirmed that this had already happened, but still giving one last-ditch hope, Sirius practically begged, "Have you done it yet? What Regulus told you to do for Voldemort?" For just a moment, he thought the elf actually couldn't answer. Regulus had told him not to speak of this to anyone, and the family. Kircher's attitude didn't visibly change when he saw the sickly white skin or actual care he used in his words. His belligerent tone came out as ever. Yes, even if there were bitter tones of regret laced in his own voice. Sirius couldn't seem to swallow, choked, and jerked back to his feet coughing and trying to pace in the tiny space. Apparently he really wasn't a part of the family anymore, as far as the elf was concerned. It only furthered what Harry had made him realize. Creature had much more thoughts of his own than even orders would ever allow. "Sirius," Lily began, trying to find some sympathy to offer, but suddenly he jerked back around with a wild look in his eyes. "Creature, I'm sending you to someone's house, and you're going to bring him here, you got it. I don't give a damn what you have to do, you are going to apparate him here. Least I can fix one thing," he finished in an almost inaudible mutter. Almost. James caught what was going on fast enough, and this time he did shove past Creature and got in Sirius' face, stating in no uncertain terms, "Oh no, you are not. You have a right to whatever you're planning, but not in this house, Sirius. Not where my son is." A muscle was ticking in Sirius' jaw, the need to take action and do something already clearly wanting to overpower him. He hadn't been able to save his baby brother, but every moment that rat was still at large was eating away at whatever he had left. Wizards' magic didn't affect ourselves. They had their own brand. Creature could get that sniveling thing here. He was remiss he hadn't thought about this sooner. And yet, James was right. No matter the bloodlust pumping through him, his shaking limbs already trying to force him back to the floor or strangle something he wasn't sure, he could never deny that James was right about this. Having to take one long, slow, heavy breath, Sirius turned back to Creature and stated, "You are to go back to whatever you were doing, and never speak of this again. Not to a single living soul, not about what I said, what you said, what you saw here. In fact, I order you to do whatever the hell you can to erase this from your memory. Even if I ever bring it up again, this never happened. Now get out of my sight," he finished with a deadly step forward, and if the announcing crack hadn't followed, Sirius may well have been without a house elf. Then he sank to the floor again. Years. His little brother had been dead for over 2 years, and he hadn't even known. It was his own fault, he reminded himself again. He hadn't been keeping tabs on him, though the thought had crossed his mind every time there was a Death Eater corpse at his feet. To lift the masks and check, though, would have given him an answer he hadn't wanted to know. There was blessed silence for no one knew how long. No one had to learn any new horrors. There was no shouting or anything really. Sirius finally realized it was for him, and looked up to find his family quietly waiting for him to fully come to terms with this. He cleared his throat first before awkwardly waving his hand around and uttering, "Sorry." "No need to apologize," James said at once, catching his best friend's eye and smiling at once. "I just—" His hand turned into a fist, slamming down with enough force to possibly break a bone. I had to do something. I'm so sick of just hearing of all this. You and all of us, Harry promised. How do you think I feel, having to relive all of this, not being able to help them, or you lot? Or, he finished with a dissatisfied grimace for these circumstances. I certainly don't like I'm the reason you're getting all this news, but I can't do anything to help until I know all there is. I still should have told Creature to give me that locket while I had the chance, Sirius muttered, glaring at the spot he'd vanished. Do you have a basilisk fang handy, or a sword embedded with it we can make use of? Remus corrected, catching his shoulder and forcing him to look at them again. Come on, Sirius. I promise you, Regulus did not die in vain. Creature kept that locket hidden away for almost 17 years. He can for a few more days while we figure out how to get rid of it properly. Sirius flinched, then began twisting his hands together even more painfully. So quietly he spoke as if he hoped they wouldn't hear him. It feels so inevitable now. I couldn't catch this in time. I hardly even liked him, and I couldn't save him now. I'm not going anywhere, James said ruthlessly. He caught Lily's hand to prove his point, are staying right here, and we'll figure this out as we always did together. Sirius watched him for several moments with an unreadable expression. James and Remus were well aware he was still holding back, probably wouldn't admit to his dying breath how much he had wanted to care for his little brother, but had never given himself the chance in the mess of his life. Now he'd never get the opportunity. In all this, he still had two more brothers here for him now. Prongs. He took a deep breath and then smiled again. You're such a cheeseball. It worked on Mooney. James shrugged without regret. Should have known you'd be harder to convince. How about together till the end? No. And what to say to get you back on your feet? Oh, I know. I solemnly swear I am up to no good, all three said at once before laughing. Sirius got to his feet then, leading the way back downstairs. He was not done thinking about all he'd learned, but for now he'd have to focus on moving forward. Lily snatched up the book and plopped down on the love seat, Harry joining her, while the three boys took the couch now. She thumbed through to find her place. As slow as it was all coming out, answers were clearly still to be discovered through Harry's adventure, and she was confident they could handle whatever was next without any more episodes. Meh, Sirius stated, putting all of his focus onto this idea rather than thinking of anything else for now. He's got a talent for avoiding people. It's one of the many reasons the Order actually likes keeping him around. Might take someone competent a day or so. Then he caught the stern look on Harry's face, exhaled, and continued just a touch more pleasantly. And Creature having his own magic, maybe even less. Harry beamed at him, trying to cover the sadness he felt it had taken Sirius hearing the loss of his brother to really put in effort to change his mind towards a house. Elf he clearly still disliked, but some part of him hoped this would help in the long run. That's all the food she brought along. Lily asked in surprise. No, we found it there, Harry muttered, his nose scrunched up with remembered distaste. Lily's eyes bugged out in concern. She felt the need to check to make sure he wasn't sick at the idea. All that time prepping, Hermione even sorting through her books, and she didn't think to bring along any meals. Who knows how long you might have to go before you can get somewhere. Harry's frown grew. He had a bad feeling this was going to be a recurring problem, but he had no answer. Death Eaters, they all muttered in concern. I suppose they're likely just staking the place out, James said with forced hopefulness. Surely if they knew you were in there, Snape would already be barging in. Maybe, Harry agreed, hoping the same. James face-palmed while Sirius snickered heavily. I take that as a compliment, Prongs. Remus rolled his eyes. You said the same thing as the cleverest witch her age. Shut up, the both of you, he grumbled. Still not sure what to stop Voldemort using occlumency to get the information and share it with the others, Lily sighed. Hopefully the enchantment to stop Snape speaking of it stops him from communicating it at all. Writing it down, anything, Remus offered, though as he was only guessing, none of them were sure and still wanted Harry to leave as soon as he could. The place would never feel safe after what had happened to Sirius there. Goody for them, Sirius scowled. Doesn't mean I want him there. I doubt they know that, James sighed. Happy though, let them keep barking up the wrong tree, Remus shrugged. I can see her point, Lily said fairly, but it's a tiny little thing. Took us little more than an hour to read it with you lot interrupting every 5 seconds. She should finish it in less than 30 minutes if that. She was studying it, Harry emphasized. They finish her homework ages before us, but she's still going over it until the last second to turn it in to make sure she had it all right. She was being 5 times as bad with something Dumbledore gave her. There were scraps of parchment all over the place covered with her notes of the tales, but all in runes, he finished with a little laugh of remembrance. It felt so normal, even without school on the horizon. He tried to cling to that feeling while he still could, to annoy the piss out of others. Sirius snorted. Yeah, seems good to me. Never let him get his hands on this. Remus groaned mostly to himself, but no one else disagreed. All pleasantries forgotten, the 5 of them sat tense and waiting. No one had been naive enough to think this place safe anymore. Now Snape had come, and Harry was going to be in for the fight of his life, even with Ron and Hermione as backup. He's always been a bloody liar. Wouldn't surprise me to stop now in that thing's face, James stated with cold fury. Always loved those instincts of yours, Lily swore. Her fingers were white along the book's bindings. She was likely to start ripping it apart the moment that Bastard threw the first curse at her son. What lovely background noise for a fight to the death. Remus growled, hand tight along his wand, wishing the Order hadn't trusted Snape so much. That he would actually be distracted and surprised by such a thing, that Harry could have some sort of advantage. Lily tried to swallow again as she heard that. One tiny part of her wishing this meant it was someone from the Order rather than a ruse, and Snape wasn't about to fire on him any second. Moony! Sirius whacked him over the head hard. Ouch! He yelped, nearly falling out of his seat in just as much surprise. It's not my fault, you arse. I didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, I know, he huffed, still shifting in unease and checking to see if he'd pissed himself. Sorry, he finally muttered. The rest of them were too relieved to laugh at the pair. I didn't know Polyjuice Potion doesn't work on you, Harry said lamely, then defensively. I was going off of Kingsley, he checked. I'm not upset, Remus quickly corrected. I'm proud. That really should always be your response, no matter who it is. Even Hagrid needs to be checked every now and then. You never know with magic. Harry blinked again and realized he spoke the truth. He looked nothing but happy at all of these turn of events. So why did he feel so defensive around him? I didn't know that was your middle name then, Harry interrupted, a feeling forming in the pit of his stomach warning him he wasn't going to like the rest of this encounter with his old professor, so he played it off for now to put a bit of delay. Sirius snickered for no apparent reason to Harry as he said, Well, it could have been far more interesting, James Fleamont Potter. F you Sirius, he grumbled. I don't get it. What's his actual middle name? Harry didn't feel any less stupid for asking such a thing about his dad, even as he tried to join in. That is the joke, Remus answered with an unrepentant smile. His middle name's already so ridiculous, we don't need to replace it. Harry snorted in surprise, while James tried to put a proud look in place. My dad was a great duelist because of his name, and you lot are just jealous. Then Lily cracked up too, and he couldn't fake it any longer and joined in. The pure relief they all held Moony was back, and everything felt safe again for just a moment. You left out all the good parts, really, Sirius sighed. I hate potions class. I have an eerie ability to never pick a bad sweet. I once cross-dressed for an entire day. It doesn't count when you did that to me. Remus snapped back. The two fell off bickering for a moment about it, while James watched with depression. The reason Harry didn't know any of that or many more things about one of his best friends is because Remus had never spent much time at all around Harry for him to know. The most poignant of all those facts was that it was Professor Lupin to teach Harry his patronus. Everything else was either common knowledge or things Harry had learned in some roundabout way. He'd managed not to resent Remus from pulling away from Harry and never taking part in his life, but moments like this made it very apparent how much was missed. He tried not to feel too disappointed in his friend, even if he'd never get a real answer for why. Lily finally cleared her throat and read around the two, and James was very grateful for it. Well, yes, nobody was arguing that fact. Sirius did break off from glaring to agree to that. Always schooling everyone around him, James sighed. That's why his name's on the map first, Sirius rolled his eyes. I thought you said it was because that was the order you transformed, Lily asked in surprise. I'm still not wrong, Sirius shrugged. Wait. James suddenly did look genuinely concerned. Where's Tonks? I'm not bloody joined at the hip with the woman, Remus venomously protested at once. Can't you at least pretend to be concerned about her? Lily snapped, flaring up at him. You've been acting like a right prat about her since the announcement someone actually wants to marry you. It's hard to be concerned with someone already daft in the head." He snapped right back, regretting the outburst at once as all four of them scowled. He took an uneasy breath and relented. "Course, I do about these too often enough. I suppose I could try harder," he finished on a mutter. His perspective wasn't going to change one jot. He couldn't believe for a second this was in any way a possibility for his future. But there was no sense reminding them of this constantly while it was being shoved in his face. James couldn't help but smile, just a bit. That Remus had checked this place. He did at least seem to know Harry and how his mind worked, even if the reverse wasn't true. Harry tried to look relieved at this news, rather than pulling his hair out with worry he was the cause of so many other people's misfortune right now. "The usual with him," James snorted. "Got into a life or death situation, got out of it, then sat around complaining to others." "Gee, thanks," Harry huffed. Sirius snorted enthusiastically. "And on Earth did you have the time to go pick some of those up while out, doing whatever you've been doing?" Sirius demanded. "I'm supposed to know this, how exactly?" Remus demanded. "Shush, it's the thought that counts," James shrugged, though none of them could quite shake off the question. What was Remus up to? Was he out looking for Harry to check on him, or looking for something else? Just him. Lily couldn't help but pick out in her head, stopping again as she couldn't shake the thought of what had happened to Tonks. Surely she was fine and had gotten away from the wedding, but then why wasn't she out with Remus helping him do whatever it was he was up to? Waste a perfectly good drink on a scare, Sirius grinned. "Couldn't be prouder of you, Harry. Can't say I'm glad you're as confused as you are now," James pouted while Remus went cross-eyed. "Considering we have no new ideas, just shooting down one, I suppose," Lily sighed, though found it paramount to be answered sooner rather than later. They all shivered in disgust at that idea, particularly Lily. She'd bite her wand before she'd be labeled as such a thing. James blinked sluggishly for a moment as that caught up with him. The last thing he'd wanted to do was blast his face off. Now he found the man had died defending Harry in whatever way he could. He still didn't have to like him, but he didn't deny the gratitude he felt. Lily's voice was pure warmth, for finally someone else being out there with no motive to do the right thing. It really wasn't just the order against the world. Harry watched them go tense with unease, and Harry recalled that a few had. Luna and Darge, but if Lupin didn't seem worried, likely they'd gone before this had happened. He certainly hoped so. "Thank Merlin," Sirius sighed in relief, his mind on Andromeda. They all jolted like they'd been hit with an electric shock, Remus half shouting in a trembling voice. "Well, I found Tonks." She'd obviously be with her parents now to be sure they were safe for a while. He had no one else to go to. "Good," was the genuine sigh of relief from all around, Harry's quietest of all as some nasty part of him wondered how long that would last. "Magic can't stop everything forever," James whispered. Sirius let out a hiss of air through his teeth in frustration of the fact he couldn't release a torrent of curses on them all for this. Whoever thought he'd be the one wishing for boundaries and repercussions to be back? "Oh no." James groaned in protest at once, burying his face away in his fingers. Had this blasted thing ever delivered good news in Harry's time? Lily could hardly finish. Her mouth was just hanging open after finishing their old headmaster's name. Sirius fought hard to get his features properly schooled before loudly stating, "I've found it. The most ludicrous headline to ever exist. Finally one to top that expose over Harry's love life. That's been the most ridiculous headline in your life." Harry asked Mark politely, anything to stop the flare of anger he had no wish to concentrate on when he couldn't act on it. "Not even the ones featuring you beat that out." "What can I say, Harry? After a while all the vanishings and murders blended together, and I'm too used to ignoring anything others have to say about me." "That one stuck out," he returned with a sigh. Lily reached over and gave her son a long, comforting hug, never stopping the wish she could take all this madness away from him. "Is that really surprising at this point?" Remus asked the ceiling, feeling there wasn't a corner left they couldn't reach. "Not that it was doing much good before then," Sirius scowled. "Not after they ruined the bloody wedding of the century." James Mark gasped, his eyes flashing with genuine outrage. "That's fair," Remus retracted himself. "I still can't see even all those wedding guests spreading the news fast enough. There will still be too much fear, disbelief. No one will realize what's happened for quite some time, and by then it's already too late to stop it," Sirius finished bluntly. "How do you know that?" Lily asked with worry, some horror flashing through her mind of Remus being dragged off to the ministry before he'd gotten away. I'm sure I heard it through other members of the Order who have been around him, Remus reminded. Arthur Kingsley. He purposefully left out Tonks's name, and she clucked her tongue at him. Remus chuckled in surprise. He couldn't exactly picture Voldemort behind a desk, not to mention it would do him no good when he had puppets for that. Good to know some things about you never change, James chuckled while Sirius laughed. I've never really wanted to know what his ultimate goal was, Lily muttered, sadly aware of it anyways. Purebloods in power and ruling everything with an iron fist, others like her left to live in hiding, or worse. Soon they'd move on to enslaving muggles across the world, and who knew what else. I wonder what that feels like, James whispered, clutching his hands painfully in front of him. He wished he could be holding his infant or his wife, but then Sirius gave him a little nudge and a smile, the first real one since he'd found out about Regulus' death. I'll tell you about it when you're older, Prongs. James laughed, of course he did, and the others were quick to join in just for the freeing reminder there was an end to it all, there had to be. I don't buy that, Lily said at once, but not as if she really meant it. She kept going in a lackluster sort of way. I mean, anyone who knows him would recognize in a second. But she trailed off miserably, not needing to be told her own flawed logic. Those peers would be school children, not those in power who were needed for this, like the Order who were already aware. She sighed, bit at her lip for a moment, but kept going loudly to see if Remus was going to offer any good news. That's what I was waiting for, Sirius snarled in blackest disgust. They're on the same level now as far as I'm concerned, Remus agreed. Lily already fought back a snarl of protest, not even wanting to finish the thought of what all that could entail. Ghastly torture and horrid experiments floating behind her mind's eye, she fought back with a vengeance. James was opening and closing his mouth, but the protests and ludicrous of this was dying on his lips before he could even get started. The true answer was a mystery, a phenomenon. It even had a vague answer if one bothered to trace a Muggle-born's magic far enough back by several generations. But this was not any of that. Volunteer, yeah, I'll be right in line for that, Sirius stated. You mean the line next to it, Remus corrected, for the Wizard Registration Commission, expressly for those wishing to dole out some payback for this nonsense. Lily ground her teeth together furiously, and every one of them in here felt like taking a step back from her, pitying the poor fool who thought they could round up her or anyone in her gaze. It didn't stop the worry clouding their minds, though, the young kids being persecuted for this, the families being ripped apart. No matter what was done to stop this, some screams would still go unheard. Thank you, Ron. James nodded adamantly. Nice to know there's still people out there with sense. Lily couldn't bear to ask what that was, and she prayed Remus didn't answer the unspoken. There won't exactly be a lot of sitting around waiting for that, I presume, James said brokenly. Lily finally took a breath again, the solid knowledge bright in her that Ron would not be the only one like this. The simple fact was there were more half-bloods than the other two, and so long as they all banded together and looked out for each other, people would make it through this. Most important test of her life, Remus gave a half-hearted laugh. And the one she has no hope of passing, Sirius whispered so Harry couldn't hear. As usual, she has a point, James smirked. I can't believe she asked that. Sirius had to fight back the urge to cover his ears and scream. Malfoy's wish finally came true. There will only be about 12 students in that school, all pure-blooded and all having one single mind, James agreed with an ugly grimace. The worst playdate imaginable for an entire year. Oh no, that's much better, Remus yelped, looking sick at every implication that came with. Lily closed her eyes tight and had to remind herself to breathe again. She was well aware her name would have suddenly vanished from that list. Her time at Hogwarts hadn't always been the best years, but they were still memories she'd never do without. Now there were some out there who would never be given that chance. Aye, they can't. James just couldn't believe this, how it had all gone so bad so fast. Parents, their kids. His mind was a scrambled mess, eyes fixed on Harry's also wide with horror, but still picturing his little infant. Still safe and away from this, his name being of some protection, but what he'd be facing in that school a new level of education. His parents would not have stood for it, and neither would he. It won't happen, Lily vowed, gazing at her boy, all too easily picturing herself through all of this. He'll never get this far, not again. She quickly finished. Harry was flush, his eyes darting uncomfortably around him as he once again remembered this had happened. Some kids out there had futures ruined and lives they couldn't have back, while Harry spent his time here. It didn't seem fair. I wish, James sighed. He didn't really think Mooney could provide any new insight into any of this, possibly not even the knowledge of the Sword of Gryffindor's new powers if he didn't know about the chamber, but it would be more than nice. Not just for the extra protection, another wand guarding his son's back, but just the simple idea of having Remus around again. Words couldn't express how much he'd missed that the past few days of hearing Harry's life. Even when Sirius had been there, a void was still present. Harry looked genuinely startled, and then immensely guilty. He found in him the urge to explain himself. But Dumbledore, his word is not law, Sirius huffed. Would you really not have told me either? Harry felt his stomach twist painfully inside him and couldn't answer. Sirius nodded, like that was answer enough, both of them feeling even worse for Remus trying to hide a flinch, though he hadn't exactly been unaware Sirius held a higher place in Harry's trust than him. Saw that coming. Remus put a painful-looking smile up, but damned if he didn't continue with it as convincingly as possible. I like to think you'd have told me before I cornered you for it. Harry didn't answer, couldn't even meet his eyes. The massive waves of feelings colliding inside of him didn't all seem to be guilt over this. There was something else rapidly bubbling to the surface he was trying hard to suppress about someone he so cared about. Sirius cleared his throat theatrically and put on a fair impression of Harry. Professor Lupin, I need you to walk off for about 10 minutes or so while we discuss the thing you can't help us with. We'll continue this every other hour, and then include you on the conversation of what we'll have for lunch. Remus flicked him in the ear, his face chagrined but still determined. Better than nothing. It's high time I've got my arse in gear and done this. He had no clue what this sudden change was, but he was elated for it. Finally, he was putting Harry first over any other nonsense going on in his life. I think Harry will crack in the first week anyways and tell him, so I'm all for it. James finally snickered again, though it was rather subdued after the last depressing topic. Better to keep moving forward and look for the answer of fixing it. Lily didn't say her opinion as she twirled with a bit of hair. Something about this just felt off. Remus had been acting odd this whole book. Could it really be he was so displeased with himself marrying Tonks? Was this his way of taking that decision back? She still wanted to know far more about that, what had made him say yes in the first place. You're already seeing the beauty of his plan. James congratulated. He wouldn't even have to trick you into telling he's clever like that, Sirius snickered. He doesn't need her permission, Sirius scoffed. Lily looked a touch hurt. You'd really run off and do this without telling me what happened to James. Sirius spluttered, looked to him for help, who raised his hands in surrender and a clear, you started this look. I, not the Lily, Sirius grumbled for a few moments. She seemed satisfied enough her point had been made, but then turned to Remus with even more worry he hadn't been the one to answer. What? He asked in surprise under her focus. Doesn't matter what I say, does it? Clearly my opinion on this subject in general will change quite drastically over the years, he finished with a bitter smirk. Lily only looked all the more angry. She always wanted to smack him when he went on like this about how nothing like this was possible for him. They were hearing the opposite, and still he chose to be daft. I'm sure she will be, Remus said stiffly, with the order. I don't need a bloody +1 to help you. Harry frowned uncomfortably. He really didn't like the unease that was rising in him with every word. Some fight was on the horizon, though he couldn't imagine what. What could Remus have done aside from offering this? I don't really think that's her business, Remus said pointedly, still glaring at Lily while she read all this completely huffy. It was clear she'd be demanding the same if she thought it would do any good. There was the tiniest span of a second, a bubble of surprise and happiness, but it popped before it could even grow. Lily still remembered saying those words to her husband, full of love and heart, and mostly surprised herself as they'd never have dreamed of doing such a thing on purpose with their lives. But it was the best mistake they'd ever made. To hear that echoed back now, in such a cold, flat tone, she skipped right past her surprise and couldn't even look at him, she was so angry. Remus' friends sure could. They instantly knew they'd been duped. He wasn't there for Harry. He was there to get away from I can't do this, Remus shook his head painfully, like he was hoping to break his own neck. I swore I'd never hurt. He got up and nearly fell back down, so erratic he could not have control of his own limbs. He stumbled all the way to the front door, muttering to himself and leaving it open. It took a second for them to realize what was happening. Then Harry got this feat, wand drawn and looking prepared to stop him none too gently. No, Remus, don't. Sirius went bolting after him, looking more hurt than anything at this turn of events. James still looked stunned, messing up his hair almost painfully. Relax, had a bad reaction, sure, but don't be ridiculous. Remus, he wouldn't try to make a run for it. Lily finished coldly. James flinched, could think of no other defense, and went sprinting out the front door. Remus was almost to the disapparation border, being held painfully in place by Sirius twisting his wand arm behind his back. Remus was making it worse for himself by struggling to get away and shouting, "I don't care. I won't do that to a child. I have to get out of here, stop myself." "Sounds to me like you already did it," Sirius snapped back. "Now own up to it. Instead of abandoning the little thing to Tonks, at least pretend like you'd stick around and help the baby through whatever the bloody hell is going to happen, which you don't know. Honestly, stop being an idiot." James quickly jumped in. "Go back in there, find out. That's not the point." He sounded inhuman now, voice garbled between pain and anger for this miserable existence being put in front of him. "I can leave here because I'm not human. Nothing will happen to me." It will too, to the child, though. He was cut off in a twisted cry of pain as Sirius tightened his hold. "You really think that matters?" James was actually getting angry now as he watched this, feeling the blood rush to his face. "If the baby's like you, I died trying to save my son, and you can't even be bothered to stick around for yours. You seem plenty human to me, making whatever stupid-ass decision this is," Sirius hissed in his ear. "So help me, Remus. I'll pull your arm out of socket if you say so again. Then I'll transfigure it into a pacifier and not let you forget it until we're done with this." Remus didn't look at him. He couldn't look at any of them. His eyes were fixed on the spot where he was convinced he'd be able to leave all this behind because he wasn't like them. If it wasn't because he'd ruined an innocent woman's life with a brood of his, he'd make some ghastly mistake and still ruin someone else's life someday because of his affliction. He had to get far away from this. He should have done it already, back when they'd found out about this entrapment they were in, back when. His mind froze on that memory. How he'd been sick with pain then too, but he'd refused to leave James with the news of this betrayal while Sirius had run with a vengeance. He hadn't abandoned his family then, but this was different. Right. Yet, even with a full moon that night, and they'd still found a way to live on. "Mooney, listen to me," Sirius pleaded, his hand relaxing by only the smallest margin as Remus stopped fighting, but his hand twitching for his wand anyways in case this was a ruse. "I'm not sorry this happened to you. Hear me. You need to hear this, you daft idiot, because I'm at my wit's end with you, trying to get through your thick head. Get your arse back in there and hear what happened. If the baby's like you, then you can still make a better decision than not knowing, right?" "Okay," he finally whispered, voice hoarse and painful, no relief as a tear slipped into his mouth. Sirius released him slowly, wand already drawn, prepared to knock him out and drag him in should he not mean it. Head hitting every rock along the way. Remus did mean it. He turned slowly, rotating his shoulder. The only thing here holding him was the last shred of hope he still had to cling to with his friends, never having let anything bad happen before. They weren't there to do it in this despicable future, and he'd find out how wrong it all went and fight his way to fix that, just like he'd promised Sirius. The cold, alien look on Prong's face wasn't helping. The fact that he was still out here had to mean he still cared, would have done everything to stop Mooney from leaving, but not without somehow being even more painful than Padfoot about it. Remus shrunk back, nearly hid behind Sirius before he checked himself and tried to whisper an apology. James snorted unkindly, turned on the spot, and went back inside. "Wah," Lily tried to ask, having been watching the whole thing but missing the real conversation. "He's a bloody idiot," James said harshly as he walked past her, eyes on Harry, who still had his own wand drawn and looked more than angry enough to use it if Remus came back. He was well aware how Remus felt about himself, but even he couldn't find a way to talk his friend out of this one. He had no idea how Sirius had managed it. "James," Lily whispered, placing a hand on his arm. He didn't react at first, but when she tightened her grip, he made a disgusted noise and stalked towards the armchair. Lily padded back to her seat with a faraway look on her face. Truth be told, she'd never been more disappointed in Remus in her life. He'd always been hard on himself because of the dangers he could pose, but even she wouldn't have called him on this. She watched as he trailed in behind Sirius, still rubbing his shoulder. He lingered by the staircase instead of joining them, eyes up and through to the crib and the baby beyond. She'd seen the way he'd gently hold that infant, how he'd affectionately even called Harry a little cub from time to time. "It's supposed to be a joke," he'd quickly said the first time she'd looked at him when he'd said that. "You know, wolf pups are called, well, pups, and Sirius uses that because he's an idiot." But she just laughed at him then, while he went off to change the baby's diaper. The man was destined for a happy life, and his own kids if he'd just get his head out of his arse and see it. Lily cracked the book back open and sat alone for a few minutes as she found her place, Harry uneasily taking his seat back beside her, but they all remained tense and on edge. Sirius was pacing between his two friends with a torn expression in place. Harry had stowed his wand away already, but he was still tapping his knuckles on his knee with a mutinous expression. Nobody needed to guess this conversation was going to go any better without Remus' old friends there to stop Remus doing something really stupid. Remus gawked at the book like it had swore at him, especially Ron's. Did they not realize what they were saying? Did anyone but him? The four stony expressions around him made it clear not. Harry would sooner hand over Hermione to the Death Eaters than let you do something so stupid, James said with pure confidence. Remus flinched, growing angry himself now that no one was listening to him how much of a bad idea this was, but took that one in good grace. One look at him made his feelings clear as well. They don't get a vote on Thigh. No. James snapped at Sirius, who held his hands up in surrender and resumed his pacing. He was aware humor was not to be had right now, but he had to do something or he was going to burst. "That's entirely not the point, Moony," Sirius groaned. The man wasn't helping himself in any sense. Remus had collided with the wall almost in the same breath as Lily finished. "Don't you talk for me right now," James bellowed while Sirius held him back, trying to snatch his wand away. "I'd say nothing of the sort knowing. Okay, Prongs, he still needs to be conscious to learn his lesson," Sirius pleaded. James lowered his arms slowly, while Remus got back to his feet defiantly and walked back to stand next to the couch now, glaring at James as if just daring him to take another shot. Lily's hands were shaking as she tried to keep going. She tried doing homework around them for 7 years no matter what they got up to. She tried to convince herself this wasn't any different. James did look at Remus again then, a triumphant smirk in place. Remus just crossed his arms, looking unimpressed as he sat down now, digging in his feet for the long haul. Sirius remained hovering between the two and looking sick for it. "You always do the stupidest things when you're scared," Sirius quietly agreed with that logic. He could all but see it in his head. Remus had already lived 13 years alone. He wouldn't want to bear doing it all again. He'd take up the lively girl who became infatuated with him and be happy for it, until this came to light, and Remus once again was faced with how others saw him. Just like he'd tried to run away from the school when he'd found out the three of them had become illegal animagus for him, and Prongs had caught him, and the three of them had talked him down. Then, right there outside the Whomping Willow, they'd taken a picture for each other, a promise they'd always do this for each other. Sirius may understand why he did it, but it didn't make him any happier about it. What would it take for Moony to see the same thing they all did? James and Sirius exchanged a terrified look at that, both having the urge to caution Harry to be very careful what he said next now. Neither had realized how far Harry was pushing him. The only time they'd seen that was when he'd found out what Sirius had done to Snape. Moony had damn near killed Sirius then with that same shadow in place. The only thing that stopped him was Prongs, reminding Remus what he'd just almost done to Snape. Lily wasn't even sure what Harry meant by that. She'd never seen any such thing, but she recognized the danger it posed. She'd certainly never been more afraid of Remus than she was right now, watching him so adamantly try to destroy his life. Harry just sat up straighter and crossed his arms. He'd take whatever Remus did to make him see. Lily bit back a small whimper, some sympathy bleeding back in past her anger now. How long had Remus held all this in? He had no one else to go to but Harry now, as Tonks wouldn't have listened to any of this, but brushed all these worries aside, and assured him everything would be fine. Remus needed to get this out to see everything clearly. I still don't see where that gives you the right to run, James said coldly. As Remus wasn't exactly contradicting himself, he'd do any different now. It happened. Now the least you can do is be there for the kid. Help that baby like no one could for you. Remus barely heard him. He couldn't get the image out of his head of some half-human creature breaking out of Tonks, killing her in the process, and then going on to murder more all because of him. This was no precious babe like Prongs. It would be a monster. If he tried to convince her of this, and she'd fought him, then this would be his only option left. James looked ready to throttle Remus. You're going to tell that to Harry, of all kids? Is this why you never went to look out for him? You thought he'd be ashamed of you? Are you going to do this in a few years when my son starts calling you Uncle Mooney? Remus flinched with every one of James' accusations that he couldn't fight back, especially the last. He hadn't allowed himself to ever think so far ahead, cherishing the time he had now with this family. He already hated himself some days for not putting more distance when he had the chance, so they wouldn't have to make this decision. He didn't answer, and James was left with another clarity. This could have been the original reason he'd allowed the ruse to happen without Remus knowing. How long until he would have started doing exactly this, leaving him and Lily sick with worry what was wrong with him to be distancing himself? Remus turned to Harry now, anger finally coloring his face in here, the curb of dealing with his friends beginning to wane to defend himself from all sides. Harry was glad for it. He needed some way to vent and felt as if he'd been holding his tongue. If Remus took it back in here, it wouldn't be fair to continue accusing him of this, but he hardly was. Sirius cut in before either of them could get started. Oh, come on, Harry. Would you try reasoning with him a bit rather than insulting him? It's not helping. Clearly your way isn't either, he thundered back. What would you have me say? I think just by looking at me he'd know how I'd feel about him abandoning his kid like a coward. His wand wasn't even fully clear of his pocket when, Expelliarmus, it flew across the room, landing neatly on the mantel. Don't you dare do it, Lily said quietly to his near-murderous face. She knew he wouldn't do her boy any real harm, but she wouldn't have it, not to him. The three marauders could curse each other to kingdom come and come back from it, but she would not tolerate it on Harry. Harry was surprised to see a tint of amber fading from his dark green eyes as he realized what he'd almost done. He didn't even look at the other two as Lily picked up the book again, fingers not even shaking anymore. Harry half wished his mum hadn't stopped him. There was some sort of finality he knew he was missing. He couldn't imagine if anything would get past that fury now. I'm long past muggle punches, James hissed. Remus flinched and still didn't look at him. Lily wished, more than anything, he'd heard that. When she glanced up, though, she still couldn't find a single bit of his resolve wavering. It was maddening. Did he really think he could run from this forever? He should know better than anyone what kind of life that child would grow up having and be begging to be a part of it. What on earth makes you think invoking my name will help? Sirius sighed, as he clearly hadn't done any more good in this future than he was to this Remus, proving what an idiot he was for housing these thoughts. Then what Harry was really saying caught up, and he looked truly hurt. What's that supposed to mean? Harry, I only ever did what I could for you. I'd never a ban. I know that. Harry was quick to reassure, his anger simmering out as he looked guilty at his godfather. You just are. Well, I meant you just didn't. Well, think things through. It was the nicest way to put what was on his mind. He'd come to the realization once if Sirius hadn't gone to Azkaban that night, he could have taken care of Harry. This had been his moment to voice that. Another marauder leaving a kid in their responsibility for other reasons. Sirius still looked greatly troubled, but he was well aware of this himself and didn't fight Harry. He wasn't proud of everything he'd done, Merlin even half the things he'd done, or more accurately hadn't done. Remus, Lily screeched, her hand already being placed on her own wand again in pure instinct of anyone hitting her son. Oh, I deserved that one, Harry said at once, waving his mother down but not taking his eyes off of Remus. If it put his arse right, then I don't hold a grudge one bit. That makes one of us, James growled, and Remus did look at him then as he saw Prongs was near tears. James couldn't help it, as suddenly all three instances were on a loop through his mind. First Sirius nearly strangling Harry, then Peter punching him in the face in service to the Dark Lord. Now this. He suddenly couldn't breathe. What the bloody hell was this future? Where were his friends instead of these horrid copies zapped of everything James knew? He didn't care Lily had propelled his wand away. James still wouldn't have believed it until Remus had uttered the curse any of them would raise a wand to Harry. He wasn't talking to his Moony anymore. Remus didn't know that. His breath caught in his throat, and he looked almost in a panic to the door again. He'd never be able to live through this without them. Clearly, the evidence was right in front of him. Enough, both of you. Sirius snarled, almost bouncing on the spot with the urge to knock their heads together. I lost Regulus because I couldn't look past a stupid decision of his. I'm not going to watch you two do the same. He turned to Remus first and looked him dead in the eye. You need to get one thing through your head once, and for all, stop caring what others think of you. So long as you know what you're capable of, you can handle your own life. To hell with the rest of them. In a slightly calmer voice, he turned to James, who tried to defend. I know what you meant, Prongs, and I don't disagree, Sirius brushed past. Remus would be an excellent parent, but you can't force him into going back by guilting him into it. That'll only make things worse. He'll resent being there, and while your son's again proof enough children shouldn't be raised by someone who doesn't want them. He crossed his arms and glared at the pair, clearly waiting for something that didn't seem forthcoming. I'm not going to let Lily keep going until you two say something. I'll recite limericks over history of magic if you two don't. Okay, Remus whispered. All right, I'm sorry for all of it. I wish I'd done things differently. Especially to Harry, he said sincerely, looking first at him until he nodded his understanding, then at James. He couldn't believe Harry seemed so instantly forgiving of this, and it occurred to him his son hadn't spoken just in anger, but maybe he was channeling a bit of him there, trying to goad his old friend into doing the right thing. He hoped it worked. Moony, he waved vaguely to the yard, swallowed, and then said with sincerity, I don't want you to leave. Remus actually smiled, a little one granted, more in surprise than anything that's what had come out. I don't want that either. See, we can all agree on something. Sirius clapped his hands, then flopped into the nearest seat feeling exhausted. I'm glad you lot are happy, Lily sighed, still watching Remus with worry. She kept most of it to herself. If Remus didn't go back, what would become of him then? Worse, if he did and Sirius' prediction came true. She still wasn't very happy at all with him. Just because he'd apologized didn't mean he wouldn't go doing it again the next time this topic came up, as it was bound to do. But she tried for now to take a deep breath and not let it consume her. All five of them winced as if that had echoed through time. The finality of it almost scared them. I'm glad that was so easy for you, Sirius groaned. I feel like I can't go more than 5 minutes without someone exploding around here. Harry couldn't even bring himself to smile, let alone joke back. He felt the same way. Lily read that with pure iced venom, and Remus still flinched even without the tone. He certainly regretted that one. Ah, look, Moony, you have a champion, Sirius told him cheerfully, trying to prod him in the shoulder so he'd quit sitting stiff on the edge of his seat. Remus waved his finger away without comment. He deserved no such thing. Lily read each of them like a blow to her soul. She was nearly crying at the end, and Harry finally sat back in his seat to put a comforting arm around her. She took a moment to sniffle and pat his arm in thanks, meeting his eyes with pure regret. He'd been through so much, now here he was comforting her. It's okay, Harry whispered. I know. It took a moment for her to clear her throat. She kept herself out of the boys' argument because she'd made herself perfectly clear from the moment it started and was hoping they'd hash it out. Now Harry had done it for all of them, as Remus, face twisted with shame for what he put Harry living through. Remus flinched again, twisting up the hem of his robes into little frayed strings. The defense on the tip of his tongue that this wasn't the same. He looked up at Prongs, though, at James, who'd never hear anything of the sort, and finally began to wonder if he was wrong. Sirius tried for a laugh at it all, the noise dying quickly in the silence, as he remembered even more vividly Harry appearing there later to no one being there for him when it had really mattered. Now it really felt like no one ever would be. Remus made a guttural noise. Maybe it was supposed to be a laugh, but it sounded more like his gut had been punched. Oh, don't worry about that one, Harry. The last person I'll hold a grudge against is you. Harry fidgeted uneasily now that it was all bubbling back down, trying to catch his dad's eye. The question buzzing in his mind wasn't nearly as powerful as it was at 17, but he still wondered. But his dad wasn't looking at him. There was some guilt and shame on his own face, for how Harry handled it, or something else. Is that really a question? James demanded, clearly aghast. The look Harry gave him made it clear that was indeed something Harry was still wondering, and James' mouth opened and closed a few times with lingering surprise before he took a careful breath, still eyeing Remus as he addressed Harry. You know I love you without question, son, and I'm sorry if you've ever doubted that. I feel like I've spent half my life defending this idiot. That doesn't mean you should ever feel sorry for sharing what you think. He finished with a visible shudder, and Harry only then realized how much it must be killing him to be taking sides in this. He'd never have asked his dad to do that for him. You know what? I lied before, Sirius nodded to himself, while a thrill of fear went through Harry, and everyone looked at him for a second as if he'd lost his mind. I could be prouder of you, and it's now. Remus couldn't help it. He gave a surprised snort of laughter. For that, Glory Sirius have some standards. I do, and none of them involve you, he sniffed, not bothering to hide twitching lips. James made a tiny little sound, maybe a bit of laughter he was trying to suppress at the pair, but Lily would still rather ignore them all for now. She wanted to finish and go upstairs to check on her baby again, make sure all the charms around his room blocking him from this noise were still in place. She knew they were still going to be needing them. Sounds like a sight, James muttered without much interest, his mind still on very many other things. I disagree. Lily groaned, face planting the pages so hard she wondered for a moment if she'd break her nose in them. What on earth could be in there by her to make you think that? Harry didn't answer, and Lily sighed before deciding to get it over with. Harry was flushed red with anger all over again, while Remus wondered if he was going to be sick. Well, nothing new on that front, Sirius said loudly. Skeeter's still spewing more opinions than facts, and a batch of cauldron cakes got put to waste. Again, nobody answered him, and he was growing very restless at all this. He looked pleadingly to Prongs, but his head was bowed, and he didn't seem to want to do anything for now. Clearly, all these dark questions about Dumbledore wasn't helping pull him back. What now? Lily nearly sobbed. She was exhausted and just plain done. There really couldn't be anything left, could there? With any luck, Mooney's back already. Sirius offered hopefully just for someone to talk to. Lily gave him an exasperated look of disagreement. She really couldn't handle another row. Ah, James looked blearily at Lily again, pummeling his brain to recall the reason Harry was on this dastardly quest. Right, the lock at Horcrux. Let's hear some good news then. He fixed a smile into place without any hope. It looked painful, but Lily kept going anyways, hoping to oblige. You three really do make a good team, Sirius chuckled, remembering being attacked by 3 13-year-olds again with some detached fondness. Mundungus didn't stand a chance. Sirius nearly fell out of his seat in surprise. Creature regarding Harry with some civility was one thing, but what was this? He exaggeratedly stuck his pinky in his ear and cleaned it out, while Lily rolled her eyes fondly at his theatrics. Sirius' mouth did fall open at that, and it wasn't mock surprise. He knows how to do that without insulting someone. To those who have earned it, apparently, Lily thought, but kept that one to herself as she kept eyeing him. Both of his friends were now doing the same. They certainly could band together over this surprising turn of events. She kept going with a smile, at least for now, even something as minor as Harry making peace with creature she'd gush over saying. Not anyone, James said in a clipped tone. Remus agreed without thinking. Some people do have better things to do instead of hide in holes. The two grinned, albeit with a suppressed edge, but Sirius nearly burst into applause with gratefulness. As far as they could tell, Remus hadn't done something unforgivable in James' eyes yet, and Remus was all for the change of subject that didn't revolve around him, so they were almost happily looking into this update. A miracle that, Sirius snorted. I can believe it, Lily sighed. After all this mess being piled on top of each other, here finally was one straight answer. Sirius blinked once, twice, and then realized Lily was not joking and had in fact given him one of the nicest but most mental pictures ever. Well, I'm screwed. Now I can't not be nice to the bugger if he's got that in him. Was that all it took? Harry muttered with some genuine amusement. It would help if you'd start saying Creature's name instead of everything else, Lily kindly instructed. Right, did he ever even get a name? Lily groaned that he was still joking about this, but for once there wasn't a drop of anger in his voice. He still looked rather impressed at this display. All five of them got a laugh out of that. It's a nice feeling, James grinned for real this time. We need more of it, Remus groaned, well aware he'd been the source of the problem this time, but at least trying to force it off for now. I say we stop every 5 minutes and do a skit from the Tales of Beedle the Bard for a good laugh. I'll even let Sirius pick the roles. Flatterer, Sirius scolded with pride. Not happening, Lily cut in. We'll be 30 by the time we finish this. You lot are fine, tough it up. Gee, thanks Lily Flower, James sighed, but didn't disagree with her. He'd find a way to get through every rough patch with his friends. I've officially found a use for creature. Sirius beamed. I'm scared now, Lily muttered for herself. This wasn't what she had in mind for the two to bond over. Ah, please let Hermione be right, Remus pleaded. Lily all but screamed in frustration, fighting back the urge to get to her feet and ball her fist at the sky for this endless nonsense. I swear if he doesn't remember every detail of the next bloody person you're going to have to hunt down, I'm going to fit his head into a darksy hole and never let him out. James snarled. Well, at least whoever it is doesn't seem so bad, Sirius sighed. Maybe we'll get lucky, and you can trade her for something else, like the Deluminator, Remus offered. You think that's why Dumbledore gave it to them? I'm doubting it, James sighed, but you're probably on the right track. Least it wasn't Borgin, Lily agreed. The book fell from Lily's numb hands. Sirius excused himself to go shove his head in a toilet for what he dared to say in ignorance. They all collectively looked at the back of Harry's right hand and cursed. HP God, I love this chapter. Hope you did as well. This chapter title always baffled me. Who's being bribed? Is Remus bribing Harry to go with him? Is Mundungus being bribed to give back the locket? No, to both. A much better one, I think, would have been the interrogation because that happens in multiple levels. Harry sort of interrogates Remus for information. Harry's wanted for an interrogation. Then Harry and Creature again interrogate Mundungus, not to mention now the implied future interrogation of Umbridge. Just a personal opinion. Also, my first idea ever was to wonder if Remus had gone back and spent the book with Harry and Co., and how that would have changed things. I've yet to find a fanfic about this, and I want to. JK's math is being a bit screwy again. On an official Black family tree, JK's posted, Regulus, death is marked as 1979, putting him at the age of 18. However, in OOP the date was marked as some 15 years previously of when Harry saw it, which would instead put Regulus as dying in 1980, the year Harry was born. Yet in the previous chapter, it specifically says Regulus died at 17. While technically there is wiggle room to suggest Regulus hadn't done the deed yet then, give or take some months unaccounted for in all this, I placed him as dead already, as I've had the headcanon for ages. Regulus died on April 29th, his birthday. I imagine that if he'd somehow managed to live through it, even with the knowledge he wouldn't, he would have tried to go to Sirius on Regulus' own birthday, because I just spew stupid poetic justice like that. Also, I didn't at all want to give the temptation Regulus would live in the O. This is one of those deaths I have to admire and wouldn't want to take away. Plus, it's such a drama scene that wouldn't have occurred between Remus and Sirius otherwise. That's not a good reason, and I'm not sorry. Also, he's still alive in my all-in-the-family fic, so there's still hope for that. Anyone wanting a serious Regulus reconciliation will get it when I swing around to Creature's tail in that book. Remus actually did this once through my doing the series when Pettigrew punched Harry in the face. I liked the comparison it created. Okay, I'm done now. Next chapter Monday as usual. Chapter 12, Magic is Might. Chapter text. James tore the book away from Lily, glaring down at this with hands clenched so tight the book was in danger of ripping. He was too busy picturing Umbridge's neck to notice. I say this is a good thing, Sirius said in such a deadly calm voice. Harry got chills. Bring along a couple of Dementors even. She needs some long overdue payback you never rightly got. Harry was rubbing the faint white mark on his hand with a look of pure loathing. He had a bad feeling about what Sirius said. Even if he no longer feared Dementors, he still didn't savor any time around them any more than Umbridge. Come on, Prongs. No need to sit around dreading it, Remus gently called to him to get his attention. He was still breathing heavily with suppressed rage. The combination of all she'd done to Harry had been sadly overlooked because of what had been going on with Sirius at the time. Now it all seemed to be dumped back on him at once for yet another thing she'd done to his son. Let's get a move on. I'm sure Harry will finally have this problem nipped in the bud. Set her up for something and get her sent to Azkaban. Nick the locket along the way. I'm sure the three of them will handle it well, Lily agreed in almost a breezy voice. She still kept her arm protectively over Harry while any mention of this was happening. James still paced for a few moments before taking a seat by Sirius. He was still angry at Remus, but acknowledged for now to look to other things going on. James finally paused at just how strange this opening was. It wasn't the first time the books had taken an out of Harry's life directly, but it had been a while since it had pulled away to commentate like this. Merlin, the only other time, had been in Harry's first Quidditch game. He looked around at the others to find his friends shrugging without much care for this, Lily eager to continue and find out just what exactly was going on, and a dawning look slowly coloring Harry as his mind filled in the skip time. Those are Death Eaters, right, Remus confirmed. For some reason we're hearing of the Muggles watching the house. That's what I'm going with, Sirius agreed. Not sure what this bit about occasionally seeing something is, though. That shouldn't be possible when you can apparate and dissipate from the steps without being seen. Maybe they saw a stray cat and are excited to go petting it before it vanishes, Lily giggled. Harry sighed, a truly odd feeling seizing him of realizing the date would forever pass without significance to him again after this. He'd already had his last train ride. Oh, they muttered in understanding. I didn't even think of using the cloak to disapparate under, James congratulated. I thought you were still disillusioning yourself. You only ever really used it at school. Lily acknowledged this lapse. All the boys looked rather miffed it had never occurred to them. James still grumbled for a moment what a good idea it was before continuing. That happens every time, Lily protested, not bothering to repress a disgusted shiver. Yeah, Harry sighed. He couldn't claim to ever get used to it no matter how many times it happened. Sirius went cross-eyed at the very idea. Even when he'd been living there, he wouldn't have described the place so pleasantly in his most fevered dream, let alone that old elf. That sounds sweet, Lily offered, as clearly the boys were still rather hung up on the place being so miserable to the idea of Sirius, no matter how it was described. Made all the difference, really, Harry readily agreed, actually smiling at the memory of it all slowly starting to feel accepting, more than it ever had when the order had been there. Creature had really gone above and beyond anything Harry ever would have thought possible. He eyed his godfather with hope, but for now remained content. He wasn't harboring a murderous face anymore, though he wasn't sure this confusion of such a thing being possible was better. It was too sad for Harry to see this really hadn't ever occurred to him, and even now seemed beyond him. Still, he refused to believe Sirius couldn't change his ways. James opened his mouth with a belligerent expression in place for that elf telling Harry what to do, but then closed it slowly and forced himself to second-guess and consider Creature was just doing his job like any elf would. He gave a side glance at Sirius, who was clearly chewing on his tongue and these same thoughts. Over what? Remus asked eagerly. Yeah, what's taken you nearly a month to plan? Sirius asked in confusion. You ambush that nasty toad in a dark alley and mug her for the only thing she's ever been worth. Harry gave him a very confused look, even being distracted from the news he'd been about to deliver. We could hardly do that. She apparated to and from work, and didn't exactly have many social calls we could kidnap her near. Not to mention we didn't know where her home was, he said with a bit of relief, imagining the nightmare that place would be. But, James began protesting in confusion, then how did you plan? He stopped, and his eyes nearly fell onto his glasses in surprise. Oh, Harry, you're not, Lily whispered. Breaking into the ministry of all places. Remus asked him like he was planning a trip to Mars. Again, Sirius finished with a horrified expression. Harry flinched as he knew what they were all suddenly associating this with, and tried to hurry forward without his own worries about this plan being mixed in with his feelings. Just hear us out, and this news. You're going to want to hear it, he finished with an even more fearsome expression. James did not at all turn back to the book with any kind of agreement. No, James rebuked the words from his own mouth. No, 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 I know. Excuse me, I need to help Dumbledore roll in his grave, Sirius groaned, still feeling the urge to leave all this nonsense behind and pretend he'd never heard any such thing. Lily bit down painfully on her lip. It's not as if she'd imagined Snape sitting around drinking tea now that he'd besmirched Hogwarts, but she hadn't thought he'd go back either. This isn't real. Remus still tried in vain to protest. There must be some limit to this madness. I wanted him dead when he was just a bloody teacher there. James whispered in horror. What the hell else can he do? He didn't want to keep going for the answer, but eventually realized he was supposed to. But Sirius still tried in vain. He can't be at the school anymore. The Dada curse stopped him being the teacher again, Lily agreed with numb lips. Clearly, it's not going to have an effect on him still being in the school. Voldemort can't even make a bloody curse right. James looked near tears. He was so frustrated with this turn of events. Please tell me she discovered a way to make all our problems vanish in the safe confines of that kitchen. Remus asked of no one. More likely at this point, she just realized another problem. Sirius was fighting back the urge to listen to all this with his fingers in his ears. They won't have a choice, James whispered to no one. If they leave, more Death Eaters will just take their place. Someone's got to stay and be a voice of reason for those kids. If they don't get killed doing it next. Sirius couldn't help the thought springing to mind. He almost did start screaming at that. How did it always manage to get worse? Not all of them, Remus pleaded in a tiny little voice, still remembering one other not accounted for. Merlin helped their souls if Fenrir Greyback went anywhere near that school again. Sirius fought back the urge to snap he'd punch those teeth out for acting in a good mood during this. He had to take a deep breath and wonder what Regulus would have thought of this, and almost smiled as he remembered his little brother learning to whistle from the elf. It didn't make him feel better about not punching Creature, but it was a start to making him think twice about it. Oh, there's a bright side. Lily said bitterly. Harry, feeling rather disturbed his usually optimistic mother, clearly didn't mean that. He looked out the window to gauge the time and saw it wasn't even dusk yet. He felt like he had ages to go, and this was still getting worse. I didn't know he could cook, Sirius muttered with a squidged-up expression at the thought. Did you eat your mother's cooking? Remus asked in surprise, or just assume it all materialized at your whim? More like I thought everything there was poisoned and starved. He snapped back rather than admitting he'd never questioned such a thing. Remus raised his hands in surrender, knowing better than to antagonize Sirius over anything in that house. That's what was on my mind, James said with a straight face. Nah, you be more original, I hope. Sirius blustered, clearly still irked over the cooking issue. You'd be stuffed in a trunk, obviously. No, Hermione's purse, Remus reminded with a snicker. I still wish you were, Lily sighed. Even the ghastly idea of what that school would be like that year, she'd still rather hear of her son attending lessons and fighting back against Death Eaters like a normal student. This Horcrux hunt was only getting worse the more she heard of it, and it was already mad from the beginning. A unique experience I'm still jealous of, James sighed, but forced a grin anyways, refusing to allow everything to be doom and gloom. They can do both at once. I have faith in their reformed already, Lily said, with genuine brightness again. Those three had already proven they were more than capable of being there when Harry couldn't last year. The trend would hold in her son's stead. Well, I guess that's what happens when Lily suddenly spluttered off as if her tongue had been pulled out. The others looked at her in concern before she just shook her head and sighed. It's nothing, just on top of everything I realized Harry never got his apparition license. He's doing it illegally. Ah, James muttered, agreeing this wasn't the highest of concern, but it didn't help any. Why didn't you just follow her? Remus asked. Soup, Harry reminded, smacking his lips in appreciation. Only Lily laughed. The boys were still dumbfounded Harry dared eat the elf's cooking. Oh, Sirius muttered in understanding. Good call, he instantly congratulated. That old picture of Phineas Negulus, Lily agreed. He'd be able to snoop about the house and tell Snape you were there. Surprised he hasn't already, James said waspishly. Though I doubt he'll ever be in that office long enough to get cozy. That school will have him running mad the first day. I wish I could forget about it, Sirius huffed. That stupid thing would be going spare with happiness about another Slytherin headmaster. Then he recalled old Nigelus' reaction to hearing of his death, and he hesitated saying more, as apparently the old painting wasn't entirely all he said. A perfect reason to return to school as any, James scowled. Nick that, and be sure to leave a gift for him in that office. First Umbridge, now him. How are all these arseholes managing to keep their hands on whatever you need? Lily demanded. Thankfully, they won't have time to before we disembowel them, Remus offered. It was small condolence. They had no idea how much they'd have to hear of all this before Harry caught up with where his memories were. Which only proves that someone went in and took his portrait, James tried to agree happily. That's fair, Sirius sighed with disappointment, thinking he'd have liked Harry to have backup on this, whatever mad plan this was. They still hadn't heard details, and Harry was clearly wanting them to before they said more. Can't blame the man, James groaned. He felt like he hadn't gone 5 minutes without feeling that in a fortnight now. Didn't Arthur say he usually apparated to work? Lily recalled his eventful visit on the Underground. It's just more common, really, she finished with a grimace. She hadn't been trying to defend Umbridge of all people. He was probably seeing Ginny off the train and came in from there. Harry offered this change. Does what matter, oh? James suddenly blinked in understanding. Would you ruddy tell us the whole plan already? Who's going in disguised as magical maintenance? Harry sighed, but relented the book didn't seem like it was going to give details, so explained it to them as thoroughly as he could. Nobody looked particularly happy when he was done. I would have thought you'd learned from your stint in sneaking into the Slytherin common room, Sirius sighed. How do you manage to have the same flaws 5 years later? Harry looked insulted. We put a lot of thought into this, planned it all out for a month. We've planned out pranks in 5 minutes and 3 months in advance, James shrugged. Never expect them to go according to plan, and yours is already riddled with them from the start. Harry was frustrated they couldn't give him a little more credit, and watched mutinously as his dad read out the way it went down, hoping his son hadn't somehow gotten here from Azkaban. I don't know why she's so surprised. Remus tried to snicker at Hermione and all this, always an easy fall back. She's watched him do homework for 6 years. She knows how he's not key on details. Just because he's in my house doesn't mean he's suddenly me, Sirius sniffed. Harry snickered in surprise all over again at what everyone else found to be a tiresome joke. You announced this after you found a gaping hole in this already riddled plan, James asked him. What if next week Ron remembers some other detail? Harry had no response for that, surprised they didn't better understand his need to take action. That's a good point, Remus sighed. All this could still be for nothing. That didn't make me feel better, Lily grumbled. Still say gung-ho for this, they'll still manage to get some payback to Umbridge no matter what the end results, Sirius shrugged. You're the reason my son's like this, James told him flatly. Don't you blame this all on me, Sirius pouted. You'd be saying the same thing if Harry wasn't wanted by them. But he is, James protested. Can't they just go checking on some other locations for other Horcruxes and circle back to this one? We haven't a clue where any of the others are, Harry reminded. May as well focus on this one. Feels like we've already started hunting it and should finish what Dumbledore couldn't, Harry said with determination, not wanting to admit the date, and that headline had set a nasty reminder in him, a sense of justice he needed to right. James sighed again, but stopped arguing the point. I can't see that making much of a difference to her, Lily tisked. Lily blinked in surprise before they all gave a small giggle to this, ignoring Sirius' stupid, redhead-like-redhead joke. Rude, Remus sniffed on Ron's behalf. Ah, well, there's my answer anyways, Lily grumbled. Informative, James agreed with that part. 5 points to Gryffindor. Sirius cheered, ignoring their looks. What? It wouldn't be right for someone not to say it. Give us some credit we tried to plan for this, Harry wheedled. James relented at that, smiling at his son and agreeing, You did think ahead. I just wish you'd thought more. My ears doth deceive me. Sirius rolled his eyes for James letting his daddy mode, keep him hostage. Live a little prongs, Harry lives through it. James shuffled uneasily in place and didn't want to admit all the horrible scenarios flashing through his mind of what his son had lived through before getting sent here. Torture at the hands of Umbridge again, and time in Azkaban were at the top of the list. Lily burst out laughing in surprise, as if you two would make it in the front door without her. Hey, Harry protested. Sorry, Harry, and to Ron, you two can't deny she'd never go for that, James shrugged. I don't know, Sirius Mark rubbed his jaw. Does she still freeze under pressure? None of you are very good liars on the spot. Harry grumbled about how he'd like to see all of them try this. Yes, yes, all three of you are gallant, heroic idiots who should be safe at home. Remus rolled his eyes. Since none of you are going to stay home, can't we skip this bit? Had to try, Harry shrugged. Harry winced again for some reason he couldn't explain to himself, the others all worrying at this increasing habit of his when he never had before. What had he left behind? She'll believe that as soon as you magically summon all the Horcruxes to you, Lily snorted, fighting back her own shot of worry. She wished this would stop happening to him. Why was it Voldemort could so easily slip right back into her son's mind and make everything so much worse? Sirius looked as if he suddenly needed glasses. He was squinting so painfully at the book like he was forcing himself to see something. Memories of Creature acting like this towards Regulus were hammering around in his head as he tried to force himself to acknowledge why the house elf was suddenly acting like this instead of being disgusted he was. James couldn't help but stop there with a crude snort at the idea. Of all the things to get him, Voldemort knocking had really thrown him off. There was no one who could have been on the other side of that door that wouldn't have hurt. James knew his stomach would have plummeted with the pain and acceptance of her death the moment it was anyone but this Gregorovitch. James would have thought it would be easy to look away from that horror, but it did him no better to see his son struggling to breathe, remembering again all the souls who had been cast aside just because they'd been in Voldemort's way. His shaking hand was pressed painfully to his forehead. Only his mother murmuring words of comfort by his side was keeping away the cry of pain having to relive all this caused him. So he made himself keep going no matter what came next, anything to help him get through this like he couldn't have the first time. A sight to behold, I'm sure, Sirius said without any hint of a joke. Running a bath, obviously. What else do you do in there? James grumbled. That's fair, Remus nodded. Harry leaned into his mum while watching his dad. No matter how many times he had to hear that, it never felt any better. Then he should have Ruddy taught him, rather than relying on some Death Eater scum. Sirius howled. He was so sick of Hermione throwing that around without offering a solution. You can't claim that as a benefit when you have no use for the information, Remus disagreed. What purpose do you get out of knowing he just murdered that family and that he's after Gregorovitch? It's better than worrying he's going to pop up right next to us any second, Harry furiously insisted, now quite glad Professor Lupin didn't stick around if he wasn't going to be any more helpful than his friends about this. Wrong thing to say, James snarled in protest. Was that really what she'd been thinking all this time? Or was her mouth just running away with her again as she continued to try and argue against Harry? He didn't think his son should be doing this either anymore, but he wasn't going to lob that kind of idiocies at him. Lily shook her head and gave her son a reproachful look, but held her tongue. Hermione needed to hear that she should think before she spoke, but she still wished her son wouldn't start yelling at her for this slip of tongue either. Harry crossed his arms and waited defiantly for someone to tell him otherwise, but none of them did. They all clearly disagreed. Each of them held an expression of fear and weariness for all the horrible ways this could go. But to his relief, he didn't have to defend himself again. They were respecting how he was handling this. I certainly haven't come up with any other reasons, Sirius sighed with agreement, while Harry found himself distracted and muttering there was still more. Has Hermione ever tried to take credit for work she didn't do? Lily evasively countered. They all would have readily believed it was Harry's ability to have done this if they hadn't heard it for themselves. Now they just had no answer at all. Merlin's pants, is this whole chapter going to be you and Hermione arguing about this? Sirius groaned. I'd rather hear of your suicidal mission breaking into the ministry. Wish granted, Remus said with a small laugh. Sirius didn't look particularly pleased anyways. At least we all agree on that, James sighed, though he had not 1 second to think it would do her any good. He'd have thought she'd learned by now how stubborn he was. In fact, had she ever convinced Harry of anything he didn't want to hear until well after the fact? Sirius muttered something about poison in that 3-course meal, but for once not as if he really meant it. He just had no idea what else to say about this consistent anomaly. It's all going to go to hell after the first step, so I really don't know why you bothered, Remus snorted. Harry scowled again for their lack of confidence in this plan, trying to mutter he'd show them, but there wasn't anything in him that really promised it would go well. Sirius blinked in surprise at that for a moment before smiling brightly. At least his haven could do his pup some good while he continued to stay there. I'm starting to really wonder if that's how Ran thinks you're supposed to greet people in the morning, Lily snorted. I imagine the twins told him that regularly, so maybe, James shrugged. It would only be the second day of term, Remus Mark protested. And the teachers already won't shut up about NEWTs, Sirius sighed with remembrance, finishing by telling Harry, honestly, I'm a bit jealous you're missing out. You got nothing on that owl year in comparison, even adding in umbrage. His exaggeration was appreciated, as Harry needed the laugh. Sirius worked his jaw furiously for a moment before finally forcing out, "That's nice." He dithered for a moment like he wanted to say something else, but gave up and waved James on. "Do I have to stop doing that too?" The sarcasm burst out of him before he could stop himself, while Lily and Harry rolled their eyes at him. He had managed to say it almost like a joke that time, at least. All that planning was clearly good use, James snorted. A great start at least, Sirius applauded. It's the other bits I can't figure out how you looked right past, James snorted. Harry scowled at them again. There's one of my problems already, Lily muttered in concern. None of you bothered to learn any of this before impersonating them. We could hardly interrogate them any time before this, Harry insisted. I still don't see why you wouldn't try to take on Arthur, Kingsley, and Tonks, at least you know them, Sirius offered, and get them implicated in stealing from Umbridge, Harry protested. If your plan went accordingly, they wouldn't have anyways, Remus shrugged. If it all goes belly up, then you'll be discovered and no more harm to them than these other people you're implicating. Harry groaned at them all to sod off. I've never heard of that color, Sirius said blankly. It's a light purple, James offered. Why would you pick someone who looks like Malfoy? James snickered. So her acting skills haven't improved, Lily sighed. You try making that look natural, Harry protested. We didn't even know how friendly they really were. And don't say we should have found another way, he protested as all three boys opened their mouths. They each closed them with their own protests of some better option, Sirius unable to stop himself muttering about force-feeding it to him. I'm actually wondering if they might recognize this, Remus muttered so Harry wouldn't snap again. How many people have those skiving snack boxes been used on by now? Someone who didn't know it was a prank would show up there, and they'd find a trend. Don't let the twins hear you saying that. The product relies on the unwitting, Sirius said. Credit to him for dedication, James muttered. Was he getting a promotion that day or something? Lily kept to herself the notion it was far more dangerous this way. If even one person double-checked where that man was supposed to be and happened to notice he was two places at once, the jig was up before it started. There really was no blanket solution to all of this, though, she acquitted. They were starting to get a bad feeling about this. Just what had Harry and his friends interrupted him doing? Was he possibly not even going to work that day, but doing something else in London? Would you look at that? Labeling your clothes does come in handy. James clapped his hand to his forehead. I owe Mum an apology. How much polyjuice potion did Hermione bring? Lily muttered in concern. You're not using up the time as well as you could. Should have just done all of this under the cloak somehow. Harry again muttered how clever they all were thinking of all this from their nice comfy living room. He'd love to go through their life and point out all the ridiculous things they'd come up with. Oh, so nothing like yourself then. Sirius smirked while James pouted and Harry shot him an even nastier look. They all got a small laugh out of that at least. Oh, the irony. Sirius pressed his hands together in mock thankfulness. Lily opened, then closed her mouth with a completely put-out expression. I am not, ever, climbing into a toilet for any bloody reason. What, is someone making fun of moaning Myrtle? I don't, Lily Flower, James calmly interrupted. You can go to work however you like next week. She deflated with a calm right, but still looked very put off by this. None of them could blame her. If this was the employee entrance, what had they done to the visitor center? Again, nothing unusual for you, Harry, Sirius smirked. Harry just sighed rather than respond. The rumbling of unease really wasn't leaving him the longer he thought of this. At least Dudley wasn't involved this time, James huffed. Lily's face grew even more uneasy at further changes being made on the inside, not that she was really surprised. She'd never been particularly fond of the old foolish statue, but this wasn't a very good replacement. Now I know I can do that just fine without a giant body, James sniffed before Sirius could repeat his joke. Yes, Prongs, whatever you say, Sirius Mark patted him on the head as his friend swiped at his fingers. Remus was snickering like they would have expected, but he still pressed his mouth together rather than add on like they would have thought. No, he never learned how to flush a toilet, common problem with lads apparently, Remus muttered while his friends snickered. The boys laughed even harder, and Lily gave a light giggle even if she'd missed the first joke. Harry's face still remained grim and uncertain, his mind caught on this place in a very bad way. Not quite as heavy as when he'd last been in here, but certainly nothing good. The thrones? Lily asked in surprise. It could be worse. I'd have thought it would be much more crude actually, she sighed. While blatant, it wasn't the worst design. Seemed someone was still showing restraint. James was white as a ghost by the time he'd realized what he was describing, then he had to fight the urge to be sick. Ever the artist, he could vividly picture every disgusting detail of this thing and the amount of time that would go into carving every crude line. He was now fighting back the urge to blast it all to smithereens. Sirius' face was akin to Grimwald Place being described for the first time again. This was disgusting to the extreme, but not unlike something he'd find in his house. Now it was on display for the rest of the world, and he'd love nothing more than to chuck it in a rubbish pile next. There was not one passive face for this description. It was like the embodiment of everything they hated in Voldemort's reign. She has far more restraint than me, Lily whispered, her tone making it clear she was fighting back the urge to set the whole building on fire for housing such a thing. How many were up there again? Sirius muttered as he tried to tick them off on his fingers. Some of the details had faded a bit when Snape had done the deed. Fenrir, those two Carrows, the one that got killed shooting all those curses around, he was never up there, Harry corrected. This was that one with the twisted face who got us in the cafe. Oh, right, he agreed, realizing his mistake. It really speaks volumes no one's bothering with masks anymore, Remus said in disgust. Everyone's probably gone around getting that dark mark tattoo now just to fit in. He sounded half hysterical. All the easier to snuff out the traitors when they fall this time, James said grimly. For the first time, I suddenly understand why Marley wanted the twins to work there, Sirius said devilishly. Except my only wish is its acid rain. Lily kept to herself. It could genuinely be some mishap by the magical maintenance, but also knew of a Macmillan in that office now who would be more than happy to do this to a Death Eater. All five of them muttered something exceptionally crude as realization struck them. Lily turned and smacked Harry. This is why you don't kidnap random people. We didn't kidnap this one, Harry protested as he shrunk away from her, the guilt flooding him far more than anything being done to Yaxley's office. I must applaud more of this irony, though, Sirius sighed, while eyeing the book with true worry. Ron would take the persona of someone's wife getting interrogated. This poor family, James whispered, now clinging to the idea they'd smuggle this woman out of there with them before this was all done, and any other person being forced through this abomination of the law. He's busy vomiting his guts out, Remus groaned, while Harry shrunk back in even further shame. He really hadn't meant to cause this. Yet he couldn't imagine how else things would have been made better just picking another person from magical maintenance. There was no easy solution. I'll marry your face to that statue's arse, Sirius promised. As if anyone would attend your funeral, let alone marry you, Lily sneered. Moody's rolling in his grave. Remus shivered in disgust. No one had pretended for a second this farce of weeding out muggle-borns and half-bloods was in any way fair, but now blackmail and threats were just prominently displayed for all to hear. How were riots not breaking out in this forsaken place? Oh, shit! Lily nearly startled out of her seat. Harry James, tell me you did not accidentally impersonate a Death Eater. Harry had nothing to say to that, his face scrunched up with disgust. It could be of some use, sure, but at this cost. Didn't feel worth it right now. An easy mistake to make. Sirius still tried to giggle at this, but it was lost anyways. James didn't even seem to hear him. He seemed unable to separate in his mind what his wife would be going through same as these people. He couldn't stand the idea, no matter what jokes Sirius tried to distract him with. Hermione should go instead, Lily said at once. Not to diss Ron, but she'd have a better chance at this, yeah, Harry agreed. I should have split off and let those two catch up, he muttered, then grimaced as he already admitted their plan had been shot just like everyone had predicated. This is the worst test ever in his life, and it's being sprung on him like this, Sirius groaned. I pay to have Hermione whisper the answers in my ear, Remus agreed. It spoke volumes of the situation they were in. Remus gave a mild flinch as compared to the last time this place had been named. For once, though it wasn't even at the reminder of his time in there, it was for the next generations. Mind flicking back to Tonks and the baby she was carrying, how she'd likely be there in a very short time, signing over a piece of paper to forever mark that child. He still couldn't understand how his friends thought this could ever be made better by his involvement. I don't even want to know, Lily protested. Her mind didn't listen to her, forming the answer of who exactly Harry was impersonating. She just had to realize this after the fact. Lily groaned. When's that girl ever second-guessed herself? Harry just sighed in agreement as his stomach continued rolling into itself with more stress. James cursed and slammed the book shut so hard he nearly lost a finger in it. Shouldn't this be considered a good thing? Sirius tried to half-heartedly ask. Now you're in the elevator with her. Stun the other three right quick and be done with this mess instead. Harry flattened his hair with nerves, his eyes deep in his past. No answer coming to mind to fix this without it all getting worse. HP. I take extreme prejudice. The book ended dramatically on Umbridge twice. She deserves no such thing. Anyways, does anyone have any idea what the plan was actually supposed to be? Sneak into the ministry as three completely random people without doing any backup checks on them, except they all apparate at the same place at approximately the same time. Walk right down to Umbridge's office, set up a distraction, then spend whatever precious time we have left to look for the Horcrux, which Harry admits in the next chapter is very likely not even there. 3A. If anything goes out of plan above, this is the exact same problem as what they went through back in Cars. Either JK's still treating them as kids with poor planning, or she's really bad at planning heists. Chapter 13. The Muggle-Born Registration Commission. Chapter text. Sirius took the book with even more unease. Harry didn't answer. He didn't at all like picking up in the middle where Prongs had left off what was quickly becoming a kamikaze mission. He tried as hard as ever to keep going with his usual energy, but this was far different from reading a wedding that had also been botched. Her acting's improving. She managed an answer, Remus muttered. Lily opened, then closed her mouth. The fury this incited in her was beyond words, her place of work being reduced to this toad still walking around now being in charge. If Harry didn't burn the place to the ground on his way out, she may do it herself. Harry stiffened with unease, glad he didn't have the book now, as he might have sent it crashing to the floor with disgust of leaving Hermione in that situation by herself. As capable a witch as she was, he felt sick with stress. I will never grow tired of your descriptions of people, James snorted, still managing to find something to laugh at in all of this. Sirius face palmed while Remus muttered, so much for not getting anyone else involved. Harry looked ashamed for his own slip, but even now couldn't think up another spur-of-the-moment name. He bought it. Harry burst with relief, Sirius nodding happily in agreement. It's a good thing this was a walking stick figure, for once, or that could have been more suspicious. You can still make something of this, Harry, Lily offered to his look of ever-growing worry. All you've got to do is regroup and get out of there, learn from your mistake. There's no way one of the three people won't put together something happened, and security will be even more tight around here, Harry protested in frustration. We'll be lucky to ever get near Umbridge again. I still say you should find out where she lives, give her a pleasant house call, Sirius sneered. Harry just shook his head for that pipe dream. Her home was likely as guarded and protected as the burrow had once been. He knew he hadn't a hope of that. He just hoped he'd made do with this problem. Remus was shifting anxiously and biting his tongue to stop himself, pointing out he wished he had stuck around to help with this, but he had a feeling that reminder wouldn't go over well with anyone. James felt a faint shiver creep up his spine as he suddenly imagined Hogwarts like that. The reminder of who was in charge of the place left a nasty feeling pressing in on him, worrying his once lively home was much the same. Could find any number of useful things in there, just not the purpose of this visit, Remus restlessly agreed. Those ministry workers are missing out on all that free artwork provided, James smirked, as if Lily and Harry had any doubts he was a large part of the practice at school. How boring, James snorted. I've never thought of magic in a factory setting, Remus agreed, bemused. Seems a bit pointless when one can really do it all themselves with enough effort. Probably on the ministry's new promotional work, Sirius sniffed in disgust, putting on a mock spectator voice. New jobs available for all, even more mindless than the ones we already provided. Lily couldn't bring herself to join in on the fun. She was still too filled with disgust for this. I already hate it, Sirius groaned. And now I officially hate it, he concluded, face squidged up in disgust for that existing, let alone having to be the one to read it. You and all of us pads, James agreed. I always knew her future was in the arts, tortured soul and all that, James sneered. There was one thing inherently wrong with that, Lily frowned, and yet I'm bothered by both. Yeah, I'm a bit puzzled who can go around calling her a hag and using that ghastly word. Sirius frowned curiously at this unnamed witch. I'm still beside myself she's thriving in this environment, James spat. I can't care much for why her underlings are the way they are. Lily frowned in confusion while the boys scowled at the tasteless joke. Sirius' mouth fell open. James swore, several things he had already used on umbrage, but this really deserved a repeat. Remus looked like he was going to be sick. They'd never known to associate this with Moody, but it didn't make what was being said here any less a disgrace to his memory. Lily was pissed. She began swearing so fluently it was as if she was trying to create her own hex right there. Harry shook his ears like he was trying to get water out of them, easily sucked back into the here and now from hearing his mother talk like that. He tried gently to cut in, but at first she didn't even seem to hear him. Take off every one of those pudgy fingers, how she even got her hands on that is disgusting, and the lowest of he's the former head of the Aura department. It's a disgrace to the entire establishment, not to mention even half the legalities. Lily Flower, James Nunn so gently half shouted back as he tried. We're going to get revenge on her, love, I promise. I don't want some stupid prank pulled on her, she shouted. We can't prove she'll do any of this. We've got nothing that won't implicate Harry, and I'm sick of this system. I want her head on a spike. He had no response for that. There were many a things they needed to get done after this, and she was high up on their list, but his wife made a very good point. Chest still rattling from her excess, Lily collected herself anyways, pushing her hair out of her face, now the same color, and snapping at Sirius. Go on then. Harry's going to do something about this, and I need to hear it. Sirius readily agreed with that. I can't even blame you, Lily half snarled, clearly still seething. I can't decide who I hate more for this still being true, James snarled. Fudge for putting her there, Scrimger for keeping her there, or Voldemort for indulging her there. I vote we keep Azkaban running just so she can be its sole inmate, Sirius whispered darkly. Not at Hogwarts anymore, Remus sighed, as if he needed more of a reminder. Ooh, another of the twins' inventions. James did get a grin for that. I do wonder what they'd have to say about you using this stuff to break into the ministry instead of just pulling pranks around school, Sirius chuckled. Probably burst into applause after pummeling their kid brother for putting himself in so much danger, Remus shrugged. That really is beautiful magic at work right there, James beamed with pride. Though I would have preferred Aniticula, Sirius smirked. Can never go wrong with ducks. Harry wasn't the only one who cringed in disgust at the reminder, but he was the only one who'd had to witness this in person. That's somehow even worse than Lockhart's, Remus grumbled. None of our Dada teacher's office was nearly that interesting, James rolled his eyes. The most notable was Professor Lysimperacharek. She had maps of all over the world about, always wanted to travel. Sirius muttered for a moment about wishing he could do the same before he forced himself to keep going. They all smiled at Harry, not a one claiming they'd do otherwise. It's never that easy, Lily groaned. Oh, this isn't going to be good, Sirius sighed, hand twitching to automatically turn the pages away from whatever insults this would contain. You life is unacceptable, James huffed. Oh, is that just a common knowledge thing now? Lily scowled. I'm dead, not ill. Sirius rolled his eyes, only feeling slightly bad for the wince he gave his friends for the reminder he was just fine and alive now, and distracting Harry from his worry, even if Ron's story was going well. Oh, look, Harry, you got a whole new title and everything for all this. Remus groaned. Harry rolled his eyes, looking unimpressed, but his mum beside him made a noise like someone had stepped on an already pissed-off cat, and the boys looked just as murderous. He shrugged and urged Sirius to keep going. He really had no sympathy for whatever happened to Umbridge. He had a feeling it would somehow be more irreversible than whatever the centaurs did. She has no reason to hide it, James agreed with still clenched teeth. I highly doubt Umbridge kept some sort of memento of him, Remus muttered in confusion. Probably keeping it up as a reminder she finally succeeded him in some way, Sirius said in disgust. Some small bit of a miracle in the news. She wasn't the one back at Hogwarts instead of Snape. That cat Yak probably couldn't even think of his school without flinching. Oh good, it's not just Dumbledore she's out to get. James rolled his eyes. I wonder if she's done one of these on all past headmasters. Sirius looked just a touch amused at the idea. Has she gone back and done one over Finno's Nedulus? Because I might enjoy that. Remus smacked him with an eye roll, at least that always felt normal. Why did you take it off? James asked in surprise. You clearly didn't spend enough time under it while trying to handle something, Harry snorted, which his dad agreed to. He was much more prone using it to sneak than to steal. Luck of the Imperiust, or an actual idiot, you decide. Sirius rolled his eyes. To be fair, who would want to be in that office period, let alone sneaking around in there? Remus shrugged. Lily looked genuinely interested in this, while Sirius was very curious to hear this story. Both felt for the first time in ages they were finally hearing something from the Ministry worthwhile. James couldn't help himself. And yet, you came up with this entire idiotic plan because Hermione has a one-track mind, he offered sheepishly. No, don't blame this on her. Lily rolled her eyes at him. All three of you couldn't come up with a better idea, so you tried and failed to come up with this one, even though you had no guarantee of any good outcome. Harry groaned and looked to the ceiling, but finally admitted, yes, all right, we should have thought this through more. It's no wonder none of you were in Ravenclaw, even Hermione at this rate, Remus snorted. Yeah, well, Lockhart was, so I don't see dragging house stereotypes into this, Moony, Sirius chuckled. This Runcorn fellow seems to hold plenty of weight, Sirius offered to cheer Harry up, as he did still look very worried about this. I say you could just pop in and ask for a word with her, then make a run for it. Harry agreed, but felt nothing in him assuring this would work. He hoped it was just his dour mood for the day. At least some good is coming of this, James sighed. Oh, joy, Lily muttered in some concern for how this could play out. Shouldn't affect anything. James tried, and failed to say confidently, but he didn't like the odds any more of there just happening to be the two Weasleys in the one lift. If Percy magically appeared in there, he'd claim an official conspiracy against his son. Agreed, Sirius said slowly, and he'd never even met him, though their fear of Harry impersonating a Death Eater was only rising with this kind of confirmation. I'm not even sure if I should laugh at him for that, James asked. I don't think there's ever been a study on it, Lily shrugged without answer. That must have been weirder than anything, Remus chuckled. I'd probably give myself away calling these two idiots impersonating someone else. Don't kid yourself, Moony. We know all your tells no matter what you look like, Sirius snorted. James face-palmed. The others weren't feeling any better, but Lily sat up with hope. Now that Voldemort had all but moved out into the open, this whole trip to the Ministry would be worth it if they could just see father and son behaving like normal again. Lily sat back with disappointment, the fear growing in her more every moment what it would take for Percy to finally come back to his family, if he would at all. Not hard for you, Sirius couldn't help himself. Gee, thanks. Harry rolled his eyes absently, hardly having heard him and still feeling hot around the collar with unease for this conversation. I say we leave this one dumped wherever Ron and Hermione stashed him, Sirius spat in disgust. He's clearly not doing society any good. I'm suddenly happy Arthur isn't talking to Runcorn. Lily paled exceptionally as she heard that. I can't imagine how much trouble he would have just caused himself. Can't be much more than he's already in, James tried to offer. Even as he agreed, Arthur's anger at the situation could have caused him some problems just now. The poor man must truly be stressed to be doing something so dangerous. He does already know that, yes. Remus looked at Harry in confusion. He sent you his patronus telling you not to get in contact. Maybe he didn't realize it so, officially, Harry defended. A 2-for-1, the best kind, Sirius muttered. Sirius stuttered over the name of that place, but only gave himself enough time to wish that place being mentioned wasn't an ill omen for how Harry got out of there, before reading on very loudly. As a reminder, he wasn't anywhere near there now. Lily gave him a wavering smile that couldn't manage any real comfort, no matter how hard she tried. Whoever would have thought that sham of a trial would do you some good? He smiled back anyways for her attempts. Sirius looked very proud of himself. Harry had also thought of his idea, sharing a delighted grin with his godson, who tried his best to return it to his very much alive godfather, rather than letting his mind dwell on the last thing he'd heard Sirius say to him. Then Sirius looked put out for a moment. He hadn't thought of that, telling Harry, "You got me on that one." "Nice of you to admit you don't think of everything," Remus answered instead, when it was clear Harry was having difficulty. Lily couldn't believe anything could surprise her anymore, but there it was, inside the very ministry. She wanted to scream at the top of her lungs how none of this could ever be real, but one look at her son reminded her well enough. Oh yes, it could be. Even at the height of their fears for this war as they joined the Order, the four from this time were only beginning to feel such a thing on their daily lives. To have it pressed in on all sides, and from the ministry of all places, felt unspeakable no matter what Sirius was forcing out. James put an arm around Harry in silent comfort, the two being more similar in that moment than even their shared patronesses could describe. "They can see through invisibility cloaks," Sirius needlessly reminded no one. He could hear the dark edge in his own voice and had to look up for a moment to clear it. "Oh, good. I thought that was just in my head," Remus muttered. Sirius couldn't stop a high-pitched noise of distress. Though this had not been his fate, the threat had been hanging over him for so long, he went instinctively defensive of it even being mentioned, especially on another innocent person. Remus rubbed his back and promised they'd stop for dinner as soon as this bit ended. Sirius doubted he could eat a bite right now, but he muttered a thanks. He at least had something to look forward to. The Marauders had no witty comment to make that better. Harry and Lily couldn't imagine such a thing even existed. The parents had long since known they couldn't shield their son from this brutal world that existed without them, or because of them. But for Harry to be witnessing it like this in person was beyond words. Lily took her son's hand with gratitude, James trying to show the same, but still looking like he was going to be sick at the idea of this. "Exactly where a toad like her should be," Sirius muttered. "I can't believe she hasn't snapped and cursed those two yet." Lily snarled in outrage. "What's been stopping her?" Harry had no answer for that, his stomach a ball of nerves as he contemplated doing the same already and all the ways it could go wrong, but all seemed quite valid after just witnessing one instance of this. Remus ground his teeth in further anger of all this, as if that were possible. It usually went like that. He was aware. Those in power rarely, if ever, felt the consequences of what happened to those beneath them. Harry's stomach twisted even more uncomfortably as he all too easily recalled this same worry of his once now being brought to life on a person just as innocent as he'd been. Sirius fought back the urge to punch Ron in the face for accidentally causing further distress of this family. Lily didn't care how old those kids were. She wished she could wrap them all tight around their parents and promise them something she couldn't fulfill. "I can't imagine anything stirs your thick head," James said in disgust. "I can't even imagine what vile memory she's using to keep those things present." Sirius spat in pure disgust for something so precious being used by her. "I'm impressed she even can," Remus sneered. As useless a teacher as she was, I was half convinced she couldn't summon a crumpet to her, let alone something as advanced as this. "She has to be good at something to get where she is. It's certainly not charming people," Lily grumbled. "There's your answer, Pads." James got out around the vomit in the back of his throat. "She doesn't even need to use a memory. She's holding it in the very presence of them, like two parasites feeding off each other." "I'm really not appreciating you right now, Prongs," Sirius muttered, his face squidged up in disgust for how true that seemed. "She's so on edge, anything will make her jump at this point," Lily sighed. "Hopefully she's expecting Harry to show up somehow and won't be too noticeable," Remus offered. "Luck favors the fortunate," Remus muttered. "More like they can't stop glowering at their prey," Sirius snarled. "She got it from Ollivander, most likely, you daft dimbo," Sirius sneered, as if speaking to the simplest of simpletons. "Of course she could have used another wand maker, but given there's no sane person who would give you a wand, and I have more magic in my little toe than you passes, I can see how you'd be confused and asking for advice." He'd never understood the importance of pureblood supremacy. One of the many reasons, even as a child, he'd never gotten along with his parents. But even now the lies all these people had to be telling themselves to be blind to this was unbelievable to him. In this logic, it meant that hundreds, if not thousands, of wand thefts had been going on, and no one had ever heard a whisper about it. And not just Muggle-borns, but Muggles would have been acting on this. He didn't know this Maffelder person Hermione was impersonating, but she, like the other two abhorrent people in there, must either be heartless or useless to be doing nothing to stop this having been going on for over a month. Your self-restraint is unparalleled, James assured him. He knew he couldn't have held back long before now. Well, now you have confirmation of where it is. Lily tried her darndest to still think positive. I'm all for you making a break for it now and ambushing her for this later. We'll probably have to remove it from her neck in a more permanent-like way, but I'm sure you'll manage, James finished for her in mock pleasantness. Sirius barely got that out in any sensible form. He nearly bit his tongue off, or her head. Why would she do that? Lily truly wondered. Maybe she really thought Harry hadn't noticed. James offered with no real idea himself. He thought it was poor form for Hermione to give away she'd noticed a thing like this at a time like that. Lies, lies, and deceit, Sirius finished with an eye roll. I've confidence she doesn't know how to speak anything else, Remus huffed. Even if we didn't know better, I'd still agree with you on principle. Now I almost do want to know what her blood status is, James said with further disgust of all this. See how she likes it being lorded over her if it's anything but 20 lines of pure. Lily only knew of her name in reputation in the department she currently worked and had never actually met her. But that would change very soon as she vowed to dig into anything and everything she could of that horrible blight on existence and stop this from happening. James didn't even have it in him to ask what on earth that was. It didn't matter right now. Harry somehow made it sound even better, Sirius said with relish. I'm going to post that in the Prophet, James promised, where they both belong. Remus all but danced in his seat with delight. Finally, someone had done it. The latter I'd go with, James said darkly, but finally some assurance those beasts would be sent far away with his son there. That's my boy. James congratulated at once, not that any doubt had been there, but Harry's face lighting up made the unnecessary comment endlessly worth it. Hermione's already called you Harry, Sirius rolled his eyes. The gig's up, pup. She might not have heard over her screams and the Dementors, Harry defended. I don't get credit for keeping up this facade. As poorly as you've been doing it, James snorted before relenting. Yes, all the credit you like, son. Harry beamed. He didn't care how wrong all this went now. He knew it was worth it to save this woman's life and everyone else's that day. I really don't see the point. Lily frowned for this. Umbridge wouldn't report the theft considering the rest of the mess that will come of this, and it's not as if she and Voldemort swap jewelry compliments often enough for him to even have the realization this has left its cave. Better safe than sorry, Harry offered, while Sirius ignored the both of them. He'd long since stopped questioning why Hermione was the way she was. I'm not surprised she struggles with an emotion-based spell, James muttered very petulantly. He was in no mood for her or anything delaying Harry getting out of there. She managed one in the room of requirements, Lily recalled the otter swimming about. Several people can do them, but struggle to do so in the face of a Dementor, Remus explained. As Umbridge never learned, things are far different than a classroom experience in the real world. Lily nodded her agreement with that. You clearly know exactly what you're doing here, Sirius snorted. Why aren't you in positions of power more often? Because they've worked out so well for me in the past. Harry rolled his eyes, not needing to remind them the catastrophe of the ending. Has that only just occurred to you? James demanded of his son, very heavily underplaying these circumstances. Harry chose not to answer that. I'll bet Hermione loved that, Lily muttered with a giggle, fighting back the urge to ask if her patroness had flickered. Least he's keeping it simple, Remus snickered. Sirius swallowed uncomfortably. This wasn't as bad as the last time Harry had made a daring rescue attempt in this place. He had confidence his godson would make it out of there alive. But the other lives at stake this time still made everything feel as if it could go 20 times as bad. Remus began tapping his feet anxiously as he heard the finale of this grand escape, fighting back the urge to run around and help. Harry really knew how to make an exit. Really getting into that method acting? James tried for a feeble laugh at the idea. Let's hope that's the only lesson he took from Fake Eye, Sirius grumbled. At least Harry's always been quick on the uptake, Lily approved. James face-palmed, resisting the urge to say, I told you so. His son really needed another friend around purely for making plans that didn't blow up in their face, it seemed. That'll help, I'm sure. Sirius rolled his eyes. A catastrophe, Harry sighed in agreement with all the haggard faces around him. The boys couldn't help it. They burst into surprised laughter at the Muggle answer. Took a lot more from that departure with Dudley than I thought you did. James was fighting back the urge to applaud his son. Lily fought back the urge to do the same and snapped at Sirius to keep going. Then she smacked Harry hard. I thought you were all worried about implicating other people. What's he done to you to deserve that death sentence you all but put on him? I panicked, Harry admitted as his only defense. You, obviously. Keep up, man. Remus groaned. He just wanted this to end. Nobody going to worry about Mr. Catamol. Lily groaned. The poor man was probably being arrested for somehow assisting all this no matter what he said. Harry had no response for that either, sinking low into his seat and fully feeling the affects of all this. Every life he could have hurt as much as he just tried to save. Lily realized this and softly brushed her hand across his hair, promising him she understood he'd done as much as he could and she wasn't asking for more. Sirius couldn't help but freeze, heart stilling with pure fear. Someone had tagged along for the ride, and friend or foe, Hermione was going to get very hurt if she slipped away from Harry during this. Splinching, ending up somewhere she shouldn't be, or any number of horrible things could happen, all with friend or foe attached none of them knew. Are you sure it was Hermione's? James pleaded with genuine worry. He knew Harry would go absolutely ballistic if anything happened to his friend. He would too. Harry couldn't breathe, couldn't even think to answer as he snatched the book away to find out for himself. HP, to no one's surprise, I'm sure, she's a half-blood with a Muggle mother. You can Google her full, properly terrible backstory for more, but I felt it needed to be sent home one last time how awful every bit of this is, especially her. Chapter 14. The Thief. Chapter text. Harry did not appreciate having to start yet another chapter worrying about the health and safety of his friends. His worry for them always near peak because he had no clue where, or when they wasn't being helped by something clearly having happened to Hermione, and now he could swear there was more blood on the horizon for one of them. He couldn't pay attention to anyone or anything around him until he knew they were okay. Harry huffed in frustration with himself. He should be relaxing. All three of them were okay, if not where they expected to be. Why was he still tripping over words? He couldn't seem to stop himself, though, was hardly drawing breath in between. The marauders all made little noises that tried to be laughs for Harry's sake, wanting to brag and posture. They'd have known this same fact in seconds, as well as they knew those grounds. But Harry still wasn't paying anyone any mind, and his unease would always have them on edge even if they didn't understand why. He got hit. James demanded, trying to get to his feet and run to help on instinct, but Harry was ahead of him. Even as his mind spun in every direction for how many ways this could go, taking him to St. Mungo's, and be damned the consequences being the worst, he kept reading feverishly. This answer didn't soothe anyone. They were all aware how painful and even lethal splinching could be if not handled properly at once. Lily vaguely had time to wonder how, in Merlin's name, Hermione had got her hands on something like that, while breathing a sigh of relief in thankfulness she had. She tried to cut Harry off and assure him he'd be fine, but her son wasn't paying her any mind, and she knew he wouldn't really let the news sink in any ways until it came to himself. Harry managed to breathe again, sagging back into his seat and letting the book just rest in his lap for a moment as he thanked the ceiling. Lily rubbed his shoulder, and they all forced themselves to calm down and take stock for a moment, give themselves a chance to breathe before diving back and finding out the rest of what happened. I'm a little surprised at her for that, Remus admitted. I thought she perfected spells just by reading about them. He wasn't entirely kidding, as far ahead as the rest of her peers she was. Still, Harry muttered, better to not risk it. Someone had hold of Hermione, James had already understood. Clearly it was a foe and not a friend. Maybe even Hermione didn't know. It could have been anyone, and Hermione had acted on instinct, and he was grateful for it. Damn, they all cursed, the four of them already aware of every consequence this would hold, Harry in mere frustration for it happening. The magic doesn't care you brought him there intentionally or not, Sirius groaned. He's still been there as well as anyone else. Harry swallowed painfully as he looked at his godfather, imagining the place now being ravaged by Death Eaters. Sirius might not care, but it bothered Harry greatly for a place he'd actually been starting to grow fond of. Sirius took a deep breath and then let out a great blow of air. Harry had honestly been expecting a much cruder joke, so he still snickered in surprise, while the others all grumbled at him for indulging the man. The smile slipped from Sirius' face as his brow creased with an unwanted feeling, sympathy. He found himself actually feeling a little bad for Creature, as the irony of his situation played out before him. All Creature had ever wanted was to tend to Death Eaters just like his mother's wishes. Now he was getting to, and would very likely be hating every second, just like Regulus. Can't bring myself to regret your actions at all, Lily promised. I'm confident we all would have done the same, James agreed. Harry watched the four of them shiver as they remembered the last time Harry had been there, the first true sign of the Death Eaters returning, and the horrors those muggles had faced, which really only was the beginning. Harry tensed at once, feeling a hopeless situation quickly encircling him, as with Ron incapacitated in this way, they'd have no way to escape or barely fight back. Well, there is a solution if that's the problem, Remus quickly offered. Ron and Hermione should just never tell you where they're apparating to. Yeah, I suppose, he muttered just to answer, instead of really finding that a long-term answer, the truth of it as always clouded at the edge of his thoughts, just beyond his reach. They weren't surprised at this point to have recognized half of those spells, and assumed the rest weren't from their time. Harry's voice cut off like he'd bit his own tongue, going cross-eyed in pain for a moment. He shook it off fast enough, and was even more glad to find it must be a reason from his memories in Ron, rather than some unfounded new fear of that name. What's his problem? James asked in surprise. He's actually been saying it quite a bit these past months, I've noticed. I suppose being injured has brought back the old insecurity, made him more vulnerable, Remus offered with some experience in this. He always felt a little extra sensitive around the full moon when pain was inevitable. Harry jolted like he'd been given an electric shock, staring bug-eyed at that word. He muttered to himself incomprehensibly for a moment, but as always the now all-too-familiar pain began creeping in on him for even trying to think what flash feeling this had given him. The others just gave Harry sympathetic looks for not understanding Ron's sudden problem any more than them. He's not wrong, Remus muttered. Ron's still being a goofball about this. James rolled his eyes. Respect. The five of them echoed in disgust, convinced at once Ron had lost more blood than they thought for him to be speaking such nonsense. It's really not in anyone's benefit to argue with the delusional, James agreed. Knowing Lockhart should have convinced you of that, Remus snorted. Harry massaged his shoulder where Ron's injury had been. Even though his friend wasn't in immediate danger from the wound anymore, Harry still worried for something so grievous happening so early on in their Horcrux hunt, and feeling so ill prepared for it. She packed bloody tea and a kettle but not lunch meat and some bread. Lily muttered, still clearly a bit sore on that, especially now that food was even more questionable. She couldn't entirely blame Hermione, though. It wasn't as if Harry or Ron had even thought this far ahead anywhere near her, and surely they'd come up with something. All of them couldn't stop a bone-deep shiver for that unknown, some part of Harry digging for an answer in hopes he could at least get a feeling for such a thing, but was as disappointed as ever in himself for the lack of answers. No, it wouldn't, Lily promised. I'm under the impression you can even do that to muggles, James agreed. The one apparating is controlling the magic there, though the act of them splinching is even higher and usually even more gruesome. Harry flinched hard for that unneeded reminder, but thanked them anyways. Honestly, they need to get to it already. Remus rolled his eyes. I feel like we've been waiting for that moment for ages already. Speak for yourself, Harry snorted, still feeling like he was testing the waters on this most days. So needy, Harry, Sirius snickered. He's speaking from experience, James told Harry. They were a little busy, Lily chuckled. Oh, was that all? James rolled his eyes. It's no wonder you didn't stop and swap knitting patterns while you were at it. A look of murderous rage flashed across Sirius, The need to burn that thing alive along with the rest of the cave, it had long since resided in nearly overtaking him for a moment. He had to take a deep breath and remind himself why he wasn't apparating there now to take care of this problem, finish what Regulus had started. Their minds flashed back to the ring and diary, both of which did have visible damage to substantiate Hermione's claim, but none of them felt convinced enough to outright agree with her either. Magic made all of this too tricky to just be guessing blindly about anything. You could always try Parseltown on it, Remus shrugged. Or Ron could sprinkle his blood on it. Maybe being a pureblood would be some sort of trick, James offered, thinking of the ways Dumbledore had gone in to get the locket. Or just use Alohomora, Lily snickered, well aware this likely wasn't the answer given Creature's attempts. Sometimes the obvious can be easily missed. Harry opened, then closed his mouth without response for them. It all felt obvious being said out loud, but he had a bad feeling he didn't think of this any time soon, and the consequences of this weighed heavily on his mind, so he ignored them instead. So long as you hit a tree, you could claim you were trying to help, Sirius shrugged. Maybe only Voldemort can open it, Remus offered. Harry flinched again for some unknown reason, but quickly covered that rising uneasy feeling and tried to say hopefully, well, maybe we'll get lucky and find some way to destroy it without having to open it. He didn't really think it true, but he was trying to keep some good spirit in place. This was supposed to be a victorious moment. They just saved a bunch of innocent people and had one Horcrux in hand. They all shivered in disgust at the very idea, again thinking of that diary riddle and just how real it could have been. With any luck, it was just the kid's imagination. Harry let out an uneasy breath, trying to convince himself he was just being paranoid, so worried about this action. His mother went along in the same way. Well, no harm in that, I suppose. It's not as if you have any reason to get emotionally attached to that locket. Still, I don't like it, James grumbled, eyeing Harry's neck as if he expected to see the gold chain there now. What's the harm in keeping it in Hermione's bag instead? Less likely to be left in the bathroom, Sirius snorted, but none of them could deny they felt very uneasy about any of those kids casually wearing this. Ron's perfect for watch duty, though. All you have to do is sit there. Takes no real skill, Remus chuckled. Why do you think we always made you do it? Sirius smirked, while Moony scowled at him and muttered something that made Sirius laugh outright. Harry ignored the pair, far more invested where his distracted mind was trying to lead him. That cannot be safe. Lily crinkled up her nose in as much worry as distaste at the idea. I trust Hermione read a book on different types of mushrooms, James shrugged. I don't care. I still wouldn't eat it, Sirius grumbled. Rather starve to death than eat that. Lily grimaced in unease, her worry about food growing by the moment. She had a bad feeling if those kids didn't find some way to get to a Muggle village and keep in stock. That may be what they planned on doing, and that would help nothing. Oh, cheer up, Harry, Remus groaned. What you need to do is some looking into. You've an idea what the other two are supposed to be. Some heirloom of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, not to mention you could try digging into Voldemort's past more and figure out where else he'd keep such things. You've plenty of options left to keep nosing around. It's what you've always been best at. You even know what one of the items is, and just have to figure out where it would be, Lily agreed. Perhaps Voldemort put that cup at the old Riddle house, where he kept himself away while, waiting to be resurrected. You think he'd keep two so close together? James asked in surprise. Dumbledore got the ring from the Gwant house that was in that same village. We've well established Voldemort isn't doing this out of smarts, Remus snorted. Let's save the snake for last, Sirius offered. Harry looked around at them all and tried to stay as optimistic, but he could already feel a pressuring weight, leaving him unable to feel anything else. If only he'd had them with him all along, but he had Ron and Hermione, and they'd figure this out. There was no point in wishing for something like that now. Haven't you discussed this with Ron and Hermione? Sirius asked in surprise. He'd been expecting the book to dive into that. They were having plenty of conversations on their own, Harry muttered bitterly, and kept going loudly without bothering to explain. Harry realized that he was starting to scare the others. He'd swear his mother was trying to suppress shivers beside him, but he couldn't bring himself to stop and comfort them. His mind on nothing and everything as scattered thoughts, form his past kept echoing right in front of him in a void he wasn't getting an escape out of. I'm sure he will. Sirius surprised him by bursting out saying that with actual confidence. He actually started treating you like my scum parents there for a minute, Harry, no offense. Harry just gazed at him for a moment, and for a second almost cracked a smile before turning back to his dreary thoughts. Sirius shifted in frustration, considering snatching the book away from Harry to make him pay attention to them rather than this mess of his past before he got lost in it. I thought you just hadn't because, what good would he be to you out there? James said in surprise. I don't get it, though. So what if one person tags along? You could overpower them with ease and get your house elf back if that's really what's bothering you. You must remember elves have their own magic, Sirius agreed with a shrewd look at Harry. Whatever they're doing to bind him in place, and have one of them come along when you summon him would be instantly nullified by Creature himself responding to his master, that magic always takes precedence. Not always, Harry needlessly reminded them of Darby. He'd never seen the Malfoys give him an order and Darby directly disobey it. He had not wanted to risk trying this with his own, and found no point in letting them try to comfort him about it now. What have you come across to agree with that? Remus asked in surprise. The Horcrux, Harry reminded as if he were daft. That's nothing new, though. You learned about it last year, Sirius snorted, glad to see him finally responding like normal. So far, the biggest new thing is the Ministry's entrance is in a toilet, and I still find that more appropriate. Sirius groaned obnoxiously loudly when he realized Harry still wasn't having any sort of normal reception, and even then his godson still ignored him. Harry shifted around in unease, as if he'd eaten those slimy mushrooms just as recently. There was something about that question that held some greater answer in all of this, as if he didn't have enough of that hanging around him. Lily flinched again at that reminder. She doubted she'd ever be able not to. Oh, great. This is sure to cheer everyone up. Sirius groaned. He was already sagging in his seat with exhaustion, and seeing Harry struggle so much was putting them all on edge. Remus couldn't help but snort in surprise, even as they all looked sickly for the reminder of Professor Burbage's last moments. Nobody was particularly surprised Voldemort had caught up to Gregorovitch. It really had felt like only a matter of time. James grumbled uneasily for this puzzle, getting no clear answer either. What had he been after Gregorovitch for? A wand that seemed reasonable from a wand-maker, but what then? Was this really about the Elder Wand, as the man had always boasted of having? Admittedly, there could be any number of things in his possession to steal, but James couldn't think of anything else, and was sure he was wrong. Voldemort couldn't be after some kid's tale. Harry again felt like someone had jabbed him in the throat even before he'd finished saying the name, and he was growing more frustrated about that than anything else. What was his sudden aversion to it? He irrationally blamed the locket for suddenly not being able to think up anything. His mind seemed frozen in place and couldn't move past anything, and he wasn't even wearing the blasted thing. Just the memory of doing so left him feeling hopeless. He grit his teeth to try and fight all this off without the others noticing, and then pressed on loudly in hopes they hadn't noticed. They had, but they were trying to just let him finish this mess so they could have a break. Harry laughed for some unknown reason. He had an odd urge to thank Ron. It was the first time the others had seen him crack a smile in so long, they didn't even think to question why. Ah, but she said the magic word, James snorted. Learned, which he never did. It doesn't help he's still not bothering to try, Lily muttered. Remus couldn't help but snicker a bit, muttering that's what everyone wanted but rarely got. Bloody hell, just dismiss him, why don't you? Lily yelped, looking just as hurt as Harry. She really needs to balance that scolding and helping thing. I'm getting her a book on that for Christmas, Sirius sighed. The mother hen is back, Remus Stage whispered. Honestly, didn't anyone ever tell Ron not to bring your mum on world-saving adventures? Sirius snorted. Lily especially rolled her eyes at the pair. You've grown up some at least, James offered to Harry's put-out expression. A few years ago you would have just shouted at her about never listening to you. She still may deserve it, Sirius grumbled. Maybe he's looking for some rare material, Lily offered. None of them could really figure out just what had been stolen or what Voldemort had seen. They weren't even sure if Voldemort had gotten more out of it than them. Harry wasn't sharing any other insights. The same problem was eluding Harry again, as usual. He looked desperately around for help, but they merely shrugged, This wasn't anywhere near descriptive enough for them to put anything together. Tucked away in his pocket, or he threw it out the window first, or magicked it away and was heading after it, Sirius agreed. There's any number of ways this thievery could have gone down. It's this bloke's misfortune to have been caught, though I got the impression he didn't mind, Remus snorted, recalling the laughter at the end. It was possible this was someone like Dung, a man used to thieving for a living. Their skin crawled with revulsion at the idea. One of the few things Harry had going for him right now was the memory from Slughorn, giving them a number he had in mind, and Dumbledore's insights into what the Horcruxes were. If Voldemort had come into some new information and might be planning to add even more into the mix, they were sure it would only be even more disastrous for Harry, and they weren't sure how much more they could stand. I doubt that's high on his priority list, or he'd never have done this in the first place, Remus reminded. You clearly hadn't heard the whole conversation, though, Lily reminded. Fallen asleep just a few minutes before, you would have been there when Voldemort found him and heard what he was actually asking after. My timing, Harry agreed in disgust. Sounds like someone's hand I need to shake, Sirius sighed. How long ago did this happen is the real question, Remus observed. If it's recent, he'd still be this age and possibly at Durmstrang. If it was years ago, he could look very different now. We don't even know if Voldemort knows that, James groaned. That's it. James wrenched the book away from Harry. He couldn't watch this anymore even if Harry hadn't been done with the chapter. We're stopping for dinner. I've been craving steak and kidney pie for the past hour because of that blasted, the lovely meal creature kept teasing you with. Harry gazed at his empty hands in surprise, like he still expected the words to be swimming in and out of focus. It took a great effort to drag his eyes to meet those around him. He had no appetite, but felt he had no choice but to agree. HP. I'll be honest, I figured out the majority of this book right away. Maybe it's because I'd been reading for quite some time at this point in my life. My brain automatically picked these things out. Or maybe I was just used to JK's style, and it was starting to become predictive. But yeah, the big mystery of Lily's letter, the same description of a boy with golden hair with Dumbledore in the last chapter, and then the exact same person being described in this chapter stealing. I thought the big reveal was Dumbledore had helped steal something big and important, like whatever these Deathly Hallows were the book was named after, but had yet been mentioned. But I guessed it had something to do with Grindelwald considering Crumb made such a big deal about it at the wedding. I was clearly partially wrong, but that's not the point. Does anyone else want to call bull on Harry not recognizing Grindelwald in Gregorovich's memories? He saw the picture of him literally less than 3 hours ago at minimum in that book in Umbridge's office. I don't care what happened in between. I don't buy it. And she just denied Harry placing a face next to Dumbledore he'd seen that very same day for suspension. The name could have still been just as big a reveal without making Harry look like an idiot. I freaking figured it out, because it was the only new character described this book with golden hair. I kept the characters from putting together the same for the literary purpose of the fact there are plenty of people out there with golden hair, and it is a leap if you're not reading a book. Even then, I was tempted to anyways. I'm worried these next few chapters are going to start feeling a bit drab and repetitive. As always, I'll try to liven things up with the commentary. That's kind of the whole point of doing this. Thanks as always to all of you for sticking with this so long, and every last bit of commentary from you all. I know that's a really early reveal, and I try to avoid those, but no joke, this was my first thought when I read this. I can't believe the way JK worked it in later. It feels dumb for this to be an epiphany to Harry when it's so obvious. How to open the Slytherin locket? Well, it's not as if I've ever gotten into Slytherin's super secret chamber before.